için Sonya. We leave it to you.
Torun, Consul General Eriksson, Mr. Tübner, Regional Director of ICLEI Europe, respected deputies, honorable mayors, deputy mayors, and dear participants. I would like to commence by thanking the Kadikoy Municipality, Mr. Mayor Şendil, Dara Odabaşı, for such a warm and generous welcome. As the co-chair on climate action, ICLEI Global Executive Committee, and President of SODEM, the Social Democratic Municipalities of Turkey, I welcome you to the Sustainable Cities Summit. With this occasion, I invite all provincial and district municipalities here to join the ICLEI network that grew with our collective efforts twice its size in Turkey since 2019. In this summit, I'm sure that as protagonists of climate action, we will be able to exchange our experiences, better understand the financial aspect of sustainability that is extremely vital to climate action, and build upon our collaboration. No city, mayor, or country can face global challenges alone. We stand here today over the 70 representatives of cities, municipalities, and organizations. We show our initiative and willingness to put our efforts into the fight against climate emergency and foster change. I hope our work will pioneer necessary changes in Turkey and shed a light on global struggles. It is evident that the fight against the climate crisis will be a never-ending endeavor. As local governments having the opportunity to be the catalysts of change, we have an outstanding potential to mobilize rapid responses to emergencies and create action using our link to urban and rural communities. As a result, cities have acquired a unique transformative power for our planet. In this respect, as the Izmir Metropolitan Municipality, we have made commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to tackle the climate emergency through integrated food policies and strategies. Aiming to sustain these commitments, we establish physical, economic, and perhaps most importantly, cultural ties between urban and rural layers. This approach allows us to manage Izmir with our circular culture notion, in which we see culture as the mortar that bonds economy, ecology, and change together. In a city as old as Izmir, this term is like a long-lost piece of the puzzle that assists us in finding solutions to existing and future problems. Circular culture rises on four pillars: harmony with nature, harmony with each other, harmony with the past, and harmony with the change itself. Harmony with nature means reconnecting rural and urban lives. In fact, our cities are deeply connected with their natural and social environment. We find our strength through diversity. Therefore, the second pillar of circular culture refers to harmony with each other. This is where social democracy is strengthened by our devotion to nature rights will play a measured role. The third pillar of circular culture is harmony with our past. It is not possible to design the future of culture without understanding the culture that lived before us. We take harmony with change as the fourth pillar of circular culture. This enables us to constantly integrate culture with innovations of our era and of our future. In Izmir, we describe a new urban model underpinned by all these four pillars. This construct a sustainable future. I salute you and wish a fruitful day. Thank you so much.
Güzel İzmir'im. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Mayor of wonderful Izmir. And today, as you know, it's been snowing in Istanbul, and Izmir, of course, is looking very much forward to its own snow. May I now ask my friends to help me out on the stage, please, for the next round's preparation. Distinguished guests, as I've initially mentioned, this is a wonderful and very fruitful summit, and we would now like to proceed with its first session entitled The Financing of Green Cities. May I now invite our panelists to the stage. First of all, Mr. Onur Eryüce, advisor to the Greater Municipality of the City of Izmir, to moderate this session. And before I give you the floor, Mr. Eryüce, may I now invite our panelists to the stage as well. Mrs. Şule Kılıç from EBRD Turkey, Deputy President. Next up is Mr. Umberto Del Panta from the European Investment Bank, representative to Turkey. The director of AFD Turkey, Tanguy Dönyöl. From the IFC Cities Program, Turkey Director Ozan Beşar. And one of our guest mayors of today, the mayor of the Greater Municipality of Edirne, Mr. Recep Gürkan, please. And from our capital, one of the guest mayors, district mayor of Çankaya from the city of Ankara, Mr. Alper Taşdelen. May I now give the floor to Mr. Onur Eryüce to moderate this first session. Thank you so much.
Dear metropolitan mayors, dear provincial mayors, district mayors, dear deputies, dear consul generals, dear participants, you are very welcome. Today here we are going to discuss a very important subject for both municipalities and international financial institutions. After all, these two institutions, they are endeavoring to improve people's life, and actually they are working for the same purpose with the same priorities. But there are points they accomplish things in a very efficient way, but times is changing, legislations are changing, so we definitely need some improvements to better accomplish our future challenge together. In these terms, I can easily say that we are in the same business. We are in the resource management business. I mean, international financial institutions, they have extensive financial resources and they have know-how thanks to billions of euro investment they accomplish all around the world. And municipalities, as a very natural partners of the international financial institutions, they have the very rare resources, which is the political resources. These people, they are elected by their people and they have the consent of their people. Besides, they have know-how, they have human resources,
much for Kadikoy Belediyesi to host us today in this very important event. I need to say nowadays the green finance, sustainability are very critical items of our agenda. And yesterday I was in London for the UK-Turkey Green Finance event, which was organized by City London and the UK Embassy. So there also our hot topic was again the same. And one thing which came very critical is that financing is very critical to achieve very ambitious goals of sustainability and the green. As EBRD, we started our activities in Turkey in 2009. And we are IFI. What does that mean is we have more than 70 shareholders, and including Turkey. Turkey is also founding shareholder of our bank. And at the moment we are active in 38 countries. And although we have set up our office in Turkey in 2009, we become, as Turkey office, the largest country of operation in our bank. Now, close to 15% of our total operations are in Turkey. So, since 2009, we have invested over 15.5. That number is changing every day. Probably today it's 16 billion euro. And as of today, we have a portfolio of 7 billion euro. And in terms of activities, we have a wide range of sectoral coverage. Infrastructure and energy, which is under Sustainable Infrastructure Group, which includes our municipal activities as well, is under my responsibility as the Deputy Head of Turkey. We have also corporate and industry sector, which we cover all the private sector, manufacturing services and agriculture. And we have also our partner Turkish banks. Through our Turkish banks, we try to support our SMEs and those activities which we cannot achieve with the 100 people we have based in Turkey. We have two offices, Ankara and Istanbul, but majority of our team is based here. And this is one of the also largest teams in our countries. Which means that we try to do our projects with the people we have on the in the country, and which makes us work very closely with our clients. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Şule Hanım. Umberto, he is the country director of European Investment Bank, which is the major finance structures of the European Union, and in the recent 2 years they stopped their operations in Turkey, but now they're about to resume their operations, and particularly on a specific focus on green. Umberto, would you like to elaborate on this issue?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this summit. It's an honor. I don't think that you need to hear much about the European Investment Bank, because we have been active here for approximately 60 years. The EIB has financed all the spectrum of projects which can finance from private sector to public sector, green projects, small and medium enterprises, you name. We were doing a few years ago something like 2 billion new loans per year in Turkey overall, and our exposure reached 24 billion. So we were very active. We had many peoples. We here on the ground. We have still 2 offices, but I always say we have more offices than staff now, and the reason is very simple. You know, we are a bank of the European Union. The European Union member states are our shareholders, and thus when there was this difficult period with Turkey, there was a decision by the European Union Council to revise the strategy of the EIB in Turkey. And this was taken very conservatively. Basically, first we stopped operation in the public sector, very important, and then because of the declining ratings, credit ratings of Turkey, also we had to reduce, and virtually we stopped the operations. But as you say now, something has happened, and when I came here 1 year ago, they told me, Umberto, you don't have to do much, just observe and report back. There are no operations to be carried out. And this is what I was doing. But then last summer it happened that Turkey decided finally and happily to ratify the Paris Agreement. And this was an important game changer, also for us. It took a while. We are discussing. We are still not out of the woods, I would say, but we are positively considering re-engaging, and as you said, initially exclusively in the area of green sustainable finance. I will stop it here for sake of time.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a great news that you are going to resume your operations here. I mean, in Izmir Metropolitan Municipality, we finance rail structures through AIB finance, like 120 million euro, and we need further rail structures in Izmir, so and in other cities in Turkey. So it is definitely a very good news that we are going to restart your operations. And Tanguy, would you like to present a little bit IFD, your priorities? And yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Onur. Thank you for welcoming me here and to give me the opportunity to present AFD. AFD is the Frances Kalkınma Ajansı. Is a group, is a public institution that implements France's policy in the areas of development and international solidarity. AFD Group comprises AFD itself and its two subsidiaries, Proparco, which is dedicated to financing the private sector, and Expertise France, which is dedicated to technical cooperation. AFD is present in Turkey since 2005, and its mandate is to support a green and inclusive growth and to strengthen the French-Turkish partnership. We have financed 50 projects since 2005, 3 billion euros, and we have a team of 24 people here in Istanbul and Ankara. We provide loans to finance investments, and we provide also grants to finance technical assistance and international cooperation in order to accompany those investment financing. Our objectives are, I see 4 objectives here in Turkey. The first one and the most important is to support the equipment of cities and territories in sectors like public transport, water, sanitation, waste management. We also support energy transition, and we accompany Turkey in developing the natural capital in sectors like sustainable agriculture, ecotourism, circular economy, forest and biodiversity, which is a new topics but very important for us here in Turkey. And we have 2 other major issues, which are gender equality and refugees.
Thank you Tanguy. Ozan Bey, siz Türkçe konuşmak istiyorsunuz biliyorum.
Ben İngilizce devam edeyim. So let me also join the group and make the speaking in English. First of all, I would like to thank Kadikoy Belediyesi and also ICLEI for bringing us together in this platform with our honorable mayors and also at the same time with the directors of the development finance institutions. I think this is a great opportunity. Maybe it's best if I start with defining IFC. IFC is the private sector development arm of the World Bank Group, and we focus our operations in emerging markets and have operations in almost 100 countries at the moment. And in 2021, we invested around $32 billion in the private sector in order to, with the same mission of the World Bank, which is to end poverty in the world and also boost shared prosperity. So this is the mentality and the mandate we carry also as IFC. We are also very, very active in working with municipalities, and under the IFC's Global Cities Initiative, we work with mayors and we help them to solve the biggest issues, the most priority infrastructure problems that the cities face. We tried to introduce them to the capital markets and at the same time bringing in the experiences of the World Bank and also the private sector to help to solve those issues. Since 2004, we completed 280 infrastructure projects with the mayors around the world and invested around $9 billion to municipalities. In Turkey, we try to act as a one-stop shop for the mayors, which means like we don't really see us as only a financing institution and providing loans and everything, but we try to bring in the advisory solutions to help the mayors to solve their problems. And since 2009, together with the other valuable DFIs here, we financed 9 infrastructure projects in Istanbul, Izmir, and Antalya metropolitan municipalities, and provided direct financing around $500 million. And together with our mobilization programs and also mobilizing MIGA as well, World Bank's insurance arm, we brought in additional $200 million to the sector. And we financed a very wide spectrum of projects from metros to tramways, potable water treatment plants, wastewater treatment plants, traffic management systems, or procurement of the metro cars. So as you can see, it's a very wide range of areas that we try to support. Maybe as a very last example, back in June 2021, our latest financing to İSSU, the water utility of İzmir Metropolitan Municipality, was very important because it was the first long-term local currency solution provided by DFI to a municipality in Turkey, and it was also the first sustainability-linked transaction. And under the sustainability link, what we are doing with İSSU is like currently in jobs which are more male-dominated areas, which only 72 women are working at the moment. In the next 10 years, we will work and provide our support to İSSU for hiring 600 women in these work areas. So this is briefly what we do in Turkey in the municipal sector.
Thank you very much. Şimdi sözü Alper Başkan'a vermek istiyorum.
Yes, now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Alper Taş, Delen District Mayor of Çankaya. Çankaya, which is a huge district in Ankara, and unfortunately the relationship between the district municipality and international finance institutions is not as we would like it to be. And I'd like to give the floor to Alper Taşdelen now because he also functioned at İş Bankası, one of the most prominent Turkish local banks, and he's now the district mayor of Çankaya, and he has valuable insight into the relationship between the two parties or the two institutions. What's your take on how the relationship between municipalities and international finance institutions should look like? And then I'll give you the floor during the second round as well. Okay, thank you very much. Greetings to all of our guests. Of course, the chapeau of being a mayor and municipalities in itself, they have a difficult time. It's not always easy to run municipal affairs. And when you want to embark on new projects, you need to adapt to the new environment, to the new conditions, and new developments. And it's a struggle, it's a challenge on a day-to-day basis. And when we say climate issues, we really have to name the kid by its name. We are talking about a full-fledged climate crisis, and we see the repercussions of this climate crisis throughout the world and also already in our country, catastrophes and what have you. So this is why we need smart cities, and we invest in smart cities. Alongside this, urban poverty is something that we have been hearing more frequently. We need to combat urban poverty, and this is so important, and we need to uphold and fight for the rights of urban city dwellers as well. They have the right to live in a clean environment, in smart environments. So if you look at things from this perspective, we see that the current problems that municipalities are faced with stem from a global background. So since these are of global nature, it cannot be only the municipalities that provide solutions to these global problems. It's the local authorities, it's the central government, it's every single country, and whoever pollutes and contributes to the pollution all over the world the most needs to pay more and has to be held accountable more for the damage and the contamination they cause. So we really need to separate who's causing the problem and who is suffering from the problem. Having said that, financing and green financing is very important, but I have to say, and I'm very glad to say, by the way, as the district municipality of Çankaya, we haven't taken on board a single loan for the past 5 years, and this makes us very proud. So we have managed to finance ourselves, but of course other municipalities, greater municipalities, embark on large-scale projects which definitely need outside external financing, but up until now we have not had the necessity to apply for a loan, and I hope this continues. I hope we keep on continuing with self-financing as we have done. But coming back to the issue of climate crisis, and I've also mentioned urban poverty, those are issues that need to be tackled by municipalities, however, that are not caused by municipalities themselves. So in that sense, municipalities are in dire need of support from outside. Thank you so much. I'd now like to give the floor to Recep Gürkan. You are very experienced. You have functioned as an MP at the parliament, and now currently hold the position of mayorship of the city of Edirne. What's your take on our issue today? Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Greetings to all of you. Greetings and heartfelt gratitude to the district mayorship of Kadikoy and also to the president of SODEM for hosting us. Well, as you have very well put, it's very important that municipalities cater to the needs of urban dwellers, of city inhabitants in the best way possible. And my previous panelists that have taken up the floor have already mentioned the importance of international financing institutions. And I believe that the parameters and the perspectives of international financing institutions need to change as well. And the same holds true for municipalities as well. And if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves, only 30 out of all the municipalities in Turkey are now, legally speaking, in a position to benefit from international financing institutions, products and tools. I'm sure with the necessary legislative amendments, this will change, or this will have to change, and then other municipalities will be in a position to benefit from the products and services of international financing institutions as well. I consider this very important, and in that sense, it's also important maybe that international financing institutions adopt a different perspective and apply a little pressure on legislative mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, may I also remind everybody once again that we are currently experiencing a war. International financing institutions on the one side, and its credits are used to produce bombs that are dropped on civilians, and on the other hand side, other ammunition is financed through these means that are then sent to the service of Russia, for example. So this is definitely a paradox, and this shouldn't be, because international financing institutions, products and services and tools should be used for a good cause, should be used to benefit city dwellers and to create sustainable and smarter cities and what have you. So we are facing both visible and invisible challenges. Let me give you an example from my own city. In 2011, I finalized a project alongside the necessary tenders and all the processes that catered to the improvement of our city's wastewater management and waterworks and infrastructure, and applied for a loan, for a credit, and the application for the loan took way longer than the entire preparatory process, including tender processes and drafting of the project, etc. This shouldn't be. Applying for a loan shouldn't take that long. And my income and also my costs, they balance each other out, but sometimes I still need to apply for a loan, as I've outlined in my example. So my urge for international financing institutions would be to change their perspective a little bit and make it easier for us to apply for a loan and a credit. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Let's continue with the second route, and I'm sure that you would like to share your insight with us on this issue.
If you allow me, I want to take this part in Turkish çünkü özellikle belediye temsilcilerimize, yetkilerimize biraz vermek istediğim.
If you allow me, I would like to give this message in Turkish, because I don't want this to be direct from the main language. So as a financial institutions, as a municipalities, we want to support our municipalities, and this is one of our first mission. And as IBRD in 2022, when setting our strategy, we had 4 pillars, and those 4 pillars were the green and inclusive, being green and inclusive, and technology and innovation, and that was the capital market. So it was improving of the capital markets, and so all of them are integrated to one another, and they're also integrated with the municipalities, and so among them. When we say especially green, the environment, so we are thinking and we are paying attention to the importance of our municipalities, and let me tell you why. We conducted a research, and so I'm sure that the representatives are also aware of this situation. So we conducted a study, and according to the research results, the green gas emissions in total, it's the 70%, and the energy consumption, again, 75% of the energy consumption is happening inside the cities. And also, so when we look at the GDP, we see that the 80% also has this ratio. And the other important thing is, in 2017, the population, we're talking about the whole world, the 55%, 7.2 billion, will be living in these cities. But according to the calculations, all the migration and all the flow through the cities. In 2050, this will increase to 75%. It means that 10 billion people will be living in the cities, which means that we have a lot of responsibilities as the municipalities. It means that the green world, the green cities, environmental world, when we think about everything, so we have to provide better quality living environments to our citizens, and this is our priority. But we have a lot of responsibilities as EBRD. We are working together with many of the municipalities, and I'm quite proud of it. Tunçayır is also among us today. Izmir municipality is the first municipality that we started to work. And of course, in the beginning, as Turkey, we started those activities in Turkey, and we were always focusing attention to the needs and the demands of the municipalities, and we were just giving the finance according to their demands. And Izmir municipality, Istanbul municipality, and Gaziantep municipality, now we have Muğla and Bursa, and so we have a lot of projects that are going on. But in 2019, we observe that. So this is not like a cherry pick. This is a terminology that we use. So it is a cherry pick project finance. And this is not a very clever way to do. Why? Because the municipalities, they have certain financial capacities, and also we have financial limitations in the finance. We have limitations. For instance, last year we had 2 billion euro. So those are the realized figures in Istanbul, and more than 1 billion is just for the environmental issues about the green investment. And we really allocated a serious resource to our municipalities. But when we consider all the figures aforementioned, and so in that regard, I would like to thank ICLEI for their targets, because they have set certain targets, and for the local governments, and there are some missions that they need to make certain steps. And we also got the motivation. So we initiated a program which is called the Green Cities. And in the Green Cities program, and right now we have 38 different cities, and we are active. And also we have just participating, different cities are participating. And Izmir municipality is the first municipality who participated that green program. And also it is followed by Ankara, Istanbul, and finally Gaziantep participated that green program. And what is that green program? Let me tell you. And with this green program, so we are making an agreement of intention, let's say. And so we want to create an action plan. So we have a consultant, and so this is the part we call the technical support. It is not only about the finance, it's because we have donations and grants, and we're trying to do that, but we have consultants, and they're experts about this issue, and they are working together with the internal teams of the municipalities, and as a result of that, so they are trying to set the priority needs of that city, and then they're turning into an action plan. First of all, it's a prioritization, and so Green City Action Plan, we call it that way, Green City Action Plan. We're setting up a plan like this, and after that, after we prepare this plan, we are also prioritizing the plan. So we are looking at the most urgent plans, most urgent actions that for this city to be more smart and more green, and also for the people, which will be giving the answers to the needs, and also will be protecting the needs of the citizens. So we're setting up certain priorities, and so after that, we one by one, starting from the first project, we are trying to create the finance, and also we want these projects to be applied in a successful way and to be in action in the fastest possible way. And esteemed Mayor before the pandemic, we came together in Izmir and we prepared and we made the launch of our green plan. And so he has always been a leader, and I would like to thank him in front of you. And because that is like being a role model, that is a very important thing. And also the other municipalities follow that. Because whether you like it or not, first of all, they have some concerns whether it will have a lot of bureaucracy, whether there will be some bottlenecks or not. But our objective is to work together with the internal teams of the municipalities to work in collaboration and to make it possible to make it to be realizing this and to make the city a more green city. So this is the only objective of this program. And Izmir municipality, we started the second project. And together with Ankara municipality, we are doing the first project. So this is a preliminary project, and we are preparing the action plan. And it's still in progress. And with Izmir municipality, we defined the first project, and we are now preparing the action plan. And with the Antep municipality, for the first time, we now have a project which they are going to be producing their own solar energy. That's very important because the municipalities will be producing their own energies. And we have so many municipality buildings, and we will have rooftop solar systems which will be installed over the top of the municipalities that will be reducing their utility costs, and there will be an extra energy, and they will be selling this energy. And now I would like to relate that topic to something else. Right now we are working very busily, and we are also trying to include the other municipalities to our green program, but also there are a lot of responsibilities of the municipalities too. I just want to mention a couple of them. First of all, the municipalities, they have financial capacities and it's limited. So they have to use that capacity in the right way. So we are creating action plans, and as much as possible we're trying to support them. But on the other hand, they have to control this financial capacity, and they need to make a leverage. And because it should be healthy, so the financials of the municipality should be healthy for us, and this financials should be supervised all the time. Of course, we have to make investment. Of course, there is an urgency, but of course, we need prioritization, and without giving any harm to the financial structure, we have to realize this project. This is the first message. And the second message is, under our municipalities, we have many institutions, İSKİ, İSSU, the water institution, and the other institutions, and they have their own balance sheets. And these balance sheets of those institutions for their investments, actually, it is possible that they can finance themselves. And so it is possible for them to provide that finance. What is the blockage? And we're saying to our municipalities, IFRS. We have an IFRS system, and so please prepare a financial table because we don't understand what's happening with your tables. And then we cannot describe it to the loan committees and internally. And when the situation is this, even if we want to give direct finance, since we cannot see their balance sheet, we have to ask for a guarantee, and this is an additional burden on the municipalities. What we want is something else, because they have a lot of projects and they're running so many serious projects, and they have a lot of burden financially. But also, these sub-institutions should be self-satisfactory, and it is possible that they can get the finance, but there are some certain prerequisites for that, and this is important that they should be fulfilling those prerequisites. And the public-private partnership, this is also a major issue. This model, unfortunately, it can be politicized or something like this, but it is being used widely all around the world. And why is that? Because as a government, as a local government, it is not possible that the local governments can do everything because they have financial limitations. And on top of that, there is a capacity limit, there's a human resources limit. And so the public-private sector collaboration should be established in the right way, and it should be utilized. And it should be included in such kind of activities. It will be increasing the efficiency, and also it will be increasing the private sector's capacity, and the capacity of the private sector will be utilized in the public sector. Of course, our municipalities will be collecting garbage, and there will be some guarantees, and so it will be depending on the specifications of the and the features of the project. But whatever the model is, we shouldn't act as a monster, the public private sector collaboration. Yeah, we have very limited time, and our panelists do have a lot of things to say.
I mean, after all, you are the flagship financial institutions of the European Union, and the European Union is in a new budget period, and they have some new financial products like blending finance, and they also instituted a MIGA-like structure, um, which is trying to um, um, mitigate the risks. The name European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus. How do you think we can use these new tools in Turkey along with the AIB? If you can, I mean, stay in the 4 minutes frame, that would be great.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, let me tell you just things not to be misunderstood. What I said before is that the bank is considering now a firm proposal. He will go very soon to the board of directors of the EIB, and a decision will be formally taken in May. I'm very positive and optimistic. I believe that how Turkey in general is playing its role in the current very difficult context is a plus in general. So I'm positive on this basis, but still the decision is not there. As soon as we can, of course, there will be my colleagues coming from Luxembourg to identify and promote the first project operation that we can finance. This being said about, well, is, there are a number of aspects, and it was very interesting to hear what the other panelists were saying. It's true that the bank is using different facilities to finance projects, and these facilities, some of them depend on the European Union. Um, Traditionally, every 7 years, there was a discussion for an envelope of a guarantee, in particular what we call the comprehensive guarantee, which is a guarantee from the European Union covering projects in the sovereign sector. And this is something which benefited Turkey a lot in the past. And I have to say, for the past period, 7 years now, we are in the new one. There are discussions. An amount is not yet being set in stone, but they are discussing. But what I want to say is that before, this amount for Turkey was very large, and actually, because of the tensions, because of the decision of the EU Council, we couldn't utilize it all. I remember I was at the time responsible for Central Asia. We finished all the money for Central Asia, but we took a slice from Turkey mandate because it was not going to be utilized. And now, of course, the discussion has what we are going to do with Turkey. So it's a very delicate period, but we hope to come soon with a reply to that. And of course, in the Commission, they are thinking how is best to coordinate among IFIs, especially European IFIs, EBRD, EIB, and the other, the bilateral KfW, AfD, how to best coordinate the so-called development financing outside. And in this context, the bank has, the European Investment Bank, just a few months ago, has completely changed its organizational structure, identify what we call a branch, exactly for the to follow in a more efficient way the lending activity outside the European Union. More than that, I cannot say because it's in ongoing all the decision. Just 2 points, and then I finish. I hope I'm not exceeding the 4 minutes. Very interesting. We always speak here, and I understand very well that municipalities want to know from IFIs, can you provide us a good amount of finance, cheap finance probably, sustainable? Do you have new products? Which kind of products can you offer? We want to finance. This is very important, and I associate with a comment before that sometimes IFIs take a long time to decide the finance. financing. This is unfortunately partially true. In my experience, I see this period ranging from 3 months to more than 1 year, depending on the complexities of the project. But it's not only about financing. There are other aspects. And I have to say, when I was a young banker working for Citibank and I was financing projects, I was only focusing on the profitability, basically, because we were looking at what the investor wanted. And this was a key point. But when you work for a bank like the European Investment Bank, there are other aspects. We are a public sector bank. So we don't stop at seeing how much the investor is going to earn. We always looked. I remember 30 years ago when I was preparing the first projects in Ireland, there were aspects like environmental impact, which is environmental sustainability as of now, probably in a reduced way, now it's more. But other aspects that are very important and, in a sense, instrumental for the green sustainability. Like, for example, procurement. Procurement is very important because if procurement is well done, you don't put too much burden on the shoulder of the next generations. Because I've seen financing for 30 years, I remember in Germany, for municipality, it was water waste, for example. And of course, it's very important to see how is done the procurement. Is it good? Is it oversized, the investments, or not? It's very difficult sometimes to foresee. But if you have too large plant for water treatment, well, this is more cost. It will lead to, in Germany, for example, the cost of water can be too high for the population. So you are impoverishing your population. So there are a lot of aspects that needs to be taken into consideration in what is called usually not only the investment rate of return, but economic rate of return, which includes a number of aspects that public sector serious municipalities have to take place. And I finish here.
Thank you very much, Umberto. Thank you. And Tangi, public-private partnership, it's a long-awaited legislation in Turkey. Unfortunately, the lack or a solid public-private partnership legislation in Turkey really make things difficult for municipalities. There are a lot of opportunities to attract private investors and then create public good. Would you like to speak on that aspect? What kind of opportunities public-private partnership would offer us? And I know that already in the national level there is an ongoing discussion for several years, but we never get the legislation at hand. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anur. Yes, the financing needs of local and regional authorities are obviously increasing because of the result of the expansion of the population and also because of the investment required to deal with climate change. The financing provided by the IFIs are obviously very important, but is insufficient to meet the needs. I believe it's crucial that municipalities be able to diversify their funding sources and that IFI can support them in doing so. In fact, direct access to IFI financing like AFD is reserved to the largest local authorities because we provide loans which are very big, like 100 million euros. And when it comes to smaller investment, the solution is to go through banking system, private or public, and AFD can finance banking establishment in order to provide them with long-term resources at moderate costs, and thus enable them to set up credit lines accessible to municipalities. But as you mentioned it, in addition to traditional financing, new sources of financing must be developed, such as PPP, public-private partnerships, which requires the definition of a precise regulatory framework with standardized procedures and which requires also to support municipalities so that they can adopt these procedures to come. And I think that IFI can help to accompany municipalities in this way. Financial markets can also help solve the climate challenge by meeting the growing demand for low carbon projects. New financial tools like green bonds are helping drive more capital to these projects. And clear standards and better market data will accelerate the use of green bonds by making them an even more attractive way to invest. And finally, as I speak after my colleague Umberto, the European Union provides grants like EFSD guarantee, which are blended with IFI loans and which can leverage more IFI financing to municipalities thanks to risk-sharing scheme. So I think that we have to think of every kind of tools, finance tools, because you know, as I mentioned it, needs are huge and increasing rapidly. So it's important to see how we can accompany municipalities to reach these new tools.
Thank you very much, Tanguy. It was very interesting and a lot of good information was hidden in your speech. Ozan Bey, ben ısrarlıyım size Türkçe sormakta. Şimdi
Let me continue in English, Mr. Ozan. So we've been working together with IFC on various issues as the Greater Municipality of Izmir. We did the ISU project, as you've mentioned, but since IFC is also a World Bank institution, it can fall back on a large pool of experts as well. What's the rhythm that IFC is working with local authorities and, for that matter, the World Bank, since IFC is part of the World Bank? And additionally, you've mentioned financing for municipalities. What kind of a legislative framework do you need to carry out your projects in the best way possible? You are active in hundreds of countries, and all of the countries have their own respective legislative framework. If you could give us your insight on your experience on that. Well, lots of issues. Let me try to quickly cover all of them. The other panelists have mentioned the importance of PPPs, so I'm going to skip that. I'd rather talk about financial protective products and how municipalities can make active and good use of those products. Most of the debt accrued by municipalities is in foreign currency, in FX, but everything, and especially when we're experiencing volatile times, greater municipalities face great financial risks because of the FX indebtedness or loans. So there are, in theory at least, measures to take up, but when it comes to the practice, there we have gray zones, as I'd like to call them. So what we need to do, more than a legislative amendment maybe, is to bring together all of the shareholders, for example, the Treasury of the Turkish Republic, the municipalities and financial institutions, and talk about those hedging products or financial products, as we call them, how to make good use of them. Maybe come up with a pilot project, and as a second step, to revise what kind of legislative amendments are needed. I consider this very important. Why? I try to link all the questions you asked. Mrs. Schule mentioned emissions and mentioned the consumption side of urban spaces. And I'd like to take it up from there and say the following. Studies have shown that emission consumption in cities can be reduced up to 90%. But how? By making more use of pedestrian spaces, by establishing more bicycle routes, making more use of electrical vehicles, making more use of public spaces, and paying emphasis on public transportation. I consider this very important, and I'm sure my fellow panelists would agree with me. But this also means additional billions of burden on the municipalities. So no matter how much financial means you provide to the municipalities, it's never enough, because there is always a project ongoing, and there's always room for improvement through various projects, etc. So I think it's really important that the capital markets should be used more, but through the Turkish lira or green financing tools. I think this is the road to success. Last but not least, coming to the World Bank. The way we work together with the World Bank is in a reciprocal supportive fashion. And and with all the other partners. We envision more long-term credits without the input of the current administration. So all the municipalities that are for the time being in no position to get hold of long-term credits are supported through us via this process. Thank you. Mr. Alperch, so we've listened to the financial institutions, international financial institutions. You are a district mayor. You act more locally, if I may say so. How would you evaluate and assess the possibility and opportunities for mayorships to reach credits? How long do I have? How much time do I have? 4 minutes. Well, brilliant. So this is a very complex issue. It's a very deep issue. And it also depends on your worldview as well. As Mr. Ozan mentioned, the issue of hedging. We call them public projects. Yes, true, because the municipality is a public entity. All the income is in TL, in Turkish lira. However, all the risk is also with the municipality. So, if there is public interest, public good in the project, why do the municipalities have to face all the risk? That is the biggest question mark, because the municipality is not responsible for the administration's policies. We draft a budget, for example, gasoline. When we drafted our budget, gasoline was 7 to 8 Turkish lira, but now it's 20 something. And the increase is not the municipality's fault, and the increase or the devaluation of the Turkish lira is also not the municipality's fault. So this requires urgent solutions. And taking on board this risk is really something else. It's really an important decision to make. Of course, because of our world view, we think that whoever is responsible for the devaluation of the Turkish lira or the pollution of the cities, for those rising emission numbers, should also be held accountable. However, it's the municipalities that need to solve the problem and that have to bear the risk. I'm not going to take up much of your time because I've probably run out of my time anyway. We're talking about debts, right? But when it comes to social democratic understanding of running municipal affairs, it's our primary aim to not fall into debt. That's our first goal. But we are not responsible for the Turkish economy, and the resources of the municipality are limited. And let me also mention that we do not benefit from all of the resources that need to be, under normal circumstances, allocated to municipalities from the administration either. So it's really important to manage the available budget of the municipality in the best way possible. And thank you once again to Mr. Odabaşı for hosting this event. Mr. Recep, you have the final word. We've mentioned infrastructure investments, suprastructure investments that cannot be run by municipalities alone because they are so cost intensive and they exceed the budget of the municipalities way too much. So what to do about this? You do infra, you do suprastructure. How do you take care of those investment projects? How do you run the process and how do you run things smoothly? And what should the involvement of the central administration be at that point? Thank you so much. Well, I was listening to my dear friend Alper and I thought of a very important and famous poem by Nazım Hikmet, the infamous Turkish poet. If you don't burn and I don't burn, how will we ever see the light? Is a paraphrasing of one of his poems. And that's what I thought of when I was listening to Alper Taşdelen, district mayor of Çankaya. The model that my dear Alper is trying to implement is of course the best way to go about this. I don't have much insight into international examples, however, I can speak for Turkey. In Turkey, municipalities, including the mayors, are the institutions where the citizens or the inhabitants of the city have the easiest time reaching out to. So whenever they have a problem, the mayorship and the municipalities are the institution of first instance. That's roughly my definition of a municipality that's functioning well. But, as Alper rightly mentioned, we also have to say that municipalities bear all the risk and are also the first instance of complaints when something goes wrong. And my annual consumption of gasoline and its cost exceeded my personal capacities immensely since the devaluation of the Turkish lira recently. That's on a personal level, and the same holds true for public institutions as well. Of course, we also need to mention that the development of the Turkish economy is unforeseeable to a certain extent. And sometimes unplanned, unscheduled investments are also needed. But what Mrs. Schule mentioned, transparent audit is something that we would like to be applied to municipalities as well, but sometimes it's difficult. Last year, I wanted to work closely together with financial institutions. I invited them, I promised them to take care of their costs and so on and so forth, but we never managed to make an appointment and get together. And what I would like to recommend to financial institutions is the following then. Let's make the first step in the direction of rendering the budget of municipalities more transparent and auditable, open to audits. Let's start with that. Let this be the first step. Why not bring us together with international audit institutions, fund them, bring us together with them, so that we can establish or rather take a screenshot in contemporary terms of the current situation of the municipalities, and then what Ozambe and you and my other friends here on the podium mentioned, financial institutions can step in and take care of the funding. So we need to start somewhere. Mermis is a project that's run in Turkey, which is a demographic project. It started 40 years ago, but there is no past, there is no tomorrow, there is only today, there is only now. So if we are to talk about financial institutions and their involvement and how to reach out to them, we need to start now. That's what our expectation from you is. Thank you so much. Well, we are coming to a close. It's been almost an hour. We've exceeded for 30 minutes according to the agenda, so apologies for that. But let's consider this a warming up round, because the second instance will be a financing summit in Kartal in due time. So to sum it up, we are on the same side. We are working for the same objective, albeit we are different entities. So municipalities and international financial institutions. And they run millions, if not billions, of resources. So both parties can fall back on great resources, but they are complaining, if I may say so, of the same problems, and they are facing the same challenges. So something that's still lacking is the legislative framework that's not yet fit to our needs and the challenges we are facing. Let's work on that. Let's initiate that. And challenges such as delays in the procurement of electrical buses, for example. I believe that the way we run things needs to be updated and revised, and we also need to balance out both the demand and the supply, that is both the bank and the municipality, the receiver end of things. So maybe this will be the first step in initiating the necessary steps to be taken in the future. Thank you so much for your participation in this valuable panel, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank all the guests in this first round of discussions, and also Mr. Onur Eryüce for the moderation of this panel. Dear panelists, please accept this small token of appreciation for your participation at today's event. Thank you all very, very much.
Değerli misafirler,
Distinguished guests, we would now like to break for a brief coffee break for 10 minutes. You may help yourselves on the upper floor, that is the fourth floor, for coffee and tea if you like. See you all in 10 minutes.
Değerli misafirlerimiz, tekrar hatırlatmak isteriz. 10 dakika kısa bir mola verdikten sonra günün ikinci oturumu başkanlar paneli için sizi tekrar bu salonda bekliyor olacağız.
Test prova. Şu iyi bilir. Test prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hepinizin bildiği gibi Kadıköy'ümüzde 6 tarihi tren istasyonu bulunuyor. Koruma statüsünde bulunan bu tarihi binaların birçoğu uzun yıllardır Ulaştırma Bakanlığı tarafından atıl ve metruk halde bırakılarak adeta birilerine peşkeş çekilmeye hazırlanıyor. Biz Kadıköylüler olarak tarihi istasyonlarımızın bu şekilde yok olmasına asla izin veremeyiz. Vermeyeceğiz. Kızıltoprak, Fener Yolu, Göztepe, Erenköy, Suadiye ve Bostancı. Bu istasyonlar bizim kültürel ve tarihi mirasımız. Anılarımız, ayrılıklarımız, kavuşmalarımız, sevinçlerimiz, hüzünlerimiz. Yani kısaca bunlar yalnızca birer bina değil bizim geçmişimiz. Bizim hafızamız. Tam da bu yüzden Kadıköy Belediyesi olarak biz bu istasyon binalarına talibiz. Her bölgenin istasyonunu o bölgedeki yurttaşların da görüşünü alarak müze, kültür veya sosyal yaşam merkezi haline getireceğiz. Bu amaçla Ulaştırma Bakanlığı'na yaptığımız başvurular her seferinde reddedildi. Defalarca başvurduk. Aradan geçen zaman içerisinde istasyonlarla ilgili halkın yararına ve kullanımına yönelik hiçbir adım atılmadığı gibi bu eserler çürümeye terk edildi. Bu yüzden talebimizi daha yüksek bir sesle yineliyoruz. Kadıköylüler adına ilçemiz sınırları içinde bulunan 6 tarihi tren istasyonunun kamu yararına kullanılması şartıyla Kadıköy Belediyesi'ne tahsis edilmesini istiyoruz. İstasyon binaları halkındır. Haydarpaşa'da olduğu gibi, Söğütlü Çeşme'de olduğu gibi kentimizin hafızasını ve kültürel ve tarihi mirasımızı birilerinin keyfi kararlarına mahkum, rant hesaplarına kurban ettirmeyeceğiz. Kadıköylüler olarak tarihi istasyonlarımıza hep birlikte sahip çıkacağız. Bir çağrımız da iktidar partisinin temsilcilerine olacak. Her fırsatta Kadıköy'ün hakkından, hukukundan bahsediyorsunuz. Hadi size fırsat. İstasyon binalarının çürümesini istemeyen, atıl kalmasına karşı çıkan Kadıköylülerin yanında tavır alın. İşte size fırsat. Haydarpaşa gardır, gar kalacak diye. İşte size fırsat. Söğütlü Çeşme'ye AVM yaptırmayacağız diye.
Hepimizin o şimdi yıkık kaderine terk edilmiş, aslında başka amaçlar için yıkılması beklendiğini herkesin farkında olduğu o binaların, o tren istasyonlarının hepimizin ya çocukluğunda ya bir filmde veya bir şiirde, bize ait bir sözde, türküde o binaların ortaya çıkması aslında kendi kültürümüzün ortaya çıkmasıdır. Onun için istiyoruz onları. Yoksa onlar sadece birer bina, birer tren istasyonu değil. Onlar biziz aslında. Geçmişimizle ilgili her şeyi yok ederek kendimizi yok ediyoruz. Ve sonunda kendi belleği olmayan, başkasına muhtaç, bakıma muhtaç ve kimsenin ciddiye almadığı o hasta insanlara dönme yolunda gidiyoruz. Onun için yeter ki geçmişimize de geleceğimiz kadar önem verelim ve sahip çıkalım.
sayılı yasa kapsamında korunması için gerekli tüm tedbirlerin alınması gerekir.
Ortak bir kültürel miras olarak bakıyoruz bunlara ve gelecek kuşaklara aynı şekilde bunların aktarılmasıdır önemli olan.
Korumaya ilişkin tedbir alınmaması durumunda 2863 sayılı yasaya muhalefet söz konusudur. Birincisi bu. İkincisi, bu insanlar kamu görevlileri. Kendilerine kamu görevlileri nedeniyle emanet edilmiş kültür varlıkları, bu binalar, bu istasyon binalarımız. Bu nedenle görevi ihmal suçunun unsurları oluşup oluşmadığı kapsamında bir değerlendirme yapılmalıdır. Ama bence görevi kötüye kullanmada düşünülebilir. Çünkü görüyor, tahrip olduğunu, önlem alınmazsa daha da tahrip olacağını görüyor ve buna rağmen yapması gerekeni yapmıyor. Görevi kötüye kullanma.
Kadıköy Belediye Başkanı'nın da ifade ettiği gibi bunlar zaten hepimizin ortak mülkiyetiydi. Yani devlet demir yolları ve şeyler üzerinden istasyon yapılması.
Çay kahve molamız bitmek üzere. Konuklarımızı tek tek salona davet ediyoruz. Görevli arkadaşlarımdan da yardım rica ediyorum. Konuklarımızı uyarmaları için.
Mevcut fonksiyonlarını yitirmiş olabilirler. O zaman kamunun yeni ihtiyaçları doğrultusunda yine kamusal özellikleriyle kullanılması yönünde bir çağrıyı yükseltmek gerekiyor elbette.
İkinci oturumumuz Başkanlar Paneli birazdan başlayacak. Bir üst kattaki konuklarımızı da salona davet ediyoruz. arkadaşlarım uyarmaya gitti.
Kızıl Toprak tren istasyonumuzun Kadıköy Belediyesi'ne verilip atıl kalmamasını istiyoruz. Orada çok güzel atölyeler yapabiliriz.
Kadıköy Belediyesi'nin Bostancı halkına burayı kazandırmasını güçlü bir şekilde destekliyoruz.
Erenköy Mahallesi olarak Kadıköy Belediye'mizin yanındayız ve istasyonumuzu geri istiyoruz.
Bizim düşüncemiz kültür merkezi olması, bizce Kadıköy Belediyesi'ne verilmesi uygun olacaktır.
Kadıköy Belediyesi'nin kampanyasına destek veriyorum. Vermenin dışında elimizden ne geliyorsa yardıma da hazırım ben Göztepe sakinleriyle.
Ziverbey'de oturuyorduk. O zaman Ziverbey'de otururken kullanırdık. Arka taraftan Bostancı'ya bağlanan yollardan, imkanlardan bir tanesi. Yürüyerek trene binip gittiğimiz istasyonlardan biriydi. Tarihi önemli bir kent hafızası aslında. Yani o hafızayı korumakla ilgili çok değerli bir şey var. O tren istasyonları hem tarihi hem de gerçekten çok özel yerler, yüksek tavanlı. Çok halkın da aslında orada yaşayan, çalışan çevrenin çok içselleştirdiği mekanlar. Şimdi tabii adil durumdalar. Mekanların içine girilmedikçe, onları yaşayan mekanlar haline dönüştürmedikçe daha da içten içe çürüyorlar ve günün sonunda yok olup gidiyorlar. Başkanın bir çağrısı vardı. Yani bunları sanat kurumlarına dönüştürmekle ilgili. Hatta sadece sanat kurumları da değil, farklı açılardan böyle kullanıma açmak noktasında. Ben de bu önerinin çok yanındayım. Yeniden yaşayan yerlere dönüştürmek, mekanlara dönüştürmek çok mümkün. Bu anlamda Kadıköy tarihini bile temsil edebilecek bir müze, küçük mini müze bile dönüştürülebilir. Yapmak istedikten sonra çok şey yapılabilir aslında orada. Ben heyecanlanıyorum. Umarım Kadıköy'de zaten her yere sahip çıkıyor bu anlamda. Mahallenin her köşesine, semtin her köşesine sahip çıkıyor. Umarım burada da sivil bir dayanışmayla da bu mekanların belediyeye ya da herkesin kullanımını açabilecek bir noktaya gelir. Zaten talep de bu yönde. Hepsinin ötesinde çok tarihi, hepimizin sahip çıkması gereken mekanlar. Tekrar bir işlev kazandırılırsa ben de bir Kadıköylü olarak çok mutlu olurum.
Biz yıllarımızı demir yoluna vermişiz. 35 sene çalışmışım. Bu binaları bu vaziyette gördüğüm zaman içim sızlıyor. Boş istasyonlara hakikaten üzülüyoruz. Tabii ki bunlara bir çare bulsalar, bunları güzelce değerlendirseler, vatandaşa hizmet verse, her şey olabilir yani. Biz de seviniriz.
Bunların hepsi tarihi binalar. Aynı zamanda kentin, toplumun hafızasıdır buralar. Dolayısıyla her istasyonun o civarda yaşayan insanlarla ilgili bir anısı da var. Kültürel miras olduğu için kültürel faaliyetler için, kültürel işler için kullanılabilir. Yerel yönetimler aracılığıyla bunu yapabilir. Hem binalar yaşar hem insanlar faydalanır.
Ben Göztepe'deyim ve her gelip geçişte istasyonun bu atıl halini görmek beni çok üzüyor. Bir an evvel bu işin hallolmasını istiyoruz. Biz başkanımıza elimizden gelen her türlü desteği vereceğiz. Gerek sabahlara kadar istasyonun kapısında da bekleriz, imzamızı da toplarız.
Kültürel ve sanat merkezi artı bir kütüphane olabilir. Çok iyi bir şekilde halkımıza faydalı olacak şekilde destekliyorum. Bu konuda başkanımızın da çalışmalarından dolayı Kadıköy Belediye Başkanımız Şerdildar Oda başında teşekkür ve tebrik ediyorum.
Gene halkımızla birlikte buna karar verilebilirse çok mutlu oluruz. İstiyorum ki bir an evvel istasyonumuz harekete geçsin, canlansın. Tekrar o binanın kapılardan içeriye girelim. O teneffüs, o havayı alalım istiyorum.
fuarımızın İzmir'e, Türkiye'ye, dünyaya hayırlı uğurlu olmasını diliyorum.
Değerli konuklarımız, günün ikinci oturumu
Esteemed participants, our second session is about to start, the President's panel, so please be seated. Yes, esteemed guests. So, in the housing of the municipality of Kadikoy, and we are now organizing this meeting with the participation of the international municipalities and the local municipalities. So, we would now like to start the second session of the President's panel of 2022 Sustainable Summit. And esteemed members, for the moderation, first of all, I would like to give the floor to ICLEI World Secretary, Global Advocacy Director, Yunus Erikan. I would like to leave the floor to him, first of all. And I would like to invite our speakers. First of all, the Mayor of Istanbul, Metropolitan Municipality, Ekrem İmamoğlu, Mayor of Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, Ekrem İmamoğlu. Mannheim Municipality, Vice President of the Finland, Minna Arve, Peter Kurs, the Speaker of the Global Parliament of the Mayors. Fatma Kaplan Hürriyet, the Mayor of Izmit. Mayor of Burdur, Mr. Ali Orkun Ercengiz. Mayor of Bozkurt, Bilsen Çelik. And also the host of the summit, the Mayor of Kadikoy, Şerdildara Odabaşı. And finally, Izmir Metropolitan Municipality Mayor and the ICLEI Global Management Committee Climate Action Co-Chair, Tunç Soyer. And now I would like to leave the floor to Yunus Erikan for moderating the second panel of our panel. Esteemed President, esteemed guests, and this is such a very exciting day, and also it's a very exciting environment for all of us. I would like to thank, with this opportunity, I would like to thank our host, the Kadikoy Municipality, and Tunç Soyer, the board member, and also I would like to thank all the mayors for supporting this. So I am a supporter of ICLEI for so long years as 2009, and so we are making collaboration between the municipalities and all the other stakeholders, and within that framework, especially we have a Rio agreement, and we are working with environmental agreements, and we are working together with the municipalities, and we want we are now working as the focus point of all the municipalities, and I believe that this event you listened to most of the panelists, and in the light of the reality, what are we doing under the impossible conditions? We're trying to increase our potential in Turkey and all around the world, and what kind of a world we're promising for the next generations, and what kind of a city we're trying to live for the next generations. We're going to be looking at this for the concrete examples, and we're planning to have this panel for 90 minutes. So I'll be asking one question to each of our mayors, and from now on, we have a declaration, and Kadikoy and also the Mr. Soyer will be reading this declaration. And so with this declaration, we have all the municipalities and have all the mayors, and we would like to invite you to the family picture. We have a translation, and we have a guest from Germany. We have a connection from another country as well. And so we'll talk about the details of the issue. But during the course of our meeting, also, we will be showing the video of the mayor of Turku with a pre-recorded video. But if there's a problem, you can see the presentation and the website of this event. So we started this journey together with the inauguration speech of the mayor of Kadikoy, and now we have Ekrem İmamoğlu among us, the mayor of Istanbul Municipality, and you all know him, but also we would like to introduce to our international guest. And so he started his journey in Beylikdüzü, and he was elected to be the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality recently, and so we were together in Glasgow in the Climate Summit, and so also we hosted B40 in the Balkans cities, and we participated that event together. So we have a very wide perspective, and I would like to leave the floor to Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, but before that I want to make an introduction. You really made very important steps. In 2050, the first, you have a target to be the carbon neutral city. And so these kind of targets are very important and very valuable, but our political lives are very limited in the local and international, and our managers, our leaders are not thinking about those kind of long-term commitments. And so in order to reach that target, in order to not get back, in order to have these steps sustainable, what kind of steps are you making? What kind of studies do you have? So, and if you have other issues that you want to share with us, we're going to be happy to hear that. Thank you, and I'm very honored to be part of this very important event, because sustainability is the most important and the most recent important topic of the world, and it's a journey, it's a terminology that we want to all achieve as Istanbul Municipality, and this is one of the biggest metropolitans of the world. And we do have very successful studies and works, and we are following Kadikoy mayor is also very successful. Şehirler Daroğlu is hosting such kind of an event, and I know his success stories, and I'm very happy to be part of this event. To be with you here really makes me happy, and the President Tunç also is here with the contribution of Mr. Tunç Soyer. This is a summit, of course, that all the parties are contributing, and also it's an international organization, and all the stakeholders I want to thank and extend my gratitude, because we have very valuable mayors among us. And I have this capability, and I really pay a lot of importance to work with the other mayors. And whenever I see them, I feel myself more powerful, because we are social democrats here, and we're together. And so we have our president also here. Probably he's here to audit us, and so we would like to welcome as well. And from Germany, we have a very important guest and a very important colleague from Germany. And with Germany also, we have a very tight dialogues, and especially in Berlin. In May, for instance, we are making a very important, we have preparations for a very important meeting. The international relations are very important, but today, and the municipalities, physically or socially, and they are coming together, they're like collaborating. And the pandemic was really an obstacle in front of that. But now that the physical interactions are increasing, and so I think the most important thing is the contribution to the peace. Because when people come together, when people meet together, especially over the cities, and 80% of the population are living in the cities, we know that. And when we come together, when we talk together, I believe that it has a power to prevent war when we come physically together. And we see that there's a war going on, and which is just very much contradictory to the understanding of 21st century. And I hope that the war will end soon. And right now, hundred thousands of people are migrating, and millions of people are migrating, and we are living in this kind of a geography, and it's in the middle of Europe, and it's not a good fit for Europe. It's not a good fit for the world. It's not a good fit for anything. And so I believe that we are passing through bad times, and in the Middle East, we are experiencing these kind of problems in our near geographies. And I hope that this is a test for the whole world, and I hope that we're not going to fail from that test. And I am just including all the Middle East, all the Europe, all Asia, and this is a common problem. And so the problem can be solved only upon a solved dialogue and collaboration. And this is how I want to start my words. Of course, we are now in a very risky period about the climate because we have been through in such kind of an era, and we are passing through those times. And this is a timely problem, but if we don't take any precautions, the future of the world is in jeopardy, especially the scientists. They are talking about the increases in the temperatures, and if we don't limit the temperature increases by 1.5 degree, all the disasters are waiting at the door, and they're sharing this information constantly. And very clearly, I can say that today we are conducting the scientists are conducting, and as when we look at the sixth report of the scientists, we see that we are now in a very risky level. So we are now in an alarming level, and they're warning all of us for that. And the climate change, if it exceeds 2 degrees, there will be some irreversible effects of this global climate change. And they're always emphasizing the importance of this alarming situation. And this way, this position, this problem, is all of us. And so we think about a good reaction in Istanbul will be beneficial for Mannheim. And if you do something in Mannheim, that's going to be beneficial for Istanbul. So it's a global problem. And so we have to have the skills to solve that problem altogether. And so there's a serious drought, and there's a lot of rainfall, and there's unexpected rainfall, and in the midst of the August there's a flood, and in the western Black Sea, for instance, we had 82 casualties because of that. And for fires, we cannot extinguish that fire for so long days. In the Mediterranean region and the Aegean region, we experience that the same thing. These kind of fires are happening at the other sides of the Mediterranean region, and this is affecting the human beings, the animals, for so long days. We're not losing only the forest, but we're losing all the living creatures, not the human beings. We are losing our properties, our lives. And we are experiencing such a very difficult situation. So the drought and the poverty, this is really affecting the lives of the people, and we are witnessing that. And so we need to have the spirit of acting together. So in Istanbul, there's another problem that we're into. So we have this mucilage problem. And in Marmaray, because of many reasons, we started to have that mucilage problem because the high temperatures in the sea and also uncontrolled waste, it is agricultural or home waste or industrial waste, there is some uncontrolled waste, and also it is such an integrated structure of the world, so this is a really good indication that the world is so much integration. And we see that even from the Danube River, with the waste is being carried to the Black Sea, and we see that everything is changing, and it is just reversing everything. And as I told you before, I can say that 80% of the world is now living in the cities. So about the combat for the global climate change is we have as the stakeholders, we have a lot of responsibilities. We have very important people, so if we put the citizens of the municipalities that we have, we can talk about 25 million people who we are responsible for. So we are managing those kind of procedures and processes, and we have a very vital role when we are formulating the solutions. As Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, we are prioritizing some of the issues. And the first, when I was first appointed to this job, I participated Copenhagen meeting, and I put my signature under this global compact. And so this really showed us we are paying a lot of importance to the global climate change. Istanbul Action Plan has been revised, and we have this 260 degrees. We wanted to do it with all our institutions, and we initiated our process. And we set out our strategic targets, and we completed our targets and actions. And we shared it with the citizens of Istanbul, and we said it a green solution. Yeah, we had this kind of a visionary title for this. And we want Istanbul to be a resilient city, and we really want a more assertive scenario about transportation, about waste, about the utilities. So we have new targets, and so they're in parallel with the best practices of the world, and we are trying to comply with the best practices. So we said that we're quite assertive and decisive about that. And we want to increase the resilience of Istanbul. This climate change action plan has been signed, and this is a really important plan, and this is accepted internationally as well. In 2050, in Istanbul, we want to be carbon neutral, and we want to be resilient to the climate change. And if it is accepted by the society, we can only be successful. We know that. So this is not a decision of a mayor. So this cannot be the vision of a municipality. So if it is better to say, so we are trying to create a climate law and for Istanbul, and this kind of a constitution law, this kind of a climate constitution law is creating a roadmap for our colleagues and for our citizens. Every step that we do for our city, we want to integrate the green solution because in the next generations, in the following days, when we are sharing this notion, we want it to turn it into a holistic structure where we are integrating this green solution to every part of our journey, and this is how we work. And so for the European cities, when we look at the European cities, we can say that we are the biggest. We have a 16 million of a population, and we have more than 2 million refugees, and we have 1,200,000 students, and just half of them are actually foreign students. And we have an active population of 20 million people. So we are also also consuming a lot of water, and we are providing a serious amount of water to the population of Istanbul. So we are talking about that kind of a city, and this action plan of Istanbul is that vital. The sustainable action plan and the sustainable urban plan and Istanbul waste plan. So we have policy plans, and the climate vision of Istanbul is something that we really value, and we have this inclusive model, and we are also running this project together with the understanding of the 2050 developmental strategy, and this is a very important part of this strategy as well. Of course, in 2050 we have this target of being carbon neutral. So this is the first objective, and in 2030, so first of all we have to reduce it by 52%, in 2040 we have to reduce it by 80%, and in 2050 we want 100% emission free city. And so those are the strategies that I said, and so within that framework we have 5 different strategies, and let me tell them to you. So the first one is the green gas emissions, the reduction, and so increasing the capacity for the adaptation of the climate crisis, and to have the climate fairness, and to reduce the effect of the social effects. And the third one is increasing the corporate capacity for the climate change, and the fourth one is to protect the natural resources of Istanbul and repairing the nature of Istanbul, and the fifth one is to support the life circle and also reducing the carbon emissions. And esteemed colleagues, esteemed participants, esteemed mayors, and so when I was first appointed to that position, it was not only about strategy, it was not only about the documents, so it wasn't only about the framework. So this is not enough to describe your journey, your actions. So the steps that you made are more important than the documents. So we really made very important steps, especially for the disasters, for the earthquakes, and in order to increase the resilience of Istanbul, we have started many serious works. We are making diagnoses in different parts of the city, and we are trying to increase the resilience. We are making R&D studies, and we are making scientific research. The water, so we renewed all the rainfall tunnels, and we are really doing a lot of infrastructure work in most of parts of the Istanbul because of the floods. So we're talking about 21st century and a city of 20 million. So this is not something that we can imagine with that city, because we shouldn't have disasters every time we have a rainfall. And so we started a construction study in 100 different parts of the Istanbul city. So we're talking about 2.5 billion TL. We detected those problems and we started to work on them. And so the pandemic really boomed that process. So it is actually weird to say that that was the contribution of the pandemic, but because of the curfews, in most of the streets where there was no traffic, normally hundreds of pedestrians would be walking there in Kadikoy and other places. We had no people around and we had no cars around, so we made all the infrastructure work which is necessary. And the agricultural areas, and we supported our farmers. So we distributed them some seeds, and we gave them initiatives. Istanbul is not an agricultural city, but of course it is an agricultural city as well at the same time, because everywhere is the part of nature. Not only the motivation, but also I believe that it is very important for the healthy food, for the food sector. This is very important to make that kind of an initiative. So we have 153 villages in Istanbul with the producers, with the farmers. We are working in collaboration. For the farmers, for instance, if they're dealing with the animal stock, for instance, with the milk they produce, we distributed 150 children are getting the milk of those farmers, and maybe from Walheim, maybe my colleague is just thinking how it is possible. 150,000 people are being distributed this free milk, but this is we're supporting, and so we are using compost fertilizers, and we are supporting the zero waste, and we have compost fertilizers, and we're trying to triple the number, and so the circular economy, and now all the lakes, all the areas around the rivers, we are trying to turn them into livable areas. I'm trying to just cut it short, but maybe from Kadikoy I can just have some more time. And so we are constructing metro in 10 different areas.
I'm looking straight at you, so we are expecting your support there. So this is short term. We extended our subway up to more than 200 kilometers within the city borders. Of course, this is in joint collaboration together with the respective ministry. And we have extended bicycle routes up to more than 600 kilometers. We are working on biodiversity. We are focusing on alternative projects for car incineration and waste management. And the current facility we have is the biggest in Europe and has a power generation capacity of 60 megawatts. We have an organic waste management and composting facility as well. In the district of Emirli, we have a second-grade drinking water management facility. In Fatih, Bakırköy, Zeytinburnu and other districts, people will be served with drinking water that comes from this facility. And we have other facilities that generate power. One of the facilities aims at absolute carbon emission reductions of unprecedented magnitude. Apart from that, up until 2030, with all the ongoing projects, we have an additional 25 strategic projects, and we have also established a participatory climate platform. So all of this is run with a holistic approach with the smart city concept in mind, and everybody is involved, and we're working in close collaboration with all of the partners and stakeholders. And we have a single application which is entitled Istanbul Senin, Istanbul is yours, which makes all of the different public city institutions accessible to city inhabitants, and the capacity of which will be further enhanced in the upcoming years. So, distinguished colleagues here present, events such as this are platforms and opportunities to exchange experiences and knowledge. C40, Urban 20 are other examples of such gatherings. COP26 was another event where we've gotten together. We have the Balkan City Summit organized. The General Secretariat is run from Istanbul, and the second of this Balkan City Summit will be held in Athens in due time as well, where we will discuss the needs and challenges that urban spaces face. We have representatives and mayors from Izmir and other cities all over the country present here. And this delegation, or this team rather, of mayors is dedicated to implement all of the principles that we hold dear. And let me also mention once again that today is a very special day to the country, for the country, because this is the 170th anniversary of the victory of the Dardanelles, 18th of March. And thank you once again to our Kadikoy Mayor Sherdil Dara Odabaşı for having brought us together today. And I'm very confident, I rest confident that social democratic mayorships will set the best example possible when it comes to running cities. Greetings to all of you and thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished mayor. So, as a conclusion, I can easily mention that you said the following: if you plan in a transparent, long-term fashion and inform the public, then everything is possible. This is more or less the gist of what you have said. And we will be listening to our other mayors as well, be it from urban areas or from more rural areas. Everybody will share their experience and their knowledge. So this portfolio is quite diverse and also multifaceted, and good hospitality requires to give the floor to Mr. Kurz.
For this meeting, we really appreciate your time and really sincere efforts. Mannheim has been one of the longest and long-lasting and pioneering members of ICLEI in Germany, and Mayor Kurz has been the mayor of the city since 2007. In his capacity, he has also been actively involved in global initiatives. As of today, he is already representing the Global Parliament of Mayors in his capacity as the chair of this global institution. And he has also been awarded last year as the World Mayors Award International classification. And as just Mayor İmamoğlu has also mentioned, he will also be leading a new task. He has a new hat. This year, during the German G7 presidency, Mayor Kurz will also be speaking on behalf of the German Association of Cities and all the G7 countries, a new initiative called Urban 7. So we are really excited to have you here. And in my question to you, Mayor Kurz, in the afternoon, we take the advantage that you will be staying long with us. We will have another session in the afternoon on localization. We will particularly hear your experience on energy and sustainable development goals. But you have witnessed the discussion here is also very much attached to democracy and the relation between local democracy, peace, and sustainability. So maybe you could share your vision how we could assure that those are not independent from each other and they feed each other. Therefore, we have to embrace all of them together. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yunus, and thank you especially for your kind invitation and presentation. And esteemed colleagues and friends, it's really a great pleasure to be with you here in Kadikoy, and a very great thank to the host, the mayor of Kadikoy and the municipality for hosting this event. You mentioned and raised the question of peace and democracy, and of course all our events right now are overshadowed, and we have to mention Ukraine. We experience war again in Europe, and it's also an attack on democracy and human values. And our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine right now, and the recent developments underline that nothing can take for granted, and that we continuously have to stand up for democratic values, for solidarity, and for peaceful coexistence. And it was already mentioned how important the role of mayors and cities is right now in Ukraine. Mayor Obadashi mentioned it this morning, and it was also mentioned, and I want to underline this, that with city diplomacy, with direct city-to-city cooperation with city twinning and networks like ICLEI, we can really build bridges and build trust, and we must stay together, especially in this situation. And the Russian war in Ukraine reminds us very painfully that people cannot build a future where war reigns. So the global sustainable development goals cannot be achieved without peace. This is obvious. The 16th goal, peace, is in itself a prerequisite for the other SDGs. And in this round of social democratic mayors, I may quote Willy Brandt, who said, peace is not everything, but without peace, everything is nothing. And I may also refer to another famous German, Immanuel Kant. He pointed out in his work about eternal peace that democracies preserve peace. So a democratic Russia wouldn't have attacked Ukraine. And that's a basic truth, and that underlines the importance of democracy. And if we look closer to Ukraine in another dimension, let's say, and look to Chernobyl, I think we realize nature can survive humanity, but we can't survive nature. So sustainability, in a way, is just another word, a nicer word than the conditions for survival. And if I may take an aspect of the discussion before, I think because of that, in the next 10 years, in the next decade, as cities, we will need money as never before to transform our infrastructure. That's for sure. And I hope that we will get the necessary support for that. So what prevents and hinders us from achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is more than dangerous. Autocracies are a threat. Democracy and participation instead are drivers. Although we know that from the last decades, they are not sufficient. They are indispensable. Fighting poverty, spoke this morning or heard about urban poverty, quality education and educational justice, gender equality, decent work, and reduced inequalities are not imaginable without democracy and participation. And because cities are a decisive level of action, we need local self-government and local democracy. Cities have a sense of interdependence and that we need partners. That differs us from nation states in a way. We know that governments, however well they work, cannot address these challenges alone. We need the active participation of citizens and civil society, as Mayor Imamoglu already mentioned. We need the expertise of scientists and academics, and we need the commitment of private sector companies. Local government is the level of government closest to the people. We have connections on the ground with our residents, and we also have deep connections to civil society organizations, research institutes and companies. These connections mean that we have an important double role. First, we must both listen to our city and its residents to understand their concerns and priorities and ensure that those interests and priorities are reflected in international debates. Second, we must use these connections to activate and unite our residents in our efforts to address climate change and sustainability. One central way in which we have done those two things is our SDG localization efforts. In Mannheim, we started with a broad-based participation process sponsored by the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, and worked together with more than 2,500 Mannheim residents, companies, institutions, associations, and universities to develop the Mannheim 2030 mission statement. Our mission statement thus both reflects the priorities of our residents and the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We are also able to harness some of the incredible creativity, intelligence, and commitment of our people. Concerning climate change, we set now the ambitious goal of being a climate-friendly, climate-resilient, and climate-neutral city, at least by 80% by 2030. We are building on this work in our efforts to localize the European Green Deal with our own local Green Deal. With the support of our residents, we are already working to make this a reality. I will talk about this later in the afternoon. But for now, I think it's important to point out that with our mission statement, Local Green Deal and other efforts, we are not reinventing the wheel. Instead, we are finding synergies in the work we are already doing and ways to work together better. Our goal is to make sure that all of our efforts are aligned toward common goals. We have to ensure that these deals and priorities are not just lofty declarations. We are actually transforming our city. I want just give one example of what it looks like on the ground. Next year, Mannheim will host the German National Garden Show, or Buga for short. We took the Buga as an opportunity to transform the city. We are developing an 82-hectare former US military site to serve as a so-called fresh air corridor, as a green artery from the northeast to the city to its center, and for a sustainable neighborhood. Almost 3/4 of the area will be unsealed and greened in the future. We are developing the space in a sustainable way so that after the show it will remain a permanent green corridor, bringing Mannheim residents more fresh air, protect the climate, and support biodiversity. The Buga also presents Mannheim with an incredible opportunity to engage with our residents, more than 2 million guests that we expect will attend the show. We are using the Buga as an opportunity to teach visitors about sustainable development and key environmental issues. The Buga will be surrounded by SDG gardens, where visitors can learn about the UN's goals and how they can contribute toward them. And perhaps what is most exciting about the Buga, it is a collaborative nature of itself. So it's a really joint effort of the city. So I want to conclude that all what we have done is really reached by participation. Participation is key, and as Mayor Imamoto said, we can succeed only with the people.
I think that was really valuable that you share the same similar problems, but the solutions are similar. You just need the power of your heart and brain and your collective work with your citizens. I think that was a very nice also connection to remind us that one of the SDGs is peace, and probably this year this will be the most important review of the SDG 16, which is clearly saying that SDGs cannot be independent from the peace, and turning military budgets, military spaces to green space is one of the things that we could maybe ask for more from now on. We will have another international intervention. Our Vice President, Mayor of Turku, will join us in a pre-recorded video, but I'd like to continue our discussions with our guests here for the moment. Tekrar ülkemize dönüyoruz. Marmara bölgesine.
But before I give the floor to our international second guest, I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished mayor from Izmit, because she's been on the legislative side of things, and now she is the mayor of a very crowded city for Turkish standards as well. And one of the main challenges all of us are facing is hazardous foods and hazardous waste. This extends to the food we consume, to the drinking water, and everything else. What's your take on this from Izmit's perspective? And you can also contribute to the previous topics that have been touched upon. Thank you very much for your participation.
First of all, I would like to thank our mayor of Kadikoy And also I would like to thank the organizing committee and our mayors and our institutions and the representatives and all the participants for organizing such kind of an event. Thank you. I would like to salute you with respect, and I'm honored to be here for your invitation as well. This is a very valuable meeting, and locally, of course, with the municipalities, we are small when we compare it with the municipalities, the metropolitan municipalities, and we're trying to do our best. And I would like to give some information. Kocaeli is the capital of the industry. We have a population of 2 million, and we have a very busy industry. And so I am the mayor of Izmit. So this is the biggest centers of Kocaeli. This is the heart of Kocaeli. I say that this is the heart of Kocaeli because the daily population is happening. Everything is just, it is the center of everything. So we are a district municipality. So officially we have 365,000 population, but we can say that we have 1 million population for the active population. So we are serving 1 million citizens with scarce resources, I can say that. And so, as you all saw that, we are the last member of ICLEI, and so we are the member as of the 2000 November, and so we are a strategic partner of ICLEI. And so, because we have new ways of awarenesses, and we have different action plans, so we are not only trying to do something locally, but for instance, we are trying to have a permaculture education center for the children. So because we are paying attention to the declarations and we're paying attention to the topics and awarenesses, and this is changing everything. And also we have the ecology lessons. The ecology lessons that we're trying to give it for the children, and the details again are due to the reference of the best practices of the municipalities, international municipalities. I need to say that it is really increasing our awareness. And also about our city, I want to share information. So according to the Chamber of Kocaeli, so we have this 20 billion and 3 million of an export. So we can say that we are a very busy industrial city. So that's concrete information that I want to share with you. This is an industrial city, and we have a high population, and because of that we have a lot of waste, and especially the city waste, and also the industrial waste, especially Kocaeli and Izmit. Because of this we are in the center. As much as possible we're trying to reduce the carbon emissions, and we want to contribute the green circle of the city, and we really are trying to be active in the sustainability issues. And because we are the center of the city, and we have a lot of responsibilities, and we have scarce resources, and so I want to refer it to the previous one, especially for the international finance institution. Please pay attention to us as well. You're always paying attention to the metropolitan cities. Please pay attention to us as well too. As the district municipalities, that will be a great contribution if you can see us as well too. I just want to demand this from you. And as much as possible, as Izmit municipality, we're trying to reduce the waste. As you also know, that the collecting garbage and the waste is our responsibility, but it's also we also need a lot of resources in order to have savings, and in order to contribute to the nature. We started on the journey of recycling and zero waste, starting from on houses in our municipality. In the service areas we don't have garbage bins, so we have recyclable bins everywhere, and by means of that we're trying to have the recyclable garbage. And so as much as possible we're trying to contribute to the realization. And the garbage pickup, the resource that we allocated for the garbage pickup is also reducing, and so we a lot of recyclable products. So we are talking about 5 million kilograms. So this is very important, and so if we have better resources, we can even do more than collecting than this 5 million. And so we are running campaigns in the schools about electronic waste to food waste. So we're talking about different parts of waste, and we're trying to operate this in the recyclable economy, so we're trying to do it our best. And from Google Play and also from App Store, we have an application we formulated. It's Çınar Waste application. So this is like a recyclable map. And ICLEI also has a best practice, and this is one of the references of ICLEI as well. So they're showing us as a best practice, and also we said it, the participation being inclusive, including the citizens. They're all very important, integrating all the citizens and the feeling of belonging. Okay, so I'm going to be collecting everything. I am going to be separating them. I'll be putting the electronics at my home, the plastic somewhere else, the paper somewhere else. Where is the bin? Where is the recyclable bins? And we said that it's very practical. We have smartphones, and download the application, and it shows you where the recyclable. So you have glass, where it is. If you have electronic, where it is. So you can follow everything very carefully, and you can just go to that location without losing any time by looking at this recyclable bin application, and you can just put your waste there. So we started that kind of an application recently, and very actively people started to use it. Izmir citizens are very conscious about this, and they really integrated the system very fast, and by means of that, according to the data we measured, the waste ratio is now doubled. We see that the ratio is doubled after we downloaded this application. And also Izmir, we have this 400 square kilometers, and we have 50 villages. It's an industrial area, but also we have a lot of rural areas as well too, so we have a different dimensions. And we are talking about this 400 square kilometers, and so we have zero waste application, and we are trying to increase the points where we have more recyclable bins, and we are trying to connect with the other cities. And so recently about the Milas, for instance, we donated olive trees to Milas municipality because they had forest fires during the summer, and we planted them together with our municipality and with their municipality, and we're trying to create awareness about the forest fires. And mobile waste centers we have, and this is really important for us, and I believe people can practically reach those destinations, and we have serious studies about this. And I'm also proud of another one, kids, about the children. If we can educate children, if we can increase their awareness, they can also educate their parents as well too. And so we have the child award market. So right now in 4 different points we have this child award centers. And so if the children are just contributing the recyclable project in their homes, they can make some efforts. We are providing them some education set, some presents for them, and they are working together with the local authorities, with the headmans. And so we have 4 active points, and right now we recently started this, but we have 4 active points. We're working together with the children, and we have like 12,000 recyclable products just because of the children reward markets, and we collected that recyclable bins, and we're in just 4 points, and if we can extend it to 120 neighborhood, and the number will increase seriously. Also, our Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu mentioned this. We don't have compost centers, but we are trying to have this compost fertilizer because we have the directors of gardens and the waste of the open markets and the waste of the parks and forests. We don't want them to become a completely waste, and we want to just have this recyclable fertilizers. And recently we are producing producing some vegetables. And this is just like an application, but we are trying to increase that potential, and we want to have this application there. So we are just producing oyster mushrooms, and we are looking at it. For instance, wheat. Also, as you also know, that everyone learned to bake bread at home. So we used to have a lot of wheat production, but the agriculture is unconscious, and because of the additives and conservatives, our soils are dying. And we have 4 different models, and we planted 4 different types of wheat, and we wanted to understand which one is the most efficient. We don't want to interfere too much. We have natural wheat production together with our engineers, and we are now planting it together with 400 farmers, and we are also supporting with them with our fertilizers. And also the metropolitan cities are donating seeds for us so that the farmers can reach the potential. And also the alternative vegetables are very important. Aronia, for instance, one of them. Salep is one of them, and lavender, and also we have CS wheat, and we have different products, alternative products, but it's not enough. This is a pilot application. We are a municipality, and we are planting our agricultural areas. But if you want knowledgeable, and if you want to produce as a farmer, we are ready to support you. And this is one of the studies that we're doing recently. And other than that, especially in the European Circular Declaration, we pressed our first signature, and we are the first municipality to put the signature under this agreement. And in the declaration website, we have a title, and we say that we have a social facility where we are supporting the circular economy. And the social facility, or when you say a kindergarten or cultural center, it's not only the building itself. Even in the garden of this, or in any part of this component, you can create big awareness and big differences by small applications. We don't have big budgets, but we can make big changes and big awarenesses and small changes. And in these social facilities, we are trying to bring together the plant, animal, and human beings, and we want to have a self-sufficient manufacturing area. And so we are trying to have this permaculture. And this permaculture is we are collecting the waterfall, the rainfall, and to be the medical hermetic and the edible garden vegetables. And because it's very important for the children and for the healthy food, compost, fertilizer, manufacturing areas, and the other living gardens. And we have many, many different permaculture areas for the children. Permaculture is very important for us, and especially for the circular cities, that's very important. And within that structure, we have this forest school and the nature school. So we're trying to inject this information, the permaculture, to the children, and we want to raise them. We want to raise them with that mentality in mind. And I want to talk about a final study that we have conducted recently. In Izmit, the circular economy is being supported, and the local production and the natural production are being supported, and we created such kind of an economical model. Together with the pandemic, the people who are manufacturing from their homes, from their local gardens, we want to support them, and also we want to support the gender equality because the majority are women, and so they're trying to contribute their own economy. So with that trust model, we created a bazaar and we celebrated the first year. This is really going very well. And by these sessions, we're talking about these things in this session. We're trying to create this environmentally sensitive policies in order to create awareness. We are running such kind of projects, and thank you for your patience. Thank you. That was very enlightening because we have more than 2,000 members of ICLEI and more than 100 countries, and we have a very vast portfolio. And we cannot talk about the size of the municipalities. We can talk about the visionary missions and whether they're coming together with their citizens, and if one of the components are missing, and then they cannot be successful. So in this regard, you are a very important example because your gainings from ICLEI and the way you share it with the other parties are very important, and it's very important for speeding up the declaration as well. And thank you for this. As you have seen our portfolio, we have the national, international, rural, and urban, and we have different representations and in terms of gender too. So now let's go to Mr. Ali, and let's go to Burdur, And so this is the best cities in the Western Anatolia of Turkey. When we first had this speech with him, he has been in this healthy cities, and he is the vice president of that action. Mr. Ekrem also said this, the mayor of the Istanbul Metropolitan. So the health is important, the most important thing, and the pandemic reminded that. And sustainability and health are very much integrated to one another as well. As Burdur and with the other cities, can you share some information?
Okay, let me begin with my own city. Burdur is located in the middle of Anatolia. However, it adopted a more Aegean lifestyle. It has many important sites for tourists to visit, and it's also the location where the infamous Salda Lake is located. And we came to office a couple of years ago, and we soon realized that the duties of a mayor and a municipality is not only problem solving, but it's also laying the ground for the future in a healthy and sustainable way. The Healthy Cities Alliance in Turkey is very important. It's also inclusive of sustainability. Burdur became a member of this alliance in 2013 and tries to contribute to the functionality of the alliance in the best way possible. Waste management is very important, and it's something that requires urgency. It needs to be solved by every city in the best way possible, also for health reasons, for hygienic reasons. And I can gladly say that the infrastructure challenges our city faced is being tackled. We did the first steps accordingly, and the infrastructure is functional right now. Maybe Mr. Odabaşı will talk about this point in a mere minute as well, but Turkey experiences a water challenge. And we, under the patronage of Mr. Soyer, came together as major social democratic mayorships and municipalities and drafted a declaration which tackles the water problem faced by Turkey, including wastewater management, with a special focus on saving the Salda Lake and also saving migratory birds. And the European Investment Bank supported us in this endeavor, and we embarked on this project, and we hope to become operational in May. Of course, both our country and the world have experienced a very difficult process, the pandemic, and the pandemic taught us a lot of things. It limited the lives of the people, but on the other hand, it cleansed the world. During lockdowns and during restrictions, people reduced their carbon emissions, if they wanted to or not, and consumption got slightly reduced, and this may be a rumor, but I'm not sure if it's true or not, because of limitations imposed on civil aviation. There was also mentioned that the ozone layer renewed itself and is now a little thicker than before. But of course, we lost a great deal during the pandemic as well, and it's now up to us to recover all those losses, and local authorities and municipalities stepped in. And we've seen lots of good examples under the leadership of greater municipalities. And our municipalities acted with great urgency and upheld the holy triangle, so to speak: masks, social distance, and vaccinations. And we established workshops that produced masks and provided drinking water free of charge to some economically depressed households, and provided additional aids, such as food aid, to those families and households in need, and all of which was performed and done to render the whole population healthier. And the HES code is another prime example that we have implemented in a very good fashion. And we, as the Smart Cities Network, are dedicated to implement best practices and share our knowledge and expertise with other local authorities and respective partners and shareholders. That is very important to keep the population and our citizens healthy as much as possible. I try to make the best use of my time allotted to me. Let me also mention the following. Smart cities are not really different than sustainable cities, or healthy cities rather. Financial support is very important for the sustainability of smart cities. However, people spend multiple times of the financial means that is allocated to smart cities in wars and in armed conflict. I wished that those financial means were allocated to the sustainability of smart cities, of healthy cities. I wish the necessary measures were taken to avoid those wars. And during the pandemic, we've seen that all local authorities and municipalities have spent their resources for health, and lots of projects got delayed because health comes first. That's our principle, that's our philosophy. Thank you very much for listening, and an additional heartfelt gratitude goes out to the Greater Municipality of Istanbul, and thanks to Mr. İmamoğlu and Mr. Odabaşı from the District Municipality of Kadikoy, have supported us throughout the pandemic and have enabled us to set up the workshops for women that generated an additional income. An additional extension of gratitude goes out to Mr. Soyer from the Greater Municipality of Izmir, because he provided agriculturally cultivatable land for us to plant heirloom seeds for cultivation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, distinguished mayor. While I was listening to you, I thought of the natural disaster that we have experienced in 1999. However, we missed the opportunities that came about from that, and we missed to adopt the necessary measures to get ready for natural disasters. Maybe the pandemic taught us otherwise this time. So in that regard, your contribution was very valuable. Let's stay in Western Anatolia and give the floor to Mrs. Birsen. And let me also remind you, this event is being simultaneously interpreted to both Turkish and English and is live broadcasted on Kadikoy TV. And this is to say that this event is not confined to this limited space, it has a wider audience we are reaching out to. And I'm getting lots of wonderful messages as well from our listeners and viewers. Mrs. Birsen, you have a health background and you are currently the running mayor of the province of Bozkurt. We've listened to our mayors. They are experiencing similar challenges, however they come up with different solutions to their problems. So we need to constantly come up with solutions on a daily basis. And as both Mr. Ali and Mr. Orkun mentioned, drought is a contemporary problem we are exposed to on a daily basis. And you are the mayor of a provincial town in the rural area, and we are waiting for your take on this issue. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Bozkurt belongs to the greater city of Denizli. Our current population is roughly 12,500, and I think we are in that regard the smallest province amongst all the cities and provinces represented at this event. My distinguished colleagues and fellow panelists talked about macro challenges. We are experiencing similar challenges, of course, on a micro scale. These are unprecedented times. The pandemic, we have the war ongoing, and all of these events taught us one wonderful thing. Healthy and sustainable food is important. Combating climate change is important. And I think we need to call it global cooling as well, at least today. So our areas of responsibility and also our mandates have changed as local authorities and municipalities. And this is a mandatory responsibility. Why? Because citizens demand, local authorities supply. This is fact. And what did we do as the municipality of Bozkurt up until now? Let me briefly outline for all of you here present and the viewers in front of their computers. Sustainability and energy supply was very important for us. In 2015, despite the fact that we are a small-scale municipality, we installed a 1 megawatt solar energy facility, and we extended the capacity, and right now we have a 2.5 megawatt capacity project in the works, and God will, if we solve the financial bit of the project as well, at the end of this year, the facility become operational as well. And at the end of the project, we will be in a position to supply 260,000 households with energy. So God will. Of course, we are environmentally conscious and friendly. We consider carbon emissions very important. We are local authorities, and it is our obligation to leave a better world, a better country to our grandchildren. This is important for today and also for the future. For the past month, we've seen that energy prices was a trending topic all over the country, also in social media as well in conventional media. We had to do something as the municipality as well. If there are citizens that want to install solar panels on their roofs of their houses, this should have been enabled, of course, and for this purpose we have made a decision at the City Council to facilitate that. Of course, this came with a diet, this came with a price. We have gotten in contact with public financial institutions and also with private institutions, and thank God, 2 weeks ago we ebbed the way for financing opportunity, and obtained a credit at a very low interest rate at 36 months of maturity. And of course, at one point we need to convey this message to the citizens as well. Bozkurt has experienced an array of different earthquakes at different magnitudes, and my gratitude goes out to respective municipalities for their support, and this is a milestone for us, those earthquakes. We, together with Pamukkale University, signed a protocol to draft an inventory of all the buildings in the area that are at risk of collapsing should another earthquake occur. So we are integrated with the capacities of Pamukkale University as well. Alongside this inventory, we have also taken the decision to lead the way for citizens that want to build, so to speak, healthier buildings that are resistant to earthquake shocks. And we have approved respective projects. Lots of municipalities are organizing festivities and festivals, as you know, and we have organized the first energy festival. I'm not sure whether any other municipality has organized something like that. And as you all know, we are an agricultural society, an agricultural country, and electricity is the most cost-intensive item in agricultural endeavors. This is why irrigation cooperatives are very important, and they need to minimize their energy and electricity expenditures through renewables. And what I always say is the following. If you give more food to the citizens are happy, and if they are happy, you are happy. The happiness and the satisfaction of its citizens is the primary goal, or should be the primary goal, of any municipality. 20 hectares of the Bozkurt area are forests, and roughly 10,000 hectares are for cultivation. And I've opened additional land for cultivation as well. And I buy heirloom seeds from the greater municipality of Izmir, and I cultivate land myself, for example walnuts, and I've harvested already. And I can embark on this in any kind of a village. For example, in the village XYZ, I cultivate walnuts, I harvest them, I sell them, and then I go to the village authorities and tell them, this is your money. Let's discuss together and find ways how to make good use of this money for the benefit of this village. And this, in return, leads to the fact that citizens and villagers want to protect their lands, want to protect their village. Of course, lack of water is an important issue. For the past 5 to 6 years, I have refrained from planting grass, because grass requires a lot of irrigation. I want everybody to plant fruit trees. I want children to be able to pluck an apple from an apple tree and learn what a fruit is about from the tree itself. No longer do we cultivate and plant flowers and grass. We've turned to fruit trees and other agricultural cultivation. I plant and cultivate thyme and lavender through women's cooperatives and other botanical plants and fruit trees. When it comes to street lighting, I am sure everybody else does likewise. We have started using photovoltaic cells for street lighting. And our main means of transportation is the bicycle. We do not need bicycle routes. We may need, or we might need, routes and streets for cars. That's the kind of municipality we are. We try to be environmentally friendly. We want to become a municipality that provides solution. This is why we're here for. Thank you very much for listening to me. Greetings to all of you.
I don't want to make any further comments because it was very nice to listen to you. And you asked about this, what are you going to bring to us? And we want to talk about those things to the whole world, and we want to set an example to the whole world. And as you also know that, so we don't have any borders for the geography, but it means that everyone can do it in any part of the world. So we are inviting you to be a member of the Renewable Energy Platform and Esteem France. And so I cannot say that I'm a very successful moderator. We have a delay for 50 minutes, but you can have a drink and food everywhere, but you cannot find the mayors everywhere. So if you have time, we can continue. And right now we will have this connection, so in the morning. So I think we resolved the issue about the technical connection, and so we would like to, before we give the floor to our host, I would like to give the floor to the mayor of Turku. As Turku, it's one of the very effective municipalities as of 2012. 12, we are working together with her, and especially about the climate change, about the circular studies. I know that she's working on them, and most of the cities signed such kind of targets, but very rare of them can really reach the targets. And so she is one of the mayors who reach those targets, and let's see what kind of a message will be delivered, and especially for the positive climate, circular economy. And so they are having all of the things in their strategy. So let's go to the video. So this is going to be a video. Our interpreters will help for the translation.
My name is Minna Arve. I am the mayor of Turku. I'm very glad to participate this panel and share the good practices that has helped us to achieve our climate targets and kickstart the transition towards circular economy. Turku's climate plan is binding the city to become climate neutral by 2029. We have already managed to cut our emissions by more than half compared to 1990 levels, and we are well on track with our goal. Turku has invested in renewable energy, decarbonizing district heating and low-carbon transport. But becoming climate positive requires transformation and innovation across the various industries and economic sectors in Turku. It requires closing the resource loops, creating new sources of energy, for instance waste heat recovery, and protecting carbon sinks from pollution. We must redesign the economic systems which is fair and benefits all our residents. Therefore, Turku is focusing on the circular economy. Circular economy is a way to address consumption-based emissions, which are high in Finland. Consumption-based emissions, the emissions induced by consumption in cities but arising elsewhere, are likely to be at least as high as the emissions directly linked to the local production. We have launched Circular Turku Roadmap in 2021 in partnership with ICLEI. The roadmap is a result of collaboration with more than 200 stakeholders across various sectors and levels of governance. The roadmap identifies interventions to enable the circular transition of 5 priority sectors. These are food, transport and logistics, buildings and construction, energy, and water. The transition is very dependent on the collaboration, and Turku works closely with businesses and academia and has become a hub for innovation and clean tech. Advanced circular economy innovations have been developed in Turku, such as a technology to identify the type of fibers present in textile waste. This innovation has a great potential to reduce environmental impacts, both locally and globally, all along the textile industry's value chain. The full-scale end-of-life textile refinement plant will open in Turku approximately by year 2025 and will handle about 15,000 tons of household waste per year. By recovering the textile material to produce new yarn and fabric, the need for raw material will decrease. The objective is to create circular economy business ecosystems where companies in need to textile raw materials could settle and benefit directly from the plant's reprocessed materials. Another example is the regional energy positive wastewater treatment plant, which recovers nutrients from the wastewater and provides 10% of Turku area's district heat. Making sure residents benefit from the transition to a climate-positive Turku is our priority. The Circular Turku Roadmap is the first circular economy roadmap to include a social risk assessment for the planned interventions to ensure the Circular Turku transition is fair and inclusive. We are also encouraging our residents to lifestyle shifts by launching the 1.5 Degree Life campaign and by designing engaging communication material together with our youth groups. Going forward, we want to connect the Circular Turku Roadmap to the city's action program for biodiversity protection and maximize the positive biodiversity impacts of the interventions identified in the roadmap. This pathway supports the city in improving human well-being and health, achieving climate neutrality, protecting and enhancing biodiversity, and promoting social justice in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. And finally, I warmly welcome this important initiative on behalf of ICLEI and recommend that all mayors would sign and communicate for building bridges for a sustainable urban world in the age of emergency. As we know, humanity is facing great challenges at the moment. The climate change, resource depletion, biodiversity loss, the COVID-19 pandemic, democratic institutions and principles are under threat. There's horrible war going on in Europe. However, local and regional governments have a crucial role in strengthening the democracy, peace, social justice, health, prosperity, and sustainability. I am happy to work with Mayor Sawyer in his capacity as a member of ICLEI Global Executive Committee to spread this document across to the committee in ICLEI Global Executive Committee. Thank you very much.
Aynı zamanda İKLİ Başkan Yardımcısı olan Sayın Turku Belediye Başkanı Miner Bey çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
We would like to thank you, and Mr. Shandel and Mr. Tunç will be reading that declaration. And so Turku population is 150,000, but with the circular Turku project, and in China, Shandong, Kyoto, and Tokyo, these kind of cities, they're running this project together. And so we can say that those kind of collaborations do not have any limits. So the most important thing is the communication and to know one another and to recover not the principles, but to extend what we know, because the following decade will be even faster, will be passing even faster. So this is that kind of an approach. And so let's get back to Kadikoy again. So we would like to thank them. And before we get prepared for this, and together with John from the technical committee, they gave a presentation of our mayor. I think that was the presentation you did at the end of the recent year, and the explanation really affected me deeply because in a cosmopolitan city, being inclusive, being to provide equality and to include everyone in that process, because this is something that you have been trying for so long years, especially internationally. You are working on behalf of equality, sustainability, and inclusiveness to equality, and the formulas and why it is necessary. And can you first give some information why it is important and the formula? And we would like to get the participation, the contribution of Mr. Tunç, and we will be talking about the declaration, and we'll finish with the family photo. First of all, I would like to welcome you to Kadikoy again, and I would like to thank all the participants and all the guests. I'm very honored to have you all here. In the previous, I just want to refer to the previous panel. This is how I want to start my presentation. We were talking about the finance of the green environment, and we talked about the bottlenecks because there are a lot of political issues, and yeah, they all mentioned that reality. So we started from the smallest municipality to the biggest municipality, and we all our mayors discuss about this, and we are all ready to overcome all the obstacles, all the problems, and we're ready to take any kind of a political risk as well, because our topic is future. We're talking about the future, and if you lose that future, unfortunately, there won't be any planet to live. And those financial institutions, and they will not have any institutions that they will be providing any finance. Are you ready to take that risk to not to be able to find anyone to finance? Everyone has good intentions, and we're trying to provide solutions, and I have said this. Are we decisive? And Shule looked at me, and I'm saying it back again. So this is a fashionable thing to look at in the eye. And so So we are talking about regulations, all the mayors. So we are ready for the political risk, but are you ready for financing the future, for guaranteeing the existing of our cities in order to save the world? Are you ready to support us in that risk? Are you decisive or are you just pretending? Because you have to get the answers somehow. Because if we don't get the answers in the real sense, if we're not decisive about this, and then today, whatever we speak here will not turn into a reality. So nothing will turn into reality. As the mayor of Kadikoy, I am a member of ICLEI, and also I'm a member of ECA, and also I am the board member of ECA. So this is the Union of Cities for Racism. And it is the same thing. So if we pretend to do, if we're just pretentious, then nothing will happen. Or are we going to be really decisive? Are we going to fight against the racism? Are we fighting against the climate crisis? Or are we just going to pretend? Or are we going to bomb each other and will kill each other? And because right now, this is the 18th March, so this is the victory of Çanakkale. So this is 107th year, and our founder, the Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, he says that if you have peace in your country, then you have peace in the world. If you adapt this ideology, and if you use your resources on behalf of the people, are we going to save our future? Are we going to fight for that? Because we're talking about the future, not today. And even the financial institutions, and Alper is saying that, the President Alper is saying that I don't need money. I can do it with my own equity. But if you find reasonable resources, then they can do their own investment. Of course, they would accept that finance. As Kadikoy Municipality, for 10 years, we're not borrowing money. But if we are going to be using these resources, and if it is going to be on the behalf of the public, and if there's a financial institutions, we're ready to sign the agreement immediately if they are really working on behalf of the public. Are we decisive? This is the important thing. If this is the case, then this is important. As the Kadikoy Municipality, let me tell you what we're doing. I don't want to prolong my words too much, but today, yes, we are today, and we are also trying to combat with the problems of today. But the future and the long-term policies, and we need to prepare this, and we need to prepare Kadikoy for the future. And our priority is the social justice and equality, and we're trying to have those kind of policies in the center of our philosophy. And we have 4 axes for that, and this is how we're trying to realize it. First of all, this city poverty, we're trying to combat against this, and gender equality, to provide gender equality. Disasters and the global crisis, combat against the disasters, and we want to increase the life quality, and we want to create a life culture. And so for 2021 and 2021, we wrote those strategies and the sustainable development objectives. And this is also integrating to the strategic plan, and we're the first municipality to do that. And right now, all the municipalities, all the mayors are from Social Democrats. As I am a Social Democrat as well, I can say that in the city that I manage, the social democratic understanding and a citizen-focused mentality is the most important thing for me, because they had the same culture. They were from the Social Democrats. Again, they had this kind of an ideology, and they carried this culture for this 4 different periods, and they wanted to reflect it to the lifestyle of Kadikoy, so they were the pioneers. And now, we are in a crisis. So we have the climate crisis, and also we have an economic crisis in Turkey, and pandemic just peaked it. And so the crisis is also extending and deepening the city poverty, and we're talking about deep poverty, and also we're talking about complete absence of money and needs, and we need something. The absence of anything is also causing the poverty. And in Kadikoy, So we never had social aid support. Every day there's a social aid demand from different districts of Kadikoy. So they are asking for aid, and they never asked that before. And especially during the pandemic, we observed this, and as the Kadikoy Municipality, in the beginning, we were supporting our citizens over 65 years old, and we were serving hot food to all the citizens. And we understood that so the needs are not related with the economical conditions, but the people should reach that service. Yes, they have the economy, they have the money, but they don't have anyone to cook. So this person is not able to cook. So he's living in a very good place. He has a lot of money, let's say, and he's living alone. But this is a very concrete example. He has two kids. One is living in London, and the other one is in New York. And this person is not capable of cooking. And so the hot food, when you bring the hot food to that person, and so if you consider the economical condition, we wouldn't be serving that food to that person. So the social support projects, we diversified them. And so we had this food vending machine. And this is a system where you don't see who donates what. And so if a citizen is asking for an aid, they are just applying for this aid. And so if they're giving a passcode, and they go to a vending machine as if they're taking money from a bank, so they can get any kind of a support by this. And so what we wanted we wanted not to make a lot of commercials, because we don't want to make anyone offended because of those aids. And after the preparation of the after earthquake, we have this mobile food house. And so we have the search and rescue team. We participated the rescue teams in Izmir, and we observed that we need a mobile food house. And this is now serving to the poverty of Kadikoy. In different neighborhoods of Kadikoy, they are distributing food, and one is not enough, and the second mobile food house will be available, and we will be cooking for 2,000 people. And those mobile food, was actually for the preparation of the earthquake, but because of the peaks of the poverty, now they are serving in Kadikoy. And so we have social support projects and social aid projects, and we are trying to provide it not as an aid, but as a social equality, so health, education. So we have diversified our services. In the pandemic, we started to have this online education. The Ministry of Education forgot about this, so they don't have a computer or a laptop to have this online education. They forgot about this. There are three brothers. They need to get connected at the same time, but there is only one computer, and one is connecting from the mother's telephone, but there's no internet. And for the first time, we started that in Turkey, and we started to run a campaign, and we started to distribute computers to who are in need of computers. And whenever you do this, at the day, you are coming across and you are seeing different problems, and you can only learn it by asking it to your citizens. And so we included them to our strategy plans for 2021. For 2021, we said that, tell me Kadikoy. So we are trying to reach everyone, all the neighborhood. From the artist, from the sports person, from a regular citizen, we wanted to create a strategy plan. So then we started to have this district forums, and we started to do brainstorming together with our citizens. And the most important thing for Kadikoy and for Turkey, so the gender equality was the most important thing for us, because we are one of the most sensitive municipalities.
Throughout history, Kadikoy hosted a vast area of different people, and throughout history, all of these peoples, irrespective of their creed and background and what have you, and especially women, have faced discrimination. And the empowerment of women is maybe the most important issue that needs to be realized when it comes to strengthening civil society and cities. And unfortunately, our country faces this very important problem of femicide, violence against women. And as the municipality of Kadikoy, we now host women's shelters where women that experience violence can seek refuge in. And we will lead the way in this regard. And let me reiterate, of course, as municipalities, we need to solve contemporary problems, the problems of today, but we also need to ensure that the world we leave behind for future generations is the best version possible. But it's impossible to embark on this endeavor alone, all by ourselves. This is why this summit is so very important, and it's very eye-opening to see best practices and other projects run by other municipalities. We take this up as an example, and it's a source of pride for us to be hosting summits such as this one. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you all once again for participating at this summit. Thank you very much, distinguished Mayor. Last September, the first steps were laid out to hold this summit, and Kadikoy was the first choice amongst a vast array of potential hosts for the summit. Thank you very much for hosting again. And I'd now like to give the floor to Mr. Soyer. He did 2 terms in Sivrihisar and is now the running mayor of Izmir. I met him some time ago in Istanbul and talked about how to bring about the wind of the 1990s in Turkey to the 2000s. I'm talking about a sustainable wind. Thank you very much once again for all your efforts. And if you could briefly talk about the cyclical culture issue that you've mentioned in your initial remarks, that would be lovely. Nature, justice, and democracy from this perspective. And then we will read out our declaration. You have the floor. Yes, thank you very much to Mr. Odabaşı. While listening to him, you get this comforting, very warming and soothing feeling. It's wonderful to be part of this. I'd love to talk about what we've done in Izmir, but we're running so very late already. This is why I'd like to briefly just mention the following and bring it to everyone's attention. I'd like to say something about the history of humankind. If you attempt at deciphering the history of humankind that extends to 4.5 billion years ago in mere 4 hours, you see the following. The first algae emerge in the morning hours. Towards midday, you have the first forests and mountains. In the afternoon, you have the dinosaurs, which then become extinct. And then the first Homo sapiens is born at 23:59, 1 minute before midnight. That's how small we are. And despite this minuscule existence of ours in the history of humankind, we still fight with nature. We create wars and so on. This is why we need to, first of all, establish justice with nature. Nature has no advocate.
nature has no supporter in that regard, and therefore it looks as if it were submissible or extinguishable. But it is only unless you do not impose any of your so-called human values on nature that you will be able to live in harmony with nature and establish peace and democracy amongst people as well. And this is possible through culture. Culture is not only the arts and sciences, music or theater, it's a way of living together. The art and the culture of living together in harmony with nature in order to be able to combat climate change. This is where culture steps in. Cyclical culture, to be more precise. Harmony with nature, harmony between people, harmony with our past, and harmony with our future. So this is a four-pillar cyclical culture. And what does this all mean? Change means innovation, development. This is what change is. And us humans are a being that is constantly evolving and changing, adapting to be able to survive. And this is a sine qua non for our survival and existence. And Homeros, 2000 years ago, already said, there is nothing left to be said, which means all has been said, all has been mentioned, but we need to adapt, we need to say something new. Harmony with nature, harmony amongst ourselves, means understanding nature, being at peace with nature. And we look back at a very ancient culture. For example, our villagers, when they plant seeds, they say that that very seed will become the food for both your family and also for the wolf and the birds. So everybody and everything has a share in a single seed. That's what our Anatolian villagers used to say and still say. But very greedily, we thought that we can impose our own ways and whims on nature. We forgot that we are part of nature. Animals are part of nature, flowers are part of nature, and we as well. And we very greedily thought we can dominate nature. But it is now time to realize that we are part of nature and there is no dominating nature. Maybe you are jealous of the power of nature. Who knows? Why else would we build skyscrapers and try to dominate nature? So the issue of being in harmony with nature is so very important, and it's very much linked, intricately linked to peace amongst people. And Mr. Kurz mentioned it very beautifully. Democracy is the art of living together. And living together does not only concern people, us people. Yes, democracy is founded on human rights and what have you, but maybe nature is missing in that equation. Maybe we should revise our understanding of what nature is and how we are a part of nature. There is no dominating nature. Every single being, animals, plants, nature, what have you, has the right to live, has the right to live peacefully together. And you can extend that easily to human beings. So, in summary, we need to come to terms with our past, with our present, with our future, and it's only then that we will be able to overcome these catastrophes. And are we sincere? I'm referring to what Mr. Oderbaşı said, and paying reference to Nazım Hikmet once again. Nazım Hikmet, the infamous Turkish poet, once said, "Even at 70 years of age, you are obliged to plant an olive tree so that we can all survive." That's what he said. And the issue of olive trees and the directive that has been recently issued, that olive trees can be uprooted for mining purposes, is horrendous. And it's so contemporary, it's so topical. And they do not know how valuable the olive tree is, how valuable the olive is. Those olive trees that they want to uproot are older than us, are older than our cities, are older than everything else. That's all. Yes, thank you very much to all our mayors and distinguished guests. This was very informative for us, and I wholeheartedly believe, I'm very optimistic that we will have a very bright future ahead. And now Mr. Oderbaşı will read out the ICLEI Kadikoy communique of 2022. He can do it as he likes. I believe we had 22 members as of date, and I'm sure many more members will join. So I'm reading this out now. We, as mayors from different cities from 5 countries, gathered at the Sustainable Cities Summit in Kadikoy, Istanbul, and we are resolved to do the following. We are resolved. We are resolute. 1. Local governments, crucial for democracy, peace and social justice, health, prosperity and sustainability. Humanity is facing multiple challenges today. Climate emergency is reaching to tipping points. COVID-19 pandemic deepened social and economic inequalities. Democratic institutions and principles are weakening. Wars and military conflicts are reaching into new heights with the latest Russian invasion of Ukraine. And yet, global multilateral governance is not adequately responding to any of these issues. With majority of global population living in cities, we are committed to strengthen, empower, connect and engage local and regional governments so that multi-level action can serve as the beacon of hope. 2. ICLEI as an important partner for the sustainability efforts of Turkish municipalities. In the early 2000s, Turkey was praised in championing Local Agenda 21. As one of the leading global networks, ICLEI offers a huge potential to support sustainability commitments of Turkish municipalities towards 2030 and 2050. By March 2024, we hope to see a substantial increase of membership of Turkish municipalities within ICLEI. We also encourage Turkish municipalities to actively engage in ICLEI initiatives and networks, including Green Climate Cities, Cities with Nature, ICLEI Circulars, City Food Network, Eco-Mobility Alliance, Procura Plus, Transformative Actions Program for Climate Finance, 100% Renewables, SDGs in Cities Challenge, and so forth. We invite ICLEI to support further development and dissemination of the concept of circular culture globally as a unique and innovative approach originating from Turkey. 3.
Advancing Turkish cities to European and global sustainability commitments and initiatives. No city, mayor, or country can face global challenges alone. Through networks and partnerships of ICLEI, we encourage Turkish municipalities to accelerate their active engagement in European and global initiatives, including European Covenant of Mayors, European Green City Accord, European Circular Cities Declaration, European Local Green Deals, as well as UN-led initiatives such as the Paris Agreement, compatible with UN-led Race to Zero and Race to Resilience campaigns on ambitious climate action, Making Cities Resilient 2030, or voluntary local review of sustainable development goals. 4. Advancing beyond Turkey. Turkey's cultural, historical, social and geopolitical connections offer a broad diversity of partnership potentials. We invite Turkish municipalities to collaborate with ICLEI to enhance active engagement of other cities and regions in Europe, the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, the Balkans, the Middle East, West Asia, in the global sustainability efforts. 5. Active contributions in the global advocacy of local governments in 2022 and beyond. Through its broad network, ICLEI can be an important partner for Turkish municipalities to be more actively engaged in global processes so that they can be informed appropriately and share their experiences effectively. We particularly highlight the UN Secretary General's Our Common Agenda and Task Force on Future of Cities, Climate Biodiversity Desertification Conferences of Parties in Côte d'Ivoire, China and Egypt, 11th World Urban Forum in Poland and others. We will also have a special focus for biodiversity COP16 to be hosted in Turkey in 2024. Last but not least, we invite Turkish municipalities to actively participate at ICLEI World Congress in Malmö on the 11th to 13th May 2022 for an effective implementation, dissemination and follow-up of commitments listed in this document. Signed and declared in Kadikoy, Istanbul, Turkey on the 18th of March 2022. Distinguished mayors, distinguished participants, we hold a recycle forum and fair in May in Izmir. Everybody is invited. Distinguished Mayor, on the occasion of a family picture, please may I invite all previous panelists and mayors onto the stage. And the next time I won't be moderating because it seems I'm not a good time manager. Thank you.
Sayın konuklarımız, zirvenin ikinci oturumunda başkanlar paneli için Sayın Yunus Arıkan'a ve konuk belediye başkanlarımıza teşekkür ediyoruz. Salondaki değerli misafirlerimiz, üçüncü oturum öncesinde yarım saat yemek molası verilmiştir. Bir üst kattaki salonda sizleri yemeğe davet ediyoruz. Yarım saat sonra üçüncü oturum için siz tekrar salonda bekliyor olacağız. Teşekkürler.
heyecanlıyız. Heyecanımızın nedeni pandemi sonrası pek çok yeni hizmet sunuyor olmak. Belediyecilik politikalarında yeni, bütünlüklü bir anlayışı anlatmanın ve heyecanın da gururunu taşıyoruz. Bugün size yaptıklarımızı teker teker anlatabilirim. 150 bin metrekare kaldırım, 25 kilometre asfalt, 20 kilometre yağmur suyu kanalını örnek verebilirim. Sonra nasıl mücadeleler verdiğimizi gösterebilirim. Bu mücadeleyi kendi ilçelerinde veren değerli mevkidaşlarım da yakından biliyor yaşananları. Geri geldi, Fikirtepe kentsel dönüşümü için mücadele verdik. Geri geldi, Fikirtepe'ye kaçak park yaptık. Geri geldi, bütün engellemelere rağmen oralara çocuk tiyatrosu götürdük. Geri geldi, Söğütlü Çeşme için mücadele verdik. Eski yönetimler tarafından sırf Kadıköy'ü cezalandırmak için tamamlanmayan projeleri hızla bitiren Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız gibi biz de doğru bildiğimizin peşinden gittik. Bu sayede bitti Gazhane, bu sayede bitti Kurbağalıdere ve Rıhtım bölgesinin altyapısı. Çünkü İstanbul'da adil, herkes eşit mesafede yaklaşan bir anlayış yönetime geldi. Artık zihniyet değişti İstanbul'da. Ama şunu da biliyoruz, belediyecilik bunlardan ibaret değil. Doğru bildiklerimizin peşinden gidebilmeniz için anlamlı bir strateji gerekiyor. Elbette icraatları teker teker anlatmak önemli. Ama bir anlayış ortaya koymak daha önemli. O yüzden ne yaptığımız kadar önemli olan bu hizmetlerin neden ve hangi politikalar çerçevesinde yaptığımız. Ve sonunda bu hizmetlerin nasıl bir toplum hayaline hizmet ettiği. Sayın Genel Başkanım, arkamda gördüğünüz, hatta buraya sığmayan tüm hizmetlerimiz bizim yerel yönetim anlayışımızın farklı ayaklarını temsil ediyor. Kadıköy'ü gündelik savrulmalarla değil, planlı, uzun vadeli politikalar çerçevesinde geleceğe hazırlıyoruz. Bu nedenle hizmetlerimize bütünsel olarak baktığımızda hep bir ilerleme göreceksiniz. Geçmiş, bugün ve gelecek. Elimizde bir doğru var. Geçmiş, bugün ve gelecek. Biz ne yaparsak yapalım. Her şeyi önce bu doğru üzerine yerleştiriyoruz. Geçmişle başlayalım. Geçmişimiz bizim için çok önemli. Çünkü Kadıköy ondan güç alan, bugünü geçmişin kültürü üzerine kuran bir yaşam alanı. Bahsettiğimiz aslında bizim değerlerimiz, ilkelerimiz, kısaca kim olduğumuz. Yaptığımız her hizmette bu değerlerden feyz alıyoruz. Ve bu sayede bugün çok daha güçlü, çok daha etkili bir referans noktası olabiliyoruz. Ben sosyal demokrat bir belediye başkanıyım. Haliyle bizim geleceğini planladığımız bir ilçede sosyal demokrat, toplumcu belediyecilik anlayışının hakim olması doğal. Bu bağlamda Kadıköy, özgürlüğün, eşitliğin, kardeşliğin simgesidir. Bunun yanı sıra dayanışmanın, sosyal adaletin, laikliğin bayrak taşıyıcısıdır. O yüzden tam bu noktada müsaadenizle bize böyle bir geçmiş bırakanlara teşekkür etmeliyim. Bugün aramızdalar. Sayın Cengiz Özyalçın, Sayın Selami Öztürk, Sayın Aykurt Nuhoğlu. Sağ olun, var olun. Sizlere müteşekkiriz. Biz bu geçmişi hep aklımızda tutuyoruz. Geçmişten bugüne gelelim. Her şeyin sıkıştığı, gündemin çok hızlı değiştiği, hayatın çok hızlı aktığı bugüne. Bugün Kadıköy örnek gösterilecek pek çok uygulamanın referans noktası. Modern, çağdaş dünyanın bir parçası. Üstelik artık adını küresel anlamda da duyuruyor. Dünyanın en güzel semtleri sıralamasında adı geçiyor. Ödüllere layık görülüyor. Ama bugünün de sorunları var. İstanbul'un farklı profildeki nüfusu artık akın akın Kadıköy'e geliyor. Kadıköy, toplumun her gün farklılaşan sorunlarını çözmeye çalışıyor ve bunu başarıyor da. Bu başarının altında uygulamaya çalıştığımız sosyal demokrat politikalarımız ve yönetim anlayışımız var. Üstelik bunu şeffaflık ve hesap verilebilirlik içinde yapıyoruz. Sayın Genel Başkanım, Bizim iktidara geldiğimizde Denetleme Komisyonu Başkanlığı'nı muhalefet partisine vaadiniz gibi biz de şimdiden belediye meclisimizde muhalefet partisinin sayısı yetmediği halde onları ana komisyonlara aldık. Çünkü biz demokrasiyi bugünden gerçekleştiriyoruz ve çok sesliliğe inanıyoruz. Dünyada yerel yönetim çerçevesinde tartışılan iki önemli konu var. Sürdürülebilir kalkınma ve dirençli kentler. Bu iki kavram akla ilk başta ekonomik programları ve altyapı yatırımlarını getiriyor. Oysa biz Kadıköy'de bu kavramlara farklı bir bakış açısı getirdik. Örneğin bizim için sürdürülebilir kalkınmadan bahsederken kültür politikalarından bahsetmek olmaz. Çünkü bizim için kültür sadece sanat demek değil. Bilim, siyaset, spor ve yaşamın tüm alanları. Kültürün omuzlarında yükseliyor Kadıköy'de. Biliyoruz ki kültürü dışarıda bırakmak ataerkil bir aklı güçlendiriyor. O yüzden geleceği inşa edebilmek için yeni bir kültür anlayışını başlattık. Kadıköy'ün kültürün başkenti olarak anılmasının nedeni de bu. İzmir'de gerçekleşen Dünya Belediyeler Birliği 4. Kültür Zirvesi'nde geçmişle uyum, birbirimizle uyum, doğayla uyum ve değişimle uyum gündeme geldi. Tüm bunları kapsayan bir kavram, döngüsel kültür kavramı ortaya çıktı. Böylece Kadıköy Belediyesi'nin uzun süredir uyguladığı temel politikaların kavramsal çerçevesi de çizilmiş oldu. Geçmişle uyumu en başta anlattım. Birbirimiz ve doğayla uyum bugünün politikalarını kapsıyor. Değişimle uyum ise geleceğin konusu. Yani eksenimizin 3. noktası. Şimdi gelecekten bahsedebiliriz. Gelecek önemli. Çünkü asıl mesele orada. Görünen o ki gelecekte 3 önemli risk bizi bekliyor. Her an olması beklenen Büyük İstanbul depremi. Her gün daha da kötüleşen içinde yaşadığımız iklim krizi. Ve her gün yeni baştan deneyimlediğimiz pandemi. Kadıköy'de nüfus da binalarda yaşlı. Hareket alanları dar. Gelecek bugünden daha tedirgin edici. Benim belediye başkanı olarak en temel görevlerimden biri de Kadıköy'ü geleceğe hazırlamak. Çünkü bugün önlem almazsak yarın çok geç olacak. Bu nedenle muhtemel bir depremde acil eylem planlarını seferber ettik. UNESCO'nun örnek gösterdiği pandemi projelerini ortaya koyduk. Tüm gücümüzle küresel iklim krizine karşı önlemler alıyoruz. Kısacası biz tüm hizmetleri bu doğru üzerinden şekillendiriyoruz. Ama inanın bu bile bizi tek boyutlu bakmaktan kurtarmıyor. O yüzden üzerinde hareket ettiğimiz başka doğrulara da ihtiyacımız var. Bir de dikine bir çizgi çekelim ve oraya temel politikalarımızı yerleştirelim. Nedir bunlar? Kent yoksulluğu ile mücadele. Toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliğini sağlamak. Afetler ve küresel iklim kriziyle mücadele etmek. Yaşam kalitesini arttırmak ve yaşam kültürünü oluşturmak. Şimdi bu 4 temel politikamıza biraz daha yakından bakalım ve kent yoksulluğuyla başlayalım. İçinde bulunduğumuz ekonomik kriz maalesef kent yoksulluğunu hem yaydı hem de derinleştirdi. Bizler artık derin yoksulluktan, yokluktan bahseder olduk. Hatta ihtiyaç kavramı da değişti. Yokluk, yoksulluk kadar yoksunluktan da bahsetmeye başladı. Kadıköy'de eskiden hiç sosyal destek talebi almadığımız mahallelerden de her geçen gün artan bir taleple karşı karşıyayız. Bir örnekle bu konuyu sizlerle paylaşmak istiyorum. Pandemi döneminde bildiğiniz gibi 60 yaş, 65 yaş üstünün sokağa çıkması yasaklanmıştı. Bu süreçte evden çıkamayan komşularımıza sıcak yemek götürme hizmetini vermeye başladık. Ekonomik olarak diğer mahallelerimize göre daha görece zengin olan öyle bilinen bir mahalleden bir ihtiyaç aldık. Sıcak yemek ihtiyacı. Yemeğe götürdük. Götürdüğümüz beyefendi 80 yaşlarında, oldukça varlıklı bir kişi. Fakat yemek pişirebilecek kimsesi yoktu. 2 çocuğu var. Birisi Londra'da, diğeri New York'ta. Evet, bankada hesabı var. oturduğu evin değeri çok yüksek ama kendisine sıcak çorba yapacak hiç kimse yoktu. Kadıköy Belediyesi olarak ihtiyacı var gerekçesiyle ona da sıcak yemek götürdük. Burada şunu gördük ki ihtiyaç kavramı artık ekonomik gelir seviyesiyle değil, insanların o hizmete ulaşabilmesiyle eşdeğer. Sosyal yardımlar konusunu gıda otomatları, gezici aşevleri gibi hizmetlerle çeşitlendirmek çok önemli. Biz kent yoksulluğuyla mücadeleye sadece sosyal yardım çerçevesinden değil, fırsat eşitliği çerçevesinden de bakıyoruz. Aynı ilçede yaşayan vatandaşlarımıza fırsat eşitliği yaratıyoruz. Buradan hareketle mücadele alanımız içerisine eğitimi, kültür ve sağlık hizmetlerini de koyduk. Bu yüzden açıyoruz kreşleri, kursları, kütüphaneleri. Bu yüzden pandeminin başladığı ilk günlerde çocuklarımız uzaktan eğitimden yararlanabilsin diye bilgisayar dağıtım seferberliğini Türkiye'de ilk biz başlattık. Bu yüzden Kalamış'ın orta yerine kurduğumuz buz pistinde herkesten önce dezavantajlı çocuklar kaysın diye ilçenin her noktasından otobüsler kaldırıyoruz. Bu yüzden sağlık merkezlerini çoğaltmakla kalmıyor, Alzheimer merkezi sayımızı da arttırıyor, hatta patili dostlarımızı da düşünüyor ve hayvan hastanesini açıyoruz. Tam bu noktada çok önemli bir politikaya, toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliğine geçebiliriz. Tarih boyunca insanlar sınıfları, ırkları, inançları nedeniyle dışlandılar. Ama cinsiyetinden dolayı sadece kadınlar dışlanıyor. O yüzden Kadıköy'de kadınların yaşamın her alanında yer alabilmelerini sağlamak, onları güçlendirmek bizim temel hedefimiz. Hatta iddiamız şu: toplumun daha istikrarlı ve adil olması, kalkınma ve sürdürülebilirlik hedeflerinin tutturulması, güçlü ekonomiler inşa etmek, gerçek anlamda toplumsal barışın sağlanması için toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliğinin sağlanması şart. Ama biz bu hedefler için çalışırken bir de Türkiye gerçeği, kadına karşı şiddet meselesi var. Bu konuda bir şey yapmak kaçınılmaz. İşte biz burada farklılığımızı ortaya koyduk. Biraz da hukukçu kimliğim sayesinde ilgili yönetmelikte bir açık yakaladım. Ve bu sayede yine Türkiye'de bir ilke gerçekleştirdik. Sayın Genel Başkanım, mevcut sığınma evlerine 12 yaşından büyük erkek çocukları anneleriyle beraber alınmıyorlar. Annenin önünde 3 seçenek var. Ya o çocuğunu o şiddet sarmalının içinde yaşadığı evde bırakacak, veya yetiştirme yurduna bırakacak, ya da çocuğundan ayrılmamak için o şiddet sarmalına razı gelecek. Bu sosyal yaraya çözüm üretebilmek için Türkiye'de ilk kez kadın yaşam evi projesini gerçekleştirdik. Şiddet mağduru annelerin 12 yaşından büyük erkek çocukları veya özel gereksinim olan çocuklarıyla birlikte kalabilecekleri kadın yaşam evleri. Bugün kadın yaşam evlerinin de açılışını yapıyoruz. Bu gurur sadece bizim değil, bu gurur tüm Kadıköy. Gelelim her gün yaklaşan afetlerle geleceğimizi hızla tehdit eden küresel iklim kriziyle mücadele konusuna. Biz Kadıköy Belediyesi olarak bu konuda çok iddialıyız. Çünkü Paris İklim Anlaşması'nın şartlarını hükümet sözleşmeyi imzalamadan önce yerine getirmeye başladı. Bu konuda Avrupa kentleriyle yarışıyoruz. İklim adaptasyon eylem planımız var bizim. Kurumsal sera gazı salımlarını hesaplayan sistemler kuruyoruz. Yeni binalar için yağmur suyu toplama mecburiyetini ilçe meclisinden geçirdik. Güneş enerjisi santralleri kuruyoruz. Hava koridorları yaratıyoruz. Çevre izleme ve erken uyarı sistemimiz var. Kent bostanlarımız var. Atıksız yaşam bizim için bir yaşam felsefesi. Hatta bu konudaki kararlılığımızı göstermek için şu an görev yaptığımız Kadıköy Belediye binasının yerini yeşil alan yapmayı taahhüt ettik. Bunlar Kadıköy'e geleceğe hazırlayan hizmetlerimizden sadece birkaçı. İşte bu sayede yaşam kalitesini arttırıyoruz. İşte bu sayede bir kültür birikiyor. Yaşam kalitesini arttırmak, yaşam kültürü oluşturmak bizim nihai hedefimiz. Burası Kadıköy. Kültür ve sanatın başkenti. Her zaman da öyle olacak. Her geçen gün daha çok kültür mekanı, daha çok projeler karşılıyoruz. Biz insanların kendi potansiyellerini gerçekleştirecekleri, kültüre doyacakları bir Kadıköy hayal ediyoruz. yakışır şekilde onurlu yaşamaktır diyor. Biz de Kadıköy'de yaşam kültürü denince Kadıköylülerin yaşama katılmalarını, karar süreçlerinde rol almalarını, aktif yurttaş olmalarını sağlayacak mekanizmaların kurulmasını anlıyoruz. Kültür, sanat, spor olanaklarından yararlanmalarını, bireysel gelişimlerini desteklemeyi, sağlıklı ve maalesef bugünün Türkiye'sinde pek rastlayamadığımız bir şekilde mutlu bireyler olmalarına başlıyoruz. Sayın Genel Başkanım, müsaadenizle o baştaki hizmetler listesine şimdi bir daha bakalım ve onları zaman çizelgesindeki yerlerine oturtalım. Şimdi daha iyi anlatabiliriz hizmetlerimizi. Önce Alan Kadıköy ile başlayacağız. Bulunduğumuz mekanla başlayacağız. Bulunduğumuz mekan Kadıköy Meydanı. Her taraftan meydanı görebiliyorsunuz. Oturduğunuz yerden, karşıdan, yukarıdaki izleyicilerden. Şeffaf, adil, herkesin eşit olduğu yer. Yani Alan Kadıköy, Kadıköy'ün meydanı. Bu alana emeği geçen tüm işçi kardeşlerime, müteahhitine, bu alanın oluşması için fikir veren tiyatro emekçilerine, bu alanı inşa eden, inşa etmekte çalışan belediye personeline, temelini atana, herkese, tüm dostlara teşekkür ediyorum. Böyle bir alanı hep beraber kazandığımız için. Alt tarafta bir sergimiz var. Sergi alanımız aynı zamanda toplantı alanlarına dönebiliyor. Burası Anadolu yakasının müzik ve kültür merkezi olacak. Buradan Anlat Kadıköy'e geçmek istiyorum. Anlat Kadıköy, göreve başladığımızda yasa gereği yapmamız gereken stratejik planın yapım şeklini anlatan bir metot. Bunu, stratejik planımızı belediye personeliyle beraber oturup yazabilirdik. Biz öyle yapmadık. Biz planı Kadıköy'le beraber yaptık. Kadıköylülerle beraber yaptık. 21 mahallede mahalleliyle beraber oturduk, konuştuk. Bilim insanlarıyla konuştuk. Spor insanlarıyla konuştuk. Sanatçılarla konuştuk. Ve bir internet sitesi kurduk. Herkesin görüşünü verebileceği, görüşünü yazabileceği ve oradan geri dönüşüm alabileceği bir internet sitesi. Bu site sonucunda çıkan raporumuzu Kadıköylülerle paylaştık. Rapor üzerinden tekrar değerlendirmelerini alarak önümüzdeki 5 yılda, 2024 yılına kadar Kadıköy'de ne yapılmasını istiyorlar, Kadıköy'ü nerede görmek istiyorları hep beraber konuştuk. Anlat Kadıköy. Birçok ödül aldı. Marmara Belediyeler Birliği'nden, birçok birlikten ödüllü olan bir proje. Konu Kadıköy, konuşan Kadıköy. Burada 21 mahalleye giderek mahallelerimizle, mahalledeki komşularımızla Kadıköy'ü konuştuk. Kadıköy'ün sorunlarını, mahallenin sorunlarını yüz yüze konuştuk. Oradaki sorunları ve onların çözüm önerilerini dinledik, onları uygulamaya çalıştık. Çünkü biliyoruz ki çözümü, sorunu yaşayanlar bilir. Kadıköy'de yaşayan, sosyalleşen herkese söz hakkı verdik. Mikrofonu uzattık, hiçbir sınırlamaya yapmadan. Direkt mahalleliyle oturup bunları konuştuk. Buradan dijital Kadıköy'e, Kadıköy'e geçmek istiyorum. Önümüzdeki dönemde büyük şatafatlı belediye binaları olmayacak. Daha küçük belediye binaları olacak. Çünkü bütün belediyecilik hizmetlerimiz Kadıköy'ün içerisinde. Belediyeye gelmeden, belediyedeki tüm hizmetleri bu uygulama içerisinden yapabiliyorsunuz. İş yeri ruhsatı açacaksınız. Başvurunuzu yapıyorsunuz. Belli bir süreç sonrasında iş yeri ruhsatını yazılı olarak basıp, alıp iş yerinize asabiliyorsunuz. Bu uygulama birçok belediyede var. Bizde bir farkı var. Kadıköy kart veyahut da bu uygulama içerisine para yükleyebiliyorsunuz. Bu karttan ATM'den para çekebiliyorsunuz. Alışveriş yapabiliyorsunuz. Otobüse binebiliyorsunuz. Harcadıkça kazanıyorsunuz. Ve o harcadıkça kazanmış olduğunuz rakamı tekrar harcıyorsunuz. Kadıköy'ün farklı yerlerindeki kafelerden, restoranlardan, mağazalardan indirim veyahut da Kadıköy Belediyesi'nin hizmetlerinden ayrıcalıklı, öncelikli olarak yaşayabiliyorsunuz. Buradan bir sosyal yardım projesine geçmek istiyorum. Gıda otomatı. Gıda otomatı veren el, alan eli görmüyor. Belediye personelimizin ihtiyaç sahibi olarak tanımladığı yurttaşlarımıza cep telefonlarına bir şifre gidiyor. Bu şifreyle otomata geliyor. Hangi yardım başlığında gıda paketi, temizlik paketi veya çocuk paketini buradan alıp gidiyor. Böylece iyilik orada. Gezici aşevi. Gezici aşevini yaparken amacımız deprem sonrasında olabilecek sıkıntılara çözüm üretmekti. Sıcak yemek dağıtabilmek için. Fakat gördük ki derinleşen yoksulluk şu anda gezici aşevimizi kullanma mecburiyetine getirdi. Birçok belediyemizin yaptığı gibi biz de üniversitelerin önünde, üniversitelerin içinde çorba, iskelede çorba veyahut da başka alanlarımızda, başka mahallelerimizde çorba ve yemek dağıtıyoruz. Mobil ikram araçlarımızla orada üretilen yemeği 2 tane mobil ikram aracıyla da dağıtıyoruz. Tek seferde 3000 kişilik sıcak yemek pişirme kapasitesine sahip bir gezici aşevimiz var. İkincisi de yapılıyor. Bir aile bağış yaptı. İkincisini de onlar yapıp Kadıköy Belediyesi'ne bağışlayacaklar. Böylece deprem sonrasını hazırlıklarımızda çok önemli bir noktayı da burada sizinle paylaşmak istiyorum. Buradan çok amaçlı parklara geçiyoruz. Gezerken, buraya gelirken hep beraber gördük. Kadıköy'de alan bulmak problem. Hasan Akgün Başkanımın aday tanıtım toplantısında kendisini kıskanarak dinlemiştim. 100.000 metrekare park yapacağım dedi. 50.000 metrekare yeşil alan yapacağım dedi. Böyle baktım bizde hiçbir yok. Çünkü 3 belediye başkanımız da burada bilirler ki Kadıköy'de arsa üretmek çok ciddi bir problem. Biz de parklarımızı çeşitlendirelim dedik. Bir parktan farklı amaçları üretebilmek için çok amaçlı parklar yaptık. Arkamızda açtığımız park Kültür ve Sanat Parkı. İçerisinde kütüphane var. İçinde çocuk idea var. Fikirtepe'de açtığımız parkın içerisinde tiyatro alanı üretmek mecburiyetinde kaldık. Çünkü Milli Eğitim İlçe Müdürlüğü çocuklara tiyatro hizmetini götürebilmemiz için okul bahçelerini yazın bize açmadılar. Otoparkı açıyorlar ama bize açmadılar. Onun üzerine Fikirtepe'de kaçak park yaptık ve içerisine tiyatro izleyebilecekleri alan yaptık. Kuyubaşı Parkı'nda yine öyle. Defne Parkı'nda bir kafeteryamız vardı. Kafeteryayı çocuk kütüphanesi haline döndürdük. Çünkü oradaki çocukların geleceğe hazırlanması noktasında kütüphaneye ihtiyaçları vardı. Şu anda kafeteryayı bir küçük çocuk kütüphanesi haline döndürdük. Çok tepki aldık mahalleliden. Kafeteryamızı niye kapatıyorsunuz diye. Merak etmesinler, içinde küçük bir de kafeleri var. Ama çocuklar geleceğimiz olduğu için onlara öncelik verdik. Çocuklarla yeni iletişim yolları ve bugünü yarın okumak için alanları mümkün olduğu kadar genişletmemiz gerekiyor. Sayın Genel Başkanım, isim babası sizsiniz. Adile Naşit Çocuk Yuvası. Çocuk yuvamızı, bir çocuk yuvasını açtık. 3'ünü de planlaması bitti. Önümüzdeki döneme yetiştireceğiz. Okul dönemine yetiştireceğiz. Biraz önce söyledim, Kadıköy'de yer ve mekan bulmak çok ciddi sıkıntı. Bulabildiğimiz mekanları ya satın alacağız ya da kiralayarak vermiş olduğumuz sözü yerine getirebilmek için her mahalleye bir yuva yapacağız. Yer arıyoruz, bulduğumuz yere yapacağız, bulamadığımızda ya satın alacağız ya da kiralayacağız. Buradan Göztepe Sosyal Hizmet ve Alzheimer Merkezi'ne geçmek istiyorum. Evet, çocuklar geleceğimiz ama bir de bizim bugünümüz var. Kadıköy'ün 1/4, nüfusunun 1/4 60 yaş, 65 yaş üzeri. 2. Alzheimer Merkezi'ni açıyoruz. Bu kiraladığımız mekanın bir özelliği daha var. Bu mekan bir vakfın. Buraya ödediğimiz her kira üniversite öğrencilerine burs olarak gidiyor. Ve o bursla üniversitede okuyan bir öğrenci şu an sizin Genel Başkan Yardımcınız Onursal Adıgüzel. O da bu burstan yararlanarak üniversitede okumuş, bursu bu kiralamayı yaparken orada öğrenmişti. 90 kapasiteli yeni bir Alzheimer merkezimiz. Kadın yaşam evlerinin gereksinimini biraz önce anlattım. Ne yazık ki burada size fotoğraf veyahut da bir görüntü, evlerin görüntüsünü veremiyoruz. Çünkü o kadınları şiddetten kaçtık, bize sığındıkları için güvenlik nedeniyle yerlerini gösteremiyoruz. Ama 5 belediye binası, 5 mülk belediyeye ait olan 5 daireyi bu şekilde kadın yaşam evlerine döndürdük. Bu Türkiye'de ilk. Umarım çoğalır. Bakanlık izni vermemek için çok uğraştı. Ama sonunda izni de çok kısa bir süre önce aldık. Sahipsiz Hayvanlar Rehabilitasyon ve Eğitim Merkezi, yani hayvan hastanesi. Efendim, bu hayvan hastanesinin içerisinde insan için yapılan tam teşekküllü devlet hastanesinde ne varsa burada da o var. Yaklaşık 2000 metrekare bir kullanım alanına sahip. Ameliyathanesi, yoğun bakım üniteleri, rehabilitasyon merkezi, kısırlaştırmadan sonra hayvanların kalacağı yer. Çok kısa bir süre içerisinde burayı da 24 saat çalışabilir bir hale getireceğiz. Kent bostanları. Ben bunu ilk anlattığımda ya Kadıköy'de bostana ne gerek var demişlerdi. Evet, Kadıköy'de bostana ihtiyaç var çünkü toprakla çocuklarımızı tanıştırmamız gerekiyor. En önemlisi bu. İkincisi, herkesin temiz ve eşit bir şekilde gıdaya ulaşması gerekiyor. Moda'da, Fenerbahçe'de ve Koşuyolu Parkı'nın arkasındaki parkın içerisinde bostanlar oluşturduk. İlk ürünlerimizi de aldık. Selvi Hanım sormuştu orada aldınız mı diye. Evet, marul da aldık. Ben burada roka topluyorum. Salata da yaptım akşam topladığımız ürünlerden. Bunu daha da çoğaltmak için Kadıköy'ün farklı yerlerinde bu bostanları yapacağız. Atıksız Yaşam Hareketi. Bizim için yaşam felsefesi. Atıksız Yaşam dükkanımız var. Bu dükkanda satılan hiçbir ürün atık üretmiyor. Burada satılan her ürün defalarca kullanılmaya müsait. Burada aldığımız gıda ürünlerini Türkiye'nin değişik yerlerindeki kooperatiflerden satın alıyoruz. Kadın kooperatiflerinden veyahut da farklı kooperatiflerden. Ekolojik ve doğal ürünler. Efendim, bunun bir amacı daha var. Atığı azaltmamız için Kadıköy Belediyesi'nin bütçesinin 1/3 çöpe gidiyor. Çöp topluyoruz 1/3'üyle. Ne kadar atığı evden az çıkartırsak çöpe harcadığımız parayı da o kadar azaltacağız. Bir sokak oluşturduk. Asım Uz Sokak, Zühtüpaşa Mahallesi'nde. Proje pilot okul, pilot sokak. Bu sokaktan bugüne kadar almış olduğumuz atıklarla 3 ton kompost ürettik. Ve bu kompostu bugün kent bostanlarında ve diğer parklarımızda kullanıyoruz. Mobil atık aracıyla farklı mahallelerde günün belli saatlerinde bu atıkları mobil atık aracımızla topluyoruz ve onları ekonomiye kazandırıyoruz. Şimdi bir bina gelecek. 1. sınıf katı toplama, 1. sınıf atık getirme merkezi. 1000 metrekareye ihtiyacımız vardı efendim Kadıköy'de. Sadece 1000 metrekare. Bunu yapabilmek için yer bulamadık. 1000 metrekare yer bulamadık. Belediye bahçemize yaptık. Mecburduk yapmaya. Çünkü bunu yapmadığımız takdirde getirilecek atığı kullanabilme şansımız yoktu.
konuklarımız, değerli misafirlerimiz. Sürdürülebilir Kentler Zirvesi Kadıköy 2022. Üçüncü oturumuyla huzurlarınızdayız.
So we will continue with our third session. It's difficult to rejoin after the lunch. So we will be talking about the circular culture and the nature. So for the moderation, we would like to invite Mert Fırat to the stage for moderating, who is the representative. So for our first guest is online from the United Nations Development Program, Turkey President Representative Luisa Winton. And I would like to invite other guests, World Union Municipalities Cultural Committee Coordinator, Jordi Pascal Lewis. Buket Uzuner, who is from Moda and Kadikoy, a writer, a Turkish writer, and the author. And one of the most important representatives of the art sector is the general manager of IKSV, Görgün Tener, Boğaziçi University Institute of Environmental Sciences, Dr. İrem Daloğlu Çetinkaya. WRI, the Turkey Urban Mobility Manager, Merve Akı. İzdoğa, Chairman of the Board of the Directors, Advisor of the Mayor of the İzmir Metropolitan Municipality, Güven Eken. And finally, was the host of the summit, the Kadikoy Mayor, Şerdildar Oğlabaşı, and the moderator. The moderation will be realized by the Goodwill Ambassador. Now I would like to give the floor to Mert Fırat, who is the Goodwill Ambassador of the United Nations Development Program. It's a very exciting summit and it's a great participation. Yes, the circular life, and with the 2021 during Izmir Summit, we started to talk about poverty and pandemic, and the circular life, the circular culture is about the nature, the past, and adaptation to change. And in this session, we will be discussing about this new concept, and also we will be exchanging information about the related cities. First of all, if our connection is ready, and I would like to leave the floor to the first online speaker, the United Nations Development Program Turkey Resident Representative, Ms. Luisa Winton, in May 2022. She became the resident representative, and also she is responsible from Turkey, and so also she is an expert of development for 30 years. And my question is this: culture and the pandemic and the poverty cultural crisis, do you think the culture can provide a solution to those kind of problems? Welcome.
Honored to be here and to be able to speak with such a distinguished group of fellow panelists and with such a distinguished audience. And I really appreciate being able to speak remotely from the United States, where I am for family reasons. I'm very sorry not to be able to be present, and but I have been watching online with close attention. So let me start by congratulating the organizers and thanking Kadikoy Municipality for hosting this event, and for the ICLEI, the Local Governments for Sustainability, for devoting such excellent efforts worldwide toward the causes of peace with our planet, I would say. And just to greet Mert Fırat, our Goodwill Ambassador, who does such good work everywhere. Just to say that we do really welcome the concept of circular culture, and I really like the idea that was incorporated in the reading of the declaration earlier, that this is a distinctly Turkish contribution to the world's struggles to ensure a safe future for our planet and thus for future generations. And just really to say that UNDP and the UN system, I think in its entirety, embraces very much the idea that culture can be a driver of sustainability. I recall with pleasure all the many ideas that were shared at the Culture Summit in Izmir last September, where I also had the honor to speak at the opening, and to appreciate the resolve that was articulated there, that culture can be a fourth pillar of sustainable development alongside the economy, the environment, and social pillars. This is an approach that is obviously very close to our hearts at the United Nations Development Program. We sometimes use a different vocabulary, and I have to say, we have heard many mayors speak with great poetry today, and UNDP doesn't often speak with poetry, but behind this idea of sustainability that's core to really everything we're doing and the Sustainable Development Goals is very much this sense of circularity. And just to go back a little bit in the way that UNDP approaches the world, is that our organization has spent a lot of time over the last decades kind of looking and reflecting on what makes life worth living, because really that's what we're all about here, is to make life worth living, make life better, to contribute to the well-being of the people we serve, the people we live with, the people that we owe our existence to. And UNDP, since its creation, has been trying to get away from the idea that human well-being can be reduced simply to a financial measure, like GDP per capita. So in the 1990s, UNDP came up with the idea of a Human Development Index to measure how countries were doing on this idea of well-being, beyond the idea of wealth. And so came up with the Human Development Index that, alongside GDP per capita, or the wealth of individual countries, added the idea of health and longevity, the idea of education and knowledge, all with an aim to understanding the purpose of life as expanding choices rather than simply, having enough money to survive physically. And over the years, we have stuck to that idea, but adding more and more the idea of environmental sustainability to that notion, so that without a healthy nature, without a healthy planet, none of this is possible. That we have no planet B, so we need to fix planet A, and this is an important, a necessary ingredient of everyone's well-being. And I think the task we see at hand, the big priority for us as an organization, but also the world as a whole, is to come up with a model for well-being, or a model for prosperity, that doesn't rely on the destruction of natural resources. And we see, if we look back over time, we see a direct historical correlation between the more you destroy your environment, the richer you are, which leads us to the situation, obviously, that was very much underlined in Glasgow at the Climate Summit, that those who have contributed the least to creating climate change are at the highest risk of its consequences. So deliberations like the ones we're participating in today, in this excellently organized forum, are really key to coming up with that new model, the model of prosperity that decouples prosperity or well-being from destruction of natural resources. And here I would like to underline, and I think this is very central to this event and many other ones that UNDP has been pleased to be involved with over time, is the importance of cities and local governments in providing the solutions. And really, many of the presentations by the mayors in the previous panel really pointed to this, that solutions to human well-being, to improving people's lives, come at the local governance level, keeping in mind that many Turkish cities are bigger than many countries, but that we also see at the local level, and I think this is very much true in Turkey as it is elsewhere, that sometimes we see greater momentum towards solving issues like sustainability, like protecting nature. The momentum is sometimes greater at the local level than at the national level. And I think if we look at Glasgow and we look at this amazing C40 Cities Race to Zero coalition that expanded to over 1,000 cities and is instituting ideas like carbon budgeting at the municipal level, we really have to salute this engagement by local governments, by cities, in finding solutions and in inducing the national level to also change faster. And also the great possibility among local governments, cities, to share experience. And I think that's what we're seeing in today's event and in others that have been organized by the same organizers and in similar contexts in other locations. UNDP is an organization that is very much rooted at the local government level. We're very practical people, and we really do appreciate the granularity of some of the solutions that have been presented today and in other forums, like the fruit trees or the composting. And we see in our own work that circularity is a defining principle for everything we do. We tend to call it circular economy and to focus on the business world, on infrastructure. But really, none of these efforts can succeed without the broader idea of a circular culture. You know, you can build all the infrastructure you want, but without a social context that is supportive of that infrastructure, it just won't work. And just to give a few examples here, that we have been doing a lot of work as UNDP in waste management, in part through our work to support Turkey's response to the refugee crisis. And here we've seen that we can combine a very direct response to that crisis, the need of municipalities that have received large numbers of refugees to expand their capacity to manage waste. But in everything we do, in ensuring that any new infrastructure comes with a big component of circularity. So just to give one example, in Gaziantep, we were able to build a $10 million mechanical biological waste treatment plant that not only takes care of a huge volume of garbage, but transforms the organic part of the garbage into biogas, which is supplies the energy to run the plant, but also creates a revenue stream for the municipality. But then also recycling is a big component of this plant, and that also will enable the municipality to sell the recyclables that are recovered from the garbage and creates a revenue stream there too. So this is a model that we believe is worth replicating. It sets a good example, but we're also working, for example, with the Izmir Regional Development Authority on what's called industrial symbiosis. So understanding that the waste products from one industry can be the raw materials for another industry. We're also trying to come up with a financially sustainable model for solar power for villages, for communities that generally would lack the resources to install these, but that pay off very, very quickly. And we're trying also to, in our programs, to create jobs and train people in skills, jobless people in skills, to ensure that these skills are from future-oriented industries like renewable energy. So just to say, we embrace this very much, and we find, I think, 4 key points of orientation, which I think align very much with the 4 ideas that Mirt Firat said in introducing this panel. One is that we really do need to restore a reverence for nature and an awareness that we are a part of nature, we are subject to nature, that we are not masters of nature. And I think Mayor Sawyer from Izmir was very, very eloquent in articulating this message earlier, but I really appreciated his phrase about we are so very, very small in the history of our planet. We need to really embrace that humility and take a very humble approach. And we see, if we look around the world, we see in different places, in different cultures, there are different levels of understanding of this concept, different levels of reverence for nature. So I think we can learn very much from those cultures. And we see them in developed societies, so-called developed societies, so-called emerging societies. So it's not, ownership of the modern world or the undeveloped world. We can learn from everywhere how to achieve a balance. And I think what I've seen in my career at UNDP and working in many different countries, in some places people throw their garbage. In some places people pick up their garbage, and it's as simple as that. We need to look at what contributes to that sense of responsibility, which is a cultural thing. And some people would say, okay, this depends on the wealth level of a society, but really it depends more fundamentally on the sense of responsibility that comes from a sense of belonging, a sense of shared ownership and mutual responsibility that only comes, I think, from this idea of a circular culture. And I think a core part of that, as we heard from the mayor of Mannheim earlier in the day, comes from a democratic system where there's mutual accountability, where people have a say, where they know their voices are heard, and where they do feel that their interests are reflected, but that also entails important responsibilities. For us, at UNDP, this idea of respecting reverence for nature means also applying nature-based solutions to challenges. So in every country where I have worked, floods have been a huge issue, floods and water pollution. And so this would mean, in our sense now, going forward, that we shouldn't think in terms of building giant cement structures that can somehow, that convey this illusion that we control floods, that we control river basins. But really we need to respect nature and restore wetlands, restore floodplains, because, in one project that I worked on in North Macedonia, we understood that restoring one wetland in one of the big lakes there was the equivalent of building an entire wastewater treatment plant. And I think that understanding is crucial going forward, that there are nature-based solutions, but that it comes from a humble respect for nature that we can actually devise those going forward. The second point I would make in line with these four ideas is that that we need to restore respect for science. We've seen with the pandemic, we've seen this sense that somehow people feel that it's okay to be ignorant and just go around sort of with a kind of Facebook or social media understanding of the world. And I think we need to restore respect for education and start very young with kids so that they understand that sometimes the invisible connections that science explains to us about, for example, what causes climate change, but then also that this can bring us a sense of the solutions. And the earlier people are introduced to this idea that there are limits to what the planet can take, the better our hopes are for the future. And the third point would be restoring respect for the past. And here, I think culture plays a very important role. We tend sometimes to have a very narrow definition of culture. That's what we put in museums, and then culture is going to visit those monuments, those artifacts in museums. But if we think of it more as cultural heritage as somehow being, in many contexts, the idea of a city center, the life of a city center conveyed through its architecture, but also through just the essence of that city center, then somehow we can try to combat this awful landscape. I think, speaking as an American, that we have a very generic strip malls and parking lots that extend into infinity, and kind of the dominance of the car and the highway over the idea of having a cultural center of a city that people can enjoy together, and that breathes life into the idea of mutual existence. And the fourth and last point would be restoring respect for each other and respect for diversity and inclusion. And I think this is a core part of any discussion of any kind of culture, if we're talking about a circular culture. And here I would just quote, I think it's a beautiful quotation from the UNESCO Universal Declaration on Cultural Diversity, is that cultural diversity is as necessary for humankind as biodiversity is for nature. And I think here we see that, we know lots of examples from history, but also from our very contemporary world, that the idea of culture can be twisted to exclude, to create a false sense of superiority, to encourage bigotry, even to celebrate the destruction of heritage as a tool of war. And this is something we need to reject. And I think it's very clear what's going on. We see in the Russian invasion of Ukraine that there is no respect there for destruction of humanity, but also cultural monuments, that somehow this is a denial of an entire country's cultural identity. So this restoring respect for each other, I think, is really critical to this notion of circular culture. So really, to conclude, with circular culture, we are collectively packing a lot of ideas into a notion, but I think it's a cohesive notion, a persuasive notion. It's a big concept, but I think it's one that is really vital now for our planet. So all these ideas of composting and recycling and fruit orchards and parks are very, very apropos, but also for peace. So those two ideas, I think we need to understand, go hand in hand. So with that, I would conclude. I thank you very much for this opportunity again, for your putting up very nobly with a remote speaker in what's meant to be a physical gathering, and really just to share the idea that UNDP is very keen to work hand in hand with the local government, with municipalities, to pursue the idea of circular culture and circular economy, and in the hope of a greener planet and a peaceful future. Thank you very much.
Louisa Winton'a değerli konuşmasından dolayı çok çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Katıldığı için ayrıca teşekkürler. Sevgiler. Evet, devam ediyoruz. Şimdi sırada Jordi Pascual Ruiz.
Now I would like to give the floor to Jordi Pascual, who is the coordinator of the Culture Committee of UCLG. Very experienced, also a researcher, an expert on sustainability, culture. He has many publications and papers published, and which also have been translated into more than 20 languages. Cultural projects and activities. Can they contribute to the relationship that we establish between ourselves and nature?
Kadikoy Municipality. I noticed the efforts you are doing. Congratulations, and weekly, certainly very well organized, very important summit. Thank you, Yunus, for the invitation. Let me also express my greetings to key people in the hall that have nourished the work that we do in United Cities and local governments. Our
Az mı geliyor, hiç mi? Çeviri mi gelmiyor? Galiba çeviri gelmiyor. Arkadaşlarımıza bir...
Thank you. Yes, now. Big difference. Gratitude to Kadikoy, gratitude to ICLEI, greetings to UCLG Miwa office present here. I also wish to say hello to Serhan Ada, one of our key experts, fundamental in our work, to Mayor of Mannheim, Mayor of Malmö, also very important cities for the work we have done in culture, in sustainable development, and certainly to Mayor Sawyer and his team in Izmir, outstanding contribution organizing the UCLG Culture Summit in September 2021. The concept of circular culture, everybody loved it when we heard it in September in Izmir. It is self-evident. The four components, and I would invite you all, especially those in Izmir, also ICLEI, to better use the word components and not pillars because of the metaphors that relate. So the four components, past, nature, the other, and change, are fundamental to understand our world, to make our life, human life, possible in the future on Earth. And the four components are related to harmony. Also a very important concept, harmony. Everybody knows what harmony is. Somebody could have chosen resilience too, the other, nature, past, and change. But harmony is self-evident to everybody. Resilience is a UN word that now we use, everybody knows, but harmony. And with this, let me add a footnote. we need to use language that everybody understands. Otherwise, the language everybody understands is used only by populists. And we need to use the language everybody understands. We are committed to make this concept stronger and stronger. Three main axes, avenues to make it grow. First, try to relate this concept to what UCLG has done in the past with culture and sustainable development. We have used the metaphor, culture, the fourth dimension of sustainable development. Luisa Vinton has mentioned it in the past. We have produced COLS 21 actions, our toolkit of 100 actions on culture in sustainable cities, the Rome Charter on the right to participate in cultural life. We believe that if we want to make this concept stronger, it needs a more clear relation with the previous acquis of UCLG. Second, it also needs more interrelation with the new explorations on the future of our society that are taking place, at least since the 2010. The SDGs, the new urban agenda, the result of the COPs, the Sendai framework, but this is only the UN. The circular economy concept, the 15-minute city, the donut economy, and also the three transformative axes of our societies: climate justice, feminism, and a decolonial or post-colonial approach to development. And third, we need that this concept is not just nice words. We need to make it politically operational. Otherwise, it does not become a reality. And here, I would like to convey the work of a global coalition, a global platform, a global campaign of civil society and local governments for a cultural goal in the SDGs. We did not achieve that result in 2015 for various reasons, but we need a culture goal in the post-2030. It is not difficult conceptually. It is as difficult culture as education or gender or social inclusion. It is a matter of political will. And we need countries to defend this position as soon as possible. To begin with, in the Mundiacult Assembly, the Mundiacult Summit to take place in Mexico City, convened by UNESCO for September this year. Let me finish saying that it is very important that we also relate circular culture to the right to participate in cultural life, to cultural rights in general, because without that right being recognized and being operational at the city level, we cannot have a true democracy, we cannot have a true sustainability. And here, a footnote. Many of the activities of the cultural sector are going in the opposite direction to this goal. Because the cultural sector still is in the paradigm of excellence, full stop. Not adding the paradigm of rights as a fundamental key to the activities of the cultural system in a city. I'm not saying we have to take excellence out, but we have to work for all citizens on the place, the cultural rights of citizens in that place. And this means that the work of the cultural institutions need to be adapted to the realities of these rights of all people living on a place. Thank you.
Çok güzel ve değerli.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive and inclusive and interesting speech. And your recommendation is certainly true for the entire world. Let's proceed with our next speaker, Mr. Görgün Taner, the General Manager of ICLEI, a long-term contributor to cultural life in Istanbul and also in the country. He has an exhaustive list
That's maybe the best way to put it, of cultural activities, both ongoing and past. And how can cultural life and the arts motivate us to do something, to get going? Can you hear me? I think this is working. Yes, you can hear me all right. Brilliant. First of all, thank you very much for this invitation, both to the mayor of Kadikoy. I think Tunç Bey already left, but my heartfelt gratitude to him as well. I consider this summit to be very interesting and important, and I consider what's been said so far of utmost importance as well, because there was mention of 16 million of inhabitants, roughly 2 million refugees, and roughly 1 million university students for Istanbul. Those were the figures that have been mentioned earlier for the city of Istanbul. And given these numbers, these figures in the millions, it's very difficult to manage and run such a city. So I wish you all the success and ease in all your endeavors. So while I was listening to Jordi, something very interesting struck my attention, and that's the issue of language. The language we speak, the language we use. If that language is alienating everybody else around us because it's incomprehensible or it is not understandable, then we need to simply change our language, because unavoidably a particular jargon of course emerges in whatever you engage in, but this is something we need to pay attention to. Secondly, what I would like to say is, and Buket might get a little upset, so apologies in advance, but let me first say it and then we'll see about her reaction, shall we? So, there was mention of excellence in Jordi's speech, that the cultural sector and all its actors aim merely at being excellent in whatever they do and forget about the rights approach. That's very aptly put, very well put, and I here am taking the floor on behalf of a cultural institution, right? And what my main objective and aim should be is to, in Turkish, put the ball down on earth. That means to become level-headed with the general public and everybody else, to look eye into eye while I'm trying to realize all of the projects and things we envision. So I'm talking about a decentralized approach that enables the accessibility of culture for everyone. So, what can a cultural institution such as ours do for ecological transformation? We published an ecological transformation report as ICLEI. ICLEI, as you know, is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, a non-profit organization, a cultural institution based in Istanbul. Those are the basics. Those are the facts. So what about ecological transformation? Because a cultural foundation, a cultural institution, first needs to create. I had to use the word creation, sorry. I know you get hung up on the word creation. Well, that's the strength of literature, right? You are the wordsmith, I'm not, so I still use the word creation here, create. So what I was trying to say is, as a cultural institution, you need to draft a cultural program, right? You organize festivities and festivals and what have you. And Maslow's pyramid hasn't envisioned cultural life and the arts at all in its pyramid of in its pyramid, right? Is Schule gone away already? No, she's already out of the door. I wanted to apply for a financial loan from her, since she's representing one of the financial institutions. So as a cultural institution, we always need money. That's what I'm trying to say. So if we, as a cultural institution, can draft, can organize programs that also take into consideration the notion of ecological transformation and what we can contribute to that, that would be lovely and very apt given the current circumstances. And in order to do that, you don't even need to set up a respective department, ecological transformation department or something like that. And the same holds true for our events. We constantly keep on talking about nature and sustainability and so on and so forth. And during those cultural activities, we come to the realization, the environmentally friendly version of this festival is not as cost effective. So let's reserve that for later, is what we say. And networking is very important, of course, nowadays. And from an environmentally friendly perspective, we shouldn't be gathering here in person either, because this is polluting the environment, right? We all commuted here and so on and so forth, so why not continue online, meeting online? Are questions that come to mind. But at the very front of all of this stands long-term planning. The relationship between culture and the arts and politics has to exceed the foreseen 4 to 5 years. And where is the intersection between the shelf life, so to speak, of a political administration and culture? Let me conclude by saying the following. The world of culture and the arts needs to take into consideration the future of humankind as well, and also needs to take into consideration the 4 components that have been mentioned before. But at the very basis, at the very fundament of all of this is the person, and the person needs to transform alongside with all the impact that we want to create. Otherwise, the realization of these 4 components is not possible. Thank you once again for your kind invitation. Thank you very much, Mr. Tanash. Common values, management of culture and the arts in harmony with all of the 4 components. Next up is Mr. Güven Eken from İzdoğa Incorporate. He is the he's the chairman of the board of directors and also advisor to the Greater Municipality of Izmir. He is also the founder of the Nature School of Seferihisar and has been giving lectures since 2013, both in theory and with a practical approach. His question is as follows. What do you think, is the role of cultural products in preserving nature and the environment? Thank you so much. I'd like to go back to the issue of circular nature. While we were prepping for the summit that was mentioned last year in September in Izmir, we wanted to create such a concept, of course there would be a manifesto alongside the summit, but the concept that we wanted to create would have to be unforgettable. Something that stucks in the minds of people, and that's how we stumbled upon a circular nature, and those were chosen with precision, and words are very powerful. Circularity is a necessity, it's a sine qua non, because the developmental ideology left aside of today's times, everything is circular. Water, the soil, light, the trees, the animals, life itself. We are born, we die. The planets, they revolve around each other. Material itself, it is constantly transforming from planet to planet. Everything is circular. But only the mental state of people living on one of the many, many planets of the solar system is not circular. Our minds are not circular. And this shouldn't be the case, because the intellectual knowledge that we accumulate is such a tiny little drop in all the universal pool of knowledge that we have to think circular. And this is a belief, this is not reality. Whatever is real is circular. So if we want to transform ourselves, climate crisis, everything else, the model we adopt has to be circular, that's for sure. Like water, like the trees, like our own body. So if our own body is circular, the mind cannot stay not circular. It's even schizophrenic. I wholeheartedly believe that all the problems and the unhappiness that we experience on a day-to-day basis stems from the very fact that our minds do not operate in a circular fashion like nature. That's important. Secondly, the concept of culture, and I need to tell this to Görgün Taner specifically, cannot be thought of devoid of the arts. Culture nourishes itself from the arts. For example, the word agriculture in English already includes the word culture, or cultivation for that matter. So culture really needs to be defined in a different fashion. It needs to be put somewhere else so that we can define everything else, technology, our relationship with nature, and what have you. I think it would be apt to, if we said that we need a redefinition of the concept of culture. And circular cities are very important. That's another issue. I may not have the time to talk about that one, but circularity needs to be supported in social terms as well. And this is how we came up with the concept of our summit, organized back in September in 2021. Of course, this can be broken down. Harmony with nature, harmony amongst ourselves, with the past, and also with transformation. That is the future. Very simple, actually. Let's live harmoniously with one another, and this will inevitably lead to a harmonious future. So it sounds difficult, or it sounds very technical, but it's not. And the word harmony is very important here, because let's take up the example of a tree. The tree grows on the soil, and the soil is the past of the tree. And the soil nourishes the trunk, leaves grow, and stems grow, it bears fruit, and so on and so forth. The tree
is also adaptive to weather conditions. For example, today we had snow in Istanbul, but all the fig trees and the buds of the fig trees remained closed, although we are mid-March. So that's harmony. And harmony within ourselves, with each other, and with animals, with nature, is absolutely necessary. And this is how we thought about the concept of harmony for the summit. And harmony makes us remember something else. If we take up the cities are turned away from rural areas. They think for themselves, they act for themselves, they are closed circuits. Most of the cities are closed circuits. It could be that one city with another engages in some sort of communication, but all the spaces within a city, within an urban space, is a closed circuit. So this is something that we need to change. These structures need to breathe again, and they need to turn outward. And half of the world's population is dwelling in urban areas. And if you try to cultivate rainforests, for example, or agriculturally non-cultivatable land, you'll harm nature. So what can we do? We need to bring back nature into city and enable the city dwellers, the inhabitants of cities, to enter into a relationship with nature again. So tearing down the walls that stand between us and nature, not only physical walls, but also mental walls. Let's tear down those mental walls between cities and nature, and then the solutions will appear naturally in the real sense of the word. Decentralized arts is something that has been mentioned. The first examples of art happened in the street, paintings on walls, theater in the streets. We confined them in closed spaces and took them out of life itself. We are all artists. If only we looked at the arts and culture from this perspective. And the result of all of this is climate change, for example. And I've been talking for 12 minutes already, and one animal species has already gone extinct during my speech. Every 10 minutes, another animal species goes extinct. And all of the problems that we are experiencing right now stems from the fact that we lost our connection to nature. We are shooting ourselves in our own foot. But if we continue to do so, there will be nobody left. Nothing will be left. So harmony is really the buzzword. And everything needs to act in harmony. The sports, the arts, culture, scientific ways of thinking, philosophy, politics, what have you. Everything needs to be revised and redefined, starting from scratch. And this is not difficult, by the way, because there are already people that think like this. Those are not people that live in caves. They are amongst us, but they are encircled with ancient thoughts. We just need to find a way to open up the minds and hearts of everybody else. We need to ebb the way so that everybody can hop on the same trajectory. If we don't do that, we won't be able to cover any ground and combat and mitigate the negative impacts of all the crises that we are currently experiencing. Thank you once again very much for your kind invitation.
We would like to thank our speakers. Now, the floor is to Mr. Merve Akı, Turkey, Urban Mobility Manager, Merve Akı. And the pedestrian and the cyclists, and about the integration of the public design and also the street design. She's working on those designs, and the question is this: and for sustainable development, for the sustainable cities, and for a better, so you are helping the cities to be smarter cities. And the sustainable development, in addition to the environmental benefits, what are the cultural benefits of having that kind of a city design? I just want to continue where Mr. Güven left, because we're talking about the fact that the people are turning their backs to the cities, and especially the city, the geographers of the cities, and they're also targeting it as a recommendation. So we have this politic ecology concept and the center of everything. So what they say is, so the city and the nature shouldn't be disconnected. And so as also Mr. Güven says, so this is a great opportunity to speak after him, because this is where I want to start my speech from. And so we are thinking the city as a concrete, and we define nature separately. And in our lessons, when we listen hinterland, so the rural area is designed as a hinterland, and so we are disconnected from the nature. So those are the problems, and due to the problems are due to that disconnection. When we're talking about sustainable cities and sustainable development, we have to get reconnected with the nature. And we need to accept that inside the city there is nature, and we are part of the nature, and so this is something circular and ongoing. So the cities are not only made of concrete. Mr. Mert, you mentioned that, so we're talking about cities of 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Why is that? Why we're discussing, why we're talking about the cities? Because we are trying to come up with a solution, and we want to find better active transportation routes, a cleaner transportation routes, pedestrian, cycling. And we want to integrate it with the green access, and we want to relate it with the natures. And inside the cities, we want to have city forests, and we want to have this kind of a structure. And so this is the part of the Sustainable Development Plan. And the main reason is this: United Nations in 2018 they made a declaration about the criteria of the population. Half of the population is living in the cities, and in 2050, 68% of the people will be living in the cities, and in some of the cities it's even faster, and the consequences are more severe. And with that, in the previous panel, IPCC also declared a report, and we're talking about 1.5 degrees. We said that we cannot go beyond that, but with the manufacturing that we do, the automobiles that we're driving, the fuel that we're driving, we're always boosting that. So there is a migration to the cities each day. And so all of them, we're talking about sustainability as of 1967 is with the Rio report, and everything has started, and the point we reach, we still talk about the same things. And the solution is not very far away, and we don't need to have extreme designs, or we need to belong to the nature, and we need to belong to the green area, a water basin or something, because the nature is inside the city. You shouldn't disconnect it. So you have to build relations with it. And so creating the culture. So this is the part of it. So this is where the culture is playing a very crucial role. And in the critical geography, we're talking about the imitation nature production. And what do we understand from this imitation nature? The nature is decoded as green, and the topography has been changed, and there are no trees, and there are no garden and planting, and so this is an extra effort. This is a human-made effort. So it's just a sterile natural environment. And so instead of this kind of an image, we have to focus on the real nature, which is in its own natural flow. We have to set this up and we need to allow them to exist. And in that condition, we can really have this sustainable development, especially we can talk about it in this cityscape. This is what I want to say. And all the approaches, we're talking about 15-minute cities, new urban mentality, we're talking about all different ideas, all the things that we support, lower emission regions. At the end of the day, everything is boiling down to one conclusion. We are trying to come up with different solutions in different places, but on our shoulders, we are disconnecting cities from the nature, but on the contrary, we have to accept that they're integrated and they are just feeding one another. So this is a reference to circular cities. The waste can be the raw material of another product, and we have to accept this, and we have to be educated from the childhood and to the end of our lives. This should stay as a background culture. So I think that this can only happen with this kind of a consciousness. I want to be hopeful, and after those speeches today, I am hopeful. I think those are doable because we have so many collaborations, we have efforts for that, and so the cities in one level will be successful about establishing that. Maybe it's because of the institutions that I'm working. I am quite optimistic. But in the previous panel, as also the mayor Shanda said, are we in it? Yes, this is a very critical question. We should be in it because otherwise we're not going to be having a planet to live in. Thank you. We would like to thank Merve. And since you throw the ball to the mayor, Sherdil Daraodabaşı, so the actions and the discourse and to be inactive, and Mr. Sherdil Daraodabaşı, they have very practical applications, and Sherdil Daraodabaşı is the mayor of Kadikoy, and he is the mayor of the culture representation of Turkey. And within the circular economy, what is the role of the culture in the context of circularity debate? How does the relationship between the circularity and the culture reflects on the work of Kadikoy Municipality? I just said, asked to Shule, are you in it? And I want to ask the same question to Mr. Görgün. Okay, we have very close collaborations with IKSV. And are you going to run away after the question, or are you in it? Because Shulege ran away without giving the money, but you are one of the most rooted art foundation of Turkey, and we have a lot of collaboration with you. And I hope that this collaboration will gradually increase and continue. Shulu is not here anymore, and I don't think that Shulu really escaped because she wants to live in this planet as well for her life, for her future, and for her standards. In order to preserve those standards, we have to support one another. And I told you this, we're taking a risk here because we are taking this political risk and they have to take this economical risk. And you are working in the cultural area, and you are some of the institutions are sponsors to you, and so you are developing the culture with their sponsorship. And we are living in this planet, and we don't have any other planet B, and we have to own this. And because of that, I asked this question, and I said that, are you in it? Are we going to pretend, or are we going to really do it? So are we decisive? This is the reason why I asked it, but everyone is saying that we're decisive and we want to do that. And I hope that this summit will be the beginning of this, or maybe it will be a step which will carry the realization. In Malmö, in the General Assembly of ICLEI, we will be discussing about those things in a more serious way, and we want to create some public opinion, and I think it will contribute to the formulation of that. As a Kadikoy municipality, municipality, what is our cultural policy, how we look at that situation? And we have a perspective like everything else because we are not considering just today. So we are not deciding on daily basis. We are making long-term plans, and we are very much oriented for the future, and we are preparing Kadikoy for the future, and the culture is one of the most important components of this. While we are doing that, so we have this holistic structure, the past, today, and the future. And the past is very important to us because in 1989 we have been managed by social democrats, and we have this cultural heritage that we adopted. And upon that heritage, we want to extend that and we want to add on top of it, and we are preparing Kadikoy for the future. So this accent is completing to one another and it is supporting to one another. And our effort is to keep Kadikoy alive as a symbol of freedom, equality, and fraternity. And so the social justice, solidarity, secularism, and the bearer of solidarity and social justice and secularism. So the ultimate goal is to make Kadikoy a center for that. What makes Kadikoy an exemplary town for many times is that it is embracing its roots and culture. Based on this fact and heritage, really, we are carrying Kadikoy to this future. And while doing this, our sine qua non model is to create a polyphonic society that has internalized democracy. And we base our understanding of sustainable development and resilient cities on this understanding. And we place cultural policies at the center of these processes. Because culture is not just about art. As an extension of our principles of modernity and democracy, we take all the stages of establishing a progressive life as a culture, and we want to make it possible. We know that understanding of a developed culture is not possible. So, if we this could only make the city patriarchal, and this would exclude differences and build the future. And we see the examples of this on the other districts, and we want to have this understanding in Kadikoy. And there are so many friends from Turkey, and they know, I have a speech. So the group deputy representative of AK Party, and they made a declaration about LGBT community, and I have a speech. And so I'm focusing on the human rights. I'm talking about the diversity. And so I'm talking about the minorities in Kadikoy. I'm talking about the vulnerable societies in Kadikoy. And if we are not owning those communities, if we don't help them, it means that one part of us will be missing. Because the religion, the gender, their tendencies, we cannot put them into the other position, and we cannot call them others. And we have this equality, and we need to serve them equally. That is our mission. And while we're doing so, we have to, independent from who they are, we need to provide a solution. So when you do that in Kadikoy, culturally, we are providing that diversity, and we can say that Kadikoy is the center of diversity. And we never consider the gender, the orientation, the team that they favor. So I favor Fenerbahce, but there are a lot of representatives from Galatasaray. And so there's another person who's from Beşiktaş, so we cannot make that kind of a distinction. Social democrats cannot make that kind of a separation. And so we need to be acting equally to the citizens. And the circular, I get acquainted with this terminology in Izmir, in the summit, and there I get acquainted with that terminology. So it is about it aims for the future in harmony with the past, the present, and each other and the nature. And when we talk about the culture of life in Kadikoy, we also understand the establishment of mechanisms that will enable the people of Kadikoy to participate in life, take part in decision process, and become active citizens. And our past is important. We are trying to use the heritage that we adapted, and we're preparing Kadikoy. And the life culture is very important. So the participation of the Kadikoy citizens to take decision, and we want them there to active citizens, and we want to establish mechanisms for that. And we're trying to give this opportunity, the culture, the sports. We aim to enable them to benefit from cultural, artistic, and sports opportunities, and we want to support their individual development, and we want them to be healthy and happy individuals in a way that we unfortunately do not come across in today's Turkey. Those are our priorities, and those are the things that we want to do. Nature is the most important concept that tells us how important this circularity is. And from now on, I will talk about the first in Turkey. I'm quite proud, and I would like also send my gratitude to all my team. And I would like to state that we received the Climate Achievement Badge, and so we started a waste-free life movement due to our work on the climate crisis, which one of the most important agendas of Turkey. So we have the first waste-free shop which supports the waste-free life movement. And instead of one-time usage, we're using products, ecological product without any packaging, and we are supporting. We are in this Turkey's first and only local government application that offers access to long-lasting, unpacked ecological product instead of disposable products, supports their circular economy, and brings together the consumer with the local product and the producer. And regarding combating the climate crisis, we started to fulfill the conditions of the Paris Climate Agreement before the government signed the agreement. We have a climate adaptation action plan, and we did it even before the government. And we have a climate adaptation action plan. We prepared this, and we have systems that calculate corporate gas emissions. And for new buildings, we pass the obligation to collect rainwater from the district council. We are building solar power plants, and we have green buildings, and we have the grid water collection, and we are now working on the legislation of the zoning plan. And right now, the in some of the parks and some of the streets are being cleaned by the water, the rainwater. So we are using the rainwater for cleaning our streets and parks. We are building solar power plants, and we were planning to ask for loan for the second one from Mrs. Schule, but the second will be established by our own equity again. And we create air corridors. And we closed one street, and we are now creating an air corridor. The mayor of Bozkurt is she here. So she was talking about 41,000 hectares of an agricultural area. And so we can say that with this recyclable, in order to establish this recyclable, we only need 1,000 square meters. And since we couldn't do it, we did it in the garden of Kadikoy Municipality. And with this, we closed one street, and we just closed that street to the traffic, and we created an air corridor. Because this is a district where we don't have any kind of green area, so we created this air corridors. We have environmental monitoring and early warning system, and most importantly, for our children, we created city gardens. And let me give you an example. Recently, after the snow, when it was snowing, and one of the garden owners went to clean the lettuce to clean it, because they think that maybe the snow will be just affecting the lettuce. But we're so disconnected from the soil, we're so disconnected from the production, that we don't know what the nature is serving, because we don't know that the lettuce needs that snow. Or, for instance, the children are thinking that the tomato is something that you can pick from a tree. They're very small areas. We have 4 different agricultural gardens, and maybe it is difficult for the European colleagues here to understand it, but in between those plazas, we have those kind of agricultural gardens, and we're trying to do agriculture. And our objective is not, first of all, to make healthy protection, but also we want to teach the children to understand how we are producing certain things, and so this is a very important thing for us. I don't want to prolong my words, and sustainable development and a resilient city, and this is the center of our philosophy. As I told you, we are preparing Kadikoy for the future, and we are ready for that, and so we believe that we're ready for this, and it is not enough that I only believe it. My friends, my colleagues, my directorates, and all the members of the council, the citizens of Kadikoy, and so they know what they're going to be facing for the future, and so they are supporting us in this regard. And our second objective is my election was more Kadikoy. My election slogan was more Kadikoy. After this, there are good policies, and there are new collaborations, and first of all in Turkey, and after that in different parts of the world, we want to find the way it is applied, and I would like to thank everyone, and also I would like to thank Mr. Gordon, and we are expecting his support for the future.
We have to thank you for your wonderful speech, distinguished mayor. More Kadikoy dwellers, and Kadikoy is one of the districts that received most of the refugees. More people from Kadikoy, more people from Izmir. That's our slogan. Now I would like to give the floor to İrem Daloğlu Çetinkaya from the Environmental Sciences Institute of Boğaziçi University. She's a researcher, and she also lectures on climate change and climate policies. Is an ecosystem possible that can mitigate the negative impact of people on nature? It is possible. The panel is very interesting. Could Mrs. Daloğlu speak closer to the mic, please? And there are also other microphones open. I believe there is an interference in sound. Could somebody please help out with the sound? There are microphones open other than the speakers. Is this better? This is much better. Thank you so much for your help. Social ecosystems. We as individuals have an impact with our behavior on the ecosystem, and the ecosystem impacts us. This is the baseline. So the ecosystem shall not be broken down into different compartments. It's a whole, and in this wholeness it's very complex. And we're not talking about an equation as simple as 2 + 2 = 4. That's not what the sciences, and in particular the environmental sciences, is about. It's not simple. We do know, all of us that are here present know why we have gathered today at this summit. The IPCC knows it, and everybody knows it. We're talking about fossil fuels, the usage of fossil resources, and so on and so forth. We know the problem, but when it comes to the solution, we need to adopt this holistic approach. We, the people, as social entities, as social beings, have a lot of impact on the ecosystem and vice versa. And the climate crisis, it's the most prominent example. The climate crisis is in fact a global experiment. We apply some models, some algorithms, we try to conclude stuff, we try to rationalize stuff, and we have somewhat concluded that we will be able to mitigate all of this by putting a cap on the rise in temperature of 1.5. And this is all an experiment, and one thing is for sure, we need to change our behavior. We need to put aside the entitlement that we have adopted when it comes to exploiting resources and making use of available resources. And in today's panel, and also in the panels before ours, the concept of harmony has been mentioned multiple times. Will be able to establish this harmony that we seem to hold so dear? I'm not so sure, because harmony has its limits in itself. And this is why we need to focus on the reduction as well. We need to reduce whatever causes climate crisis, and we also need to change our behavior. And what makes me very hopeful is that a lot of the solutions come from local authorities. It comes from a grassroots level, and this is why the municipality of Kadikoy and the examples presented are so very hopeful. We're talking about the arts, we're talking about culture. Of course, culture is part of the arts, but culture, if I redefine culture, according to my understanding, culture also includes behavior and consumption. Everything that we consume, no matter what we consume, has a footprint in various ways. This, on the one hand side, shows us how very powerful we are as an individual. We are both the reason and also the solution to this problem. I consider myself very lucky. I'm an academic at a university. I'm always surrounded by young, very dynamic and, relatively speaking, very hopeful people. And what I try to do is to raise awareness amongst those young people, those university students. And I consider the current generation to be less selfish when compared to our generation. So there is reason to be hopeful and happy from a scientific perspective, but of course time runs out fast, and time is not limited. It runs very quickly. And we need to definitely think about our footprint. The print, the indignation that we leave on the planet. Carbon footprint, water footprint, and so on and so forth. And I wholeheartedly believe that a scenario that is better and more hopeful is possible. Thank you very much, Mrs. Daloğlu. And our last speaker will be Buket Uzuner, an author, a traveler, feminist, an animal rights and women's rights activist as well. And she wrote a trilogy based on mythology with a specific focus on the relationship between human beings and nature. Hello everyone. I am from Kadikoy. I am a Kadikoylu, and it's lovely to be at home. We're talking about the climate,
and sustainability in Kadikoy, which makes me very happy. And this is why I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to both the municipality of Kadikoy, and I'm not sure whether Tunç Bey is still with us. Hello, welcome to Kadikoy. So it's not only I that visits Izmir, right? So it's your turn, and now you're here. So lots of problems, but I do not worry, because we as Homo sapiens are actually Homo narans. We tell stories and we listen to stories, and no other being has this capacity. And this is why, in the end, we will go back to mythologies and stories and storytelling. And I also believe that narration is the mother of all other art forms, because even the cave paintings had a story behind them. First comes the story, then comes the image. And we cannot avoid this. And I am also an environmental scientist, just like my neighbor to my left here. When you started school, I was already a graduate, and I had decided to study microbial biology. Nobody had a clue back then what this was all about. I was being asked, or my father rather was being asked, what I would become after graduation, whether I would be landscaping or planting trees or what have you. But I decided to study that. And 2 days ago I was in Adana, and I was in Adana to commemorate Yaşar Kemal, who has been a candidate for a nominee for the Nobel Prize multiple times, but he's a very disputed figure in the country. He wrote multiple novels with a very particular cultural notion that we came to love. And he wrote this one novel entitled The Marmara Sea, and he wrote specifically about this domestic sea of ours, the Marmara Sea, and he writes about the relationship between a fisherman and a dolphin. Dolphins are very abundant, or used to be very abundant, in the Bosphorus and the Marmara Sea. So fictional books, and in that sense very unique. And you're all aware, you remember very well, that we had the snail snot last year in the Marmara Sea. In other words, mucilage. And this stems from the lack of oxygen in the Marmara Sea. So pollution, basically, contamination. By the way, one of my dreams is that ecology is being introduced into the curriculum of primary schools in Turkey. Ecology is about nature. It's about telling young people what nature is all about, and it also makes them realize the importance of an olive tree, for example. It's very important to instill that into the minds and hearts of young people. So if we adopt this approach, this would be lovely. And you all know Americans love labels, and they have coined something called climate fiction. This sounds very fancy, but what is it about? It's about what Yaşar Kemal wrote about. It's about The Old Man and the Sea by Ernest Hemingway, or Aldo Leopold's
books. A naturalist, an American. He talked about the ethics of the soil. He talked about the rights of the soil. And I wrote about the very same subject. Some readers approach me and even criticize me by saying, how can you even talk about the ethics and the rights of the soil in a country where human rights is not even solved? Well, it all goes hand in hand, I believe. And nowadays, let me also say the following, there is huge interest in mythology. I wrote the 4 Element series, fire, earth, and I'm currently writing the 2 other ones, with a special emphasis on Turkic mythology that originated in Siberia. And I tried to find out why mythology is so very much in the forefront right now, because animistic beliefs before the Abrahamic religions, this can be shamanic, like in our Turkic culture, or pagan beliefs, have an incredibly strong relationship to nature. And it is all based on the fact that human beings are not dominating nature. They are not superior to nature. They are part of nature. And this also goes hand in hand with consuming less, with leading a more streamlined and more simple life, and so on. And the same holds true for the arts and culture as well, because the mental state or the mind of those people that led to all the cultural and artistic and scientific achievements of our contemporary times have been inspired by the mythological, the paganistic, the shamanistic approach. And this stems back to thousands and thousands of years, and they're talking about circularity, devri daim in Turkish, which means that you are born, you grow, then you slowly decay, and then you die and become part of the soil again, only to be reborn, which is circular, devri daim in Turkish. And you all remember all the stories that our grandmothers told us about those herbalists and witches that work with plants and so on and so forth. I wanted to read a passage from my book, but it's very hot in here, and whoever is interested in my books can go grab a copy and read it for him or herself. So I'll stop here. Thank you. Thank you so very much to all of our participants and everybody who contributed to the organization of this summit, and also to the mayors and everybody else. Thank you. Mr. Mert Fırat, thank you for moderating this session. We would like to extend a small token of appreciation to commemorate today's summit. A small selection of the produce and the products handcrafted by a women's cooperative established in Kadikoy. Distinguished participants, we would now break for coffee for 10 minutes and then proceed with the last and 4th session of today's summit in 10 minutes.
Fotoğraf çekim mi istiyorsunuz? Pardon, başkanım. Bir fotoğraf alabilir miyiz lütfen?
Şimdi var.
Mert Bey, Sayın Mert Fırat. Oturumu gerçekleştirdiğiniz konuklarla birlikte bir fotoğraf almak isteriz. Karşıya bakmanızı rica edebilir miyiz lütfen? Sahnenin önündeki konuklarımızı biraz kenara doğru alabilir miyiz? Evet, değerli konuklarımıza tekrar teşekkür ediyoruz. Kısa bir çay kahve molasından sonra 4. oturum için size tekrar...
After the coffee break, you will be invited for the fourth session 10 minutes later.
Kolay gelsin. Ve güleceğiz diye çok zor tutuyorum. Dur şimdi bir boşalsınlar aynen. Kaç konuğumuz var?
Fuarımızın İzmir'e, Türkiye'ye, dünyaya hayırlı uğurlu olmasını diliyorum.
Ve 6 tarihi tren istasyonu bulunuyor. Koruma statüsünde bulunan bu tarihi binaların birçoğu uzun yıllardır Ulaştırma Bakanlığı tarafından atıl ve metruk halde bırakılarak adeta birilerine peşkeş çekilmeye hazırlanıyor. Biz Kadıköylüler olarak tarihi istasyonlarımızın bu şekilde yok olmasına asla izin veremeyiz. Vermeyeceğiz. Kızıltoprak, Fener Yolu, Göztepe, Erenköy, Suadiye ve Bostancı. Bu istasyonlar bizim kültürel ve tarihi mirasımız. Anılarımız, ayrılıklarımız, kavuşmalarımız, sevinçlerimiz, hüzünlerimiz. Yani kısaca bunlar yalnızca birer bina değil bizim geçmişimiz. Bizim hafızamız. Tam da bu yüzden Kadıköy Belediyesi olarak biz bu istasyon binalarına talibiz. Her bölgenin istasyonunu, o bölgedeki yurttaşların da görüşünü alarak müze, kültür veya sosyal yaşam merkezi haline getireceğiz. Bu amaçla Ulaştırma Bakanlığı'na yaptığımız başvurular her seferinde reddedildi. Defalarca başvurduk. Aradan geçen zaman içerisinde istasyonlarla ilgili halkın yararına ve kullanımına yönelik hiçbir adım atılmadığı gibi bu eserler çürümeye terk edildi. Bu yüzden talebimizi daha yüksek bir sesle yineliyoruz. Kadıköylüler adına ilçemiz sınırları içinde bulunan 6 tarihi tren istasyonunun kamu yararına kullanılması şartıyla Kadıköy Belediyesi'ne tahsis edilmesini istiyoruz. İstasyon binaları halkındır. Haydarpaşa'da olduğu gibi, Söğütlüçeşme'de olduğu gibi kentimizin hafızasını ve kültürel ve tarihi mirasımızı birilerinin keyfi kararlarına mahkum, rant hesaplarına kurban ettirmeyeceğiz. Kadıköylüler olarak tarihi istasyonlarımıza hep birlikte sahip çıkacağız. Bir çağrımız da iktidar partisinin temsilcilerine olacak. Her fırsatta Kadıköy'ün hakkından, hukukundan bahsediyorsunuz. Hadi size fırsat. İstasyon binalarının çürümesini istemeyen, atıl kalmasına karşı çıkan Kadıköylülerin yanında tavır alın. İşte size fırsat. Haydarpaşa gardır, gar kalacak deyin. İşte size fırsat. Söğütlüçeşme'ye AVM yaptırmayacağız deyin.
Hepimizin o şimdi yıkık kaderine terk edilmiş, aslında başka amaçlar için yıkılması beklendiğini herkesin farkında olduğu o binaların, o tren istasyonlarının hepimizin ya çocukluğunda ya bir filmde veya bir şiirde, bize ait bir sözde, türküde o binaların ortaya çıkması aslında kendi kültürümüzün ortaya çıkmasıdır. Onun için istiyoruz onları. Yoksa onlar sadece birer bina, birer tren istasyonu değil. Onlar biziz aslında. Geçmişimizle ilgili her şeyi yok ederek kendimizi yok ediyoruz. Ve sonunda kendi belleği olmayan, başkasına muhtaç, bakıma muhtaç ve kimsenin ciddiye almadığı o hasta insanlara dönme yolunda gidiyoruz. Onun için yeter ki geçmişimize de geleceğimiz kadar önem verelim ve sahip çıkalım.
sayılı yasa kapsamında korunma açısı için gerekli tüm tedbirlerin alınması gerekir.
Ortak bir kültürel miras olarak bakıyoruz bunlara ve gelecek kuşaklara aynı şekilde bunların aktarılmasıdır önemli olan.
Korumaya ilişkin tedbir alınmaması durumunda 2863 sayılı yasaya muhalefet söz konusu olur. Birincisi bu. İkincisi, bu insanlar kamu görevlileri. Kendilerine kamu görevlileri nedeniyle emanet edilmiş kültür varlıkları, bu binalar, bu istasyon binalarımız. Bu nedenle görevi ihmal suçunun unsurları oluşup oluşmadığı kapsamında bir değerlendirme yapılmalıdır. Ama bence görevi kötüye kullanmada düşünülebilir. Çünkü görüyor, tahrip olduğunu, önlem alınmazsa daha da tahrip olacağını görüyor ve buna rağmen yapması gerekeni yapmıyor. Görevi kötüye kullanma.
Kadıköy Belediye Başkanı'nın da ifade ettiği gibi bunlar zaten hepimizin ortak mülkiyetiydi. Yani devlet demir yolları ve şeyler üzerinden, istasyon yapıları üzerinden. Biz hani çok olağanüstü bir talepte de bulunmuyoruz aslında. Yani kamunun elinde olan mülkiyetlerin yine kamu yararına kullanılması. Mevcut fonksiyonlarını yitirmiş olabilirler. O zaman kamunun yeni ihtiyaçları doğrultusunda yine kamusal özellikleriyle kullanılması yönünde bir çağrıyı yükseltmek gerekiyor elbette.
Kızıltoprak tren istasyonumuzun Kadıköy Belediyesi'ne verilip atıl kalmamasını istiyoruz. Orada çok güzel atölyeler yapabiliriz.
Kadıköy Belediyesi'nin Bostancı halkına burayı kazandırmasını güçlü bir şekilde destekliyoruz.
Erenköy Mahallesi olarak Kadıköy Belediye'mizin yanındayız ve istasyonumuzu geri istiyoruz.
Bizim düşüncemiz kültür merkezi olması. Bizce Kadıköy Belediyesi'ne verilmesi uygun olacaktır.
Kadıköy Belediyesi'nin kampanyasına destek veriyorum. Vermenin dışında elimizden ne geliyorsa yardıma da hazırım ben Göztepe sakinleriyle.
Ziverbey'de oturuyorduk. O zaman Ziverbey'de otururken kullanırdık. Arka taraftan Bostancı'ya bağlanan yollardan, imkanlardan bir tanesi. Yürüyerek trene binip gittiğimiz istasyonlardan biriydi. Tarihi önemi bir kent hafızası aslında. Yani o hafızayı korumakla ilgili çok değerli bir şey var. O tren istasyonları hem tarihi hem de gerçekten çok özel yerler, yüksek tavanlı. Çok halkın da aslında orada yaşayan, çalışan çevrenin çok içselleştirdiği mekanlar. Şimdi tabii atıl durumdalar. Mekanların içine girilmedikçe, onları yaşayan mekanlar haline dönüştürmedikçe daha da içten içe çürüyorlar ve günün sonunda yok olup gidiyorlar. Başkanın bir çağrısı vardı. Yani bunları sanat kurumlarına dönüştürmekle ilgili. Hatta sadece sanat kurumları da değil, farklı açılardan böyle kullanıma açmak noktasında. Ben de bu önerinin çok yanındayım. Yeniden yaşayan yerlere dönüştürmek, mekanlara dönüştürmek çok mümkün. Bu anlamda Kadıköy tarihini bile temsil edebilecek bir müze, küçük mini müzeye bile dönüştürülebilir. Yapmak istedikten sonra çok şey yapılabilir aslında orada. Ben heyecanlanıyorum. Umarım Kadıköy'de zaten her yere sahip çıkıyor bu anlamda. Mahallenin her köşesine, semtin her köşesine sahip çıkıyor. Umarım burada da sivil bir dayanışmayla da bu mekanların belediyeye ya da herkesin kullanımını açabilecek bir noktaya gelir. Zaten talep de bu yönde. Hepsinin ötesinde çok tarihi, hepimizin sahip çıkması gereken mekanlar. Tekrar bir işlev kazandırılırsa ben de bir Kadıköylü olarak çok mutlu olurum.
Biz yıllarımızı demir yoluna vermişiz. 35 sene çalışmışım. Bu binaları bu vaziyette gördüğüm zaman içim sızlıyor. Boş istasyonlara hakikaten üzülüyoruz. Tabii ki bunlara bir çare bulsalar, bunları güzelce değerlendirseler, vatandaşa hizmet verse, her şey olabilir yani. Biz de seviniriz.
Bunların hepsi tarihi binalar. Aynı zamanda kentin, toplumun hafızasıdır buralar. Dolayısıyla her istasyonun o civarda yaşayan insanlarla ilgili bir anısı da var. Kültürel miras olduğu için kültürel faaliyetler için, kültürel işler için kullanılabilir. Yerel yönetimler aracılığıyla bunu yapabilir. Hem binalar yaşar hem insanlar faydalanır.
Ben Göztepe'deyim ve her gelip geçişte istasyonun bu atıl halini görmek beni çok çok üzüyor. Bir an evvel bu işin hallolmasını istiyoruz. Biz başkanımıza elimizden gelen her türlü desteği vereceğiz. Gerek sabahlara kadar istasyonun kapısında da bekleriz, imzamızı da toplarız.
Kültürel ve sanat merkezi, artı bir kütüphane olabilir. Çok iyi bir şekilde halkımıza faydalı olacak şekilde destekliyorum. Bu konuda başkanımızın da çalışmalarından dolayı Kadıköy Belediye Başkanımız Şerdildar'a oda başında teşekkür ve tebrik ediyorum.
Gene halkımızla birlikte buna karar verilebilirse çok mutlu oluruz. İstiyorum ki bir an evvel istasyonumuz harekete geçsin, canlansın. Tekrar o binanın kapılardan içeriye girelim. O teneffüs, o havayı alalım istiyorum.
Tarih dersen tarih burada, sahip çıkan halkı burada. Yem etmeyiz kuşa kurda, pes etmeyelim. Kilometre başlangıcı Haydarpaşa şehrin tacı.
Geldiğimiz noktada artık Marmaray projesi inşa edilmiş, eski istasyon yapıları yeni projeye entegre edilememiş, artık başka kamusal ihtiyaçlara yönelik kullanılması gerekiyor. Kamu yararına kullanılması gerekir. Kadıköy Belediyesi'nin tarihi istasyon yapılarının korunması konusundaki başlatmış olduğu kamuoyu çalışmasını destekliyoruz.
Atıl kalan Haydarpaşa'ya kadar olan 6 tane istasyonu kendine yani belediyeye devrini istediğini biliyorum ve çok olumlu bir girişim olarak görüyorum. Yani kullanılmadıkları için kaderlerine terk edilmiş durumdalar. Onun için buraların ne bileyim kültür merkezi, kütüphane vesaire şeyler için kullanılması bence çok çok olumlu. Kadıköy Belediyesi'ne hem Mimar Odası olarak hem Kadıköy Kent Konseyi olarak elimizden gelen tüm desteği veriyoruz.
Dünyanın her yerinde bu tür binalar halk için kullanılır. Şimdi tabii uzaktan görüyoruz ama ben sizin daha önce hazırladığınız videolarda da gördüm. İçleri çok feci durumda bu binaların. Bunlar kültür merkezi olsa, müzeler olsa, halk yararına kullanılsa, atölye çalışmaları yapılsa ne kadar güzel olur tabii. Ama mevcut iktidar bugüne kadar 20 sene boyunca sanatçının güzel şeylerin hep aleyhinde çalıştı maalesef. Şimdi bir şey de yapmıyorlar ve çürümeye terk edilmiş bir şekilde bu binalar duruyor. Bir an önce yapılması gereken de sahibine yani halka dolayısıyla yerel yönetime bu binaların teslim edilmesidir. Bu konuda herkesin de gerekli hassasiyeti gösterip sadece bizde kalmayıp ses çıkarması gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Umarım bir an önce bu tarih hak ettiği yeri bulur. Kadıköy Belediyesi'nin tren istasyonlarını tekrar halka kazandırılması projesine gönülden destek veriyorum.
Zirvenin son oturumu başlamak üzere. Sizleri yerlerinize davet ediyorum lütfen. Değerli misafirlerimiz, Avrupa ve küresel girişimlerin yerelleştirilmesi konu başlıklı günün son ve 4. oturumunun moderasyonunu yapmak üzere ICLEI Avrupa Bölge Direktörü Sayın Wolfgang Trübner'ı takdim ediyorum sizlere. Kendisi yerini aldı.
Mr. Wolfgang Tüber, the Regional Director of the ICLEI to Europe and Mayor of Mannheim, Germany. Peter Kurz, the Speaker of the Global Parliament of Mayors. Kartal Mayor, Mr. Gökhan Yüksel. United Nations Development Program, Istanbul Regional Office Director, Gerd Trogeman. Sustainable Mobility and Climate Change Team Coordinator, Development of Economic and Social Development, Delegation of the European Union to Turkey, Dr. Göktuğ Kara. And the first online speaker, International Relations and the Global Sustainability Department, Bonn Municipality, Germany, will attend, Ms. Verena Schwarte, and the moderator will be inviting her. And so the last online guest, Director of the Office of Sustainability and Resilience, Municipality of Orlando, USA, to be connected. So Chris Castro, the floor is yours.
To everybody, to our final panel of today. We have another distinguished group of panelists, so I hope you are all still alive and awake to follow this interesting discussions here. First of all, I would like to also give a big thank you to our interpreters who have done a brilliant job all day already. And I'm sure will carry us through this last 1.5 hours. As already was announced, we have 3 speakers also contributing online. And so without further ado, we are entering into the session. So, well, we had a very, I would say, almost philosophic discussion in the last round. So we're here a bit more back to technicalities and also a bit to of course politics. I mean, we see that, you know, all the efforts that local governments are undertaking are also embedded, of course, in a number of international agreements and commitments. We have, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals. We have the Paris Agreement that is also translated into the Covenant of Mayors. We have the Convention on Biodiversity, which is trickling down in various agreements and commitments. We have also on the European level, of course, with the Green Deal, a very ambitious and quite holistic policy program for achieving climate neutrality within the European Union, but they also have, of course, the ambition to, you know, bring that into their neighboring countries, and those countries they have close relations to, and I would definitely also count Turkey into that group. So we will here a bit explore how cities and also, of course, international organizations are working with these agreements, how they can help and support and shape local policies, as well as, of course, they can provide channels for local governments to communicate with, you know, international policy. So our first speaker, I welcome back Mayor Peter Kurz from the city of Mannheim. The city of Mannheim, I think, is one of those cities who really take on board and very skillfully, I would say, work with these agreements and their commitment. Mannheim is one of the first cities that has really fully implemented SDG policies, reporting strategy. They have co-developed the concept for European local green deals, and recently they have upgraded their climate neutrality goal to become climate neutral by 2030. So I would like to invite Mayor Kurz to give us a presentation or to present how Mannheim is trying to work this into a consistent future strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang Teubner, also for your kind words, and of course all of you for the invitation to speak on this panel on the localization of international and European agendas. And let me take the opportunity to congratulate the mayor and the municipality of Kadikoy for this inspiring conference, and I take a lot of with me, and I hope I can bring something with me too. And let me first start with the question, why are we doing this? Why are we trying to comply to international agendas? And I want to refer to what the mayor of Malmö said this morning. What happens in Malmö affects the world, and what happens in the world affects Malmö. So the question is our interdependence as cities. And for me, the international agendas are a way of coordinating our efforts and align ourselves to a joint goal. And so the second dimension, of course, is we refer jointly to something which is really convincing. And convincing for me are especially those agendas and agreements which are comprehensive, or even not to say holistic in a way. So then we can refer to the philosophical debate before too, but I think this is necessary. So Paris Agreement and the follow-ups are a bit different. They are absolutely focused on climate change. Sustainable development goals have a more holistic approach, and I think this approach is needed. If we would fail to address really the sustainable development goals, we wouldn't be able to reach also the climate targets. And I think this comprehensive approach is closer to the local level and fits very well to the local level. Because the local level, if it deals with problem, it deals in a spatial dimension. And the spatial dimension means it's not a sectoral approach, or there is education, there is health, there is economy, there is transport. We are speaking about a neighborhood, a public space, and we see the interdependence of all the different sectors and dimensions. So we are close to this kind of thinking. And that's my explanation why the, let's say, maybe the local level in the end is more eager to fulfill or to comply to the agendas than other levels of government. And what we also need to be successful is a real multi-level governance. What do I mean if I say real multi-level governance? It's not about implementing one level of government and the decision-making mechanism on another level. It's rather a counterflow mechanism. We have to be able to design policies also from the local level and influence the national and the international level too. This is a real multi-level governance, and the framework for that could be the international agendas. So What is interesting right now, I think in the recent years, the awareness of the importance of cities is rising. But in the beginning, it wasn't for sure that goal 11, as far as I know, wasn't even foreseen in the Sustainable Development Goals. Now it's a central goal, the sustainable cities and communities, and we know that implicit, the implementation of almost all other goals depend on cities. As I said, in our understanding, localization refers to both how global agendas can provide a framework for local development and how local and regional governments can support the implementation of global agendas through bottom-up actions. We know that the majority of the relevant measures must be implemented at the local level. If targets are to be achieved, local and regional authorities implement 70% of climate change mitigation measures and 90% of climate change adaptation measures, as well as 65% of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to talk about our localization strategies to transform our city and local economy towards sustainability and climate neutrality. Let me start by saying measuring results is a prerequisite to develop and to reach your goals. More than a decade ago, we set up a governance model that enabled us to manage the city administration in an impact-oriented manner, and this is, I think, rather unusual, at least in Germany. In 2019, the Mannheim City Council adopted the Mannheim 2030 mission statement, which aligns our citywide actions with the goals of the UN 2030 Agenda. On that basis, we developed a voluntary local review with detailed indicators on the city's progress toward achieving the sustainability goals. I even had the honor to present it at the SDG Summit in 2019 in New York. Now we have the next VLR in preparation, and it will show us probably that our progresses are still far from sufficient. And I want to say, to be transparent in that way is a political challenge, but a challenge we need to meet. Let's say we use the agendas, the SDGs, to force ourselves to keep track. The most important step was the follow-up of the 9th European Conference on Sustainable Cities and Regions we hosted during the German EU presidency with ICLEI. And that's not for compliments, it's a fact. The main output of this conference was the adoption of the Mannheim message, which, as of today, has been supported by 55 cities and regions which committed themselves to implement the European Green Deal and create local Green Deals. We have taken this opportunity to develop the concept of local Green Deals along our strategic vision. We didn't want to create another plan, but a framework and a platform for joint action. In November 2021, I was able to present this in Glasgow, and the central objective of Mannheim's local Green Deal is to increase our ambitions in climate protection significantly. By adopting the local Green Deal, the Mannheim City Council has declared the goal of climate neutrality by 2030 to be a binding target for the city of Mannheim. As another follow-up, we decided to apply for the 100 climate neutral cities by 2030 program of the EU. For a city with our origin, we are a heavily industrialized city. This is really which you can't take for granted. We want to become a role model for highly industrialized cities. We started by establishing our local Green Deal office, which was charged with exploring the potential for tailored so-called deals in the areas of climate, zero pollution, clean and circular economy, ecosystems and biodiversity, mobility, sustainable food, clean energy and energy efficient buildings. Let me name our by far biggest deal. It will be the deal with our utility company, and the deal will be the decarbonization of our district heating system, where 65% of our inhabitants depend on. So this is really a big deal, and there will be also very small deals. So it's a package of deals with different stakeholders we want to develop over the time. Now we are in the process of figuring out what governance structures we need for this endeavor, inspired by other European cities. We speak with Umeå, Leuven, and Amsterdam, for example, to find the most suitable governance structure for us, given the transformation process is based on the individual needs of each city. We see the LGD as a possibility to activate our stakeholders via these deals. It's about companies as well as about neighborhoods. And I'm sure we will create another level of awareness that we have to transform our city and that we are already doing it. As a local Green Deal pilot city, we are developing a new approach to local sustainability policy, which we hope other cities can learn from. Not only do we want to share our successes, but we also want to share our lessons learned. We have to exchange and we have to work together to find the best solutions, and this is why I'm happy to take part in discussions like this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kurz, for this really very concise but also very impressive presentation about your approach in Mannheim to really move the agenda in a very, very ambitious way. So this is also for me the perfect handover, basically, because you were referring, of course, to the Green Deal, to invite our next speaker, which is Dr. Kara. He's the Sustainable Mobility and Climate Change Team Coordinator, and works for the Economic and Social Development section of the EU delegation in Turkey. He will participate online. And for him, of course, I would put the question in particular. So, well, we see, of course, the local Green Deal is still aiming at becoming climate neutral by 2050. At the same time, we see that also with the EU mission now for climate neutral and smart cities, we push the ambition back to already being climate neutral by 2030. And for us, of course, also the question is, we know that the European Commission is keen to also, of course, motivate cities and actors outside, and partner countries to, of course, follow this line. So how do you envisage to also, of course, work particularly now, of course, also with cities in Turkey to potentially support and work with them on this path? So the floor is yours, Mr. Kara. Mr. Kara, we can't hear you. Tested it before?
I think you cannot hear me, right?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, it was tested, obviously, and I think, do you hear me now, has become the most famous sentence of the last 2 years. Yes, thank you, Peter. Thank you for the opportunity to the Kadikoy Municipality and ICLEI. This is a really great occasion to come together. If you allow me, I would like to also speak in Turkish. I think we have the facilities for interpretation. For the audience, maybe it could be easier and the message could pass. Okay, thank you very much. Evet, ufak bir teknik arıza.
Yes, I kicked off my speech with a tiny little technical difficulty, but I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Kadikoy District Municipality for organizing this event and also for the moderation to Peter. for hosting this session. I've listened with great interest to the previous panels, and this one is also has proven to be very interesting as well. So the question stems from the relationship between European Union institutions and local authorities, and in particular cities in Turkey. The main driver in the European Union when it comes to climate issues is the Green Deal, as you all know, and the basis of the Green Deal is focused on three pillars or three components of the concept of sustainability, and brings together various aspects of this issue, and can be considered as a growth strategy, which includes a circular economy. It includes the mitigation of the negative impact of environmental pollutants and pollution in general, and is also upholding the principle of leaving no one behind, and in so doing ensuring a just transition to the new phase. This is what the Green Deal is basically about. It aims at creating a more modern, more just, a self-sufficient, independent world. And the zero carbon policy up until 2050. A European Union or Europe that is independent of energy dependency. In theory, this all sounds fine, but in practice, these are very ambitious goals, of course, let me underscore that. However, I consider the Green Deal to be of utmost importance, and when it was first put forth, there was mention of 40% of emission reduction, that was the baseline, and then there was an increase up to 50-something percent, 55% rather, until 2030. And in order for this increase to be accepted, of course, legislative amendments had to take place, 18 in total, revolving from energy, the building sector, and so on and so forth. And in 2020, in June, a climate law was passed. And this is now more than a declaration, it's more than a communique, it's a law, and it has binding character. 55% of emission reduction until 2030 and zero carbon policy until 2050. So we have a binding law. And this, of course, necessitates the mobilization of various elements. All the financial resources, or the majority of financial resources available at hand, need to be canalized into or used, allotted for this very ambitious goal, commitment. And the central
Can we get him back, or not the perfect connection, obviously. Well, I think we should potentially continue, because otherwise we might lose too much time. I mean, it's already late in the afternoon. So well, I mean, I would now like to basically go back to Turkey and to invite our next panelist. It's Mr. Gökhan Yüksel, the mayor of Kartal Municipality here in Istanbul. He is in local politics since 2014, and Kartal has a bit of a similarity to Mana, because it's one of the most industrialized districts in Turkey, and it's also recognized as one of the most children and youth-friendly cities and sort of having a very high, remarkably high number of kindergartens, having established a youth orchestra and a number of other relevant activities. And it was also in 2019 announced by the Heinrich Böll Foundation as the greenest district of Istanbul, which makes, of course, me particularly happy because it's also one of the long-standing ICLEI members in Turkey. So, can you share with us your visions and experiences and how you particularly are engaging with young people on this agenda?
Yes, hello to everyone first and foremost. My heartfelt gratitude, my brother and my friend and also my colleague to Şerdildara Odabaşı, the mayor, district mayor of Kadıköy. Thank you for hosting this event and organizing this event. I've listened with great interest to the previous panels and panelists, and my distinguished colleague Peter Kurz I've also listened to, and I've come yet again to the conclusion that it's very much necessary for us to discuss these issues. Kartal is, as Peter Kurz has said, very industrialized, comparable to Mannheim. However, if we go back 30 years ago, we see that the industry has little by little moved away from the city center. And we had a city plan in the works which was pending for the past 35 years, and the City Council finally approved it just yesterday. What a coincidence, and I'm happy to announce this. This approval means the following. We want to render the district of Kartal sustainable, and we want to turn it into a smart district, a smart part of the city. And for this purpose, 400 hectares of land, roughly 1/4 of the entire area, surface area of Kartal, will be used for a new construction project. And by that I mean smart, renewable, energy using buildings and public spaces. And this is the first example of such kind. We were busy with the bureaucratic steps, and yesterday, as I've just said, it has been approved by the City Council, which makes us very happy and strengthens our efforts even more. As I've said, I've listened with great interest to my previous colleagues that took the word and the previous panelists, and I see prime examples of best practices, good practices from which we can learn from, and this summit serves this purpose. It's very useful, it's very interesting, because it serves and provides the opportunity for an exchange of knowledge and experience. As you've mentioned, dear Peter, we are a very child and youth-friendly district as well. And it makes me very happy that this is being recognized and acknowledged by, so to speak, those people that do not live in Kartal as well. I thought it was only us that were acknowledging this. And it's also wonderful to see that decision makers take the necessary steps to pass laws, but a law is just a theoretical entity if it's not implemented. So it goes both ways. Sometimes the law comes first and then you implement it, but sometimes you put something in practice which sets a good example, and then it is turned into a law and applicable and binding for everybody else as well, which is wonderful to see. In Kartal currently we have 17 preschool, so-called kindergartens, And this equals an annual 2,000 roughly of students or children that can go there. After Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu came into office in 2019, he set the bar even higher, and with his directive, every district is now obliged to establish up to 150 preschool kindergartens. So the decisions that were taken by local authorities, the examples, the practices that were put forth by local authorities and districts sets such a good example that lawmakers stepped in and made all of these things binding. And one of the challenges that we are facing as well, as has been discussed in the first panel of this summit, is the issue of financing. Of course, the conventional bank loans that we can obtain are helpful only for a limited period of time, let's say 36 months. After that, the money runs out because the projects are so cost intensive. So we need to apply to other financial institutions and means. We have many projects in the works. We have many good ideas, also of technological nature, but they are very cost intensive, and we need financing for those. And as a local administration, a local body, as has been already mentioned by my colleague, the district mayor of Kadikoy, we have many new technology projects in the works. The appliances of solar panels on the roof, for example, water projects, irrigation projects, wastewater management projects, and so on and so forth. But this is on the district level. Implementing these projects on a national scale is not an easy task to accomplish. It requires financing, but I'm very confident when I say I can set the example, and I will gladly share all the expertise and experience we've accrued so far. It's important that buildings are redesigned, they are fitted with new technology, smart technology, but that all comes with a cost, of course. And of course, our country currently faces a very economically depressed time. We want to, of course, put into implementation these projects, and then in Turkey, and then also worldwide. So whoever manages to implement the projects that he outlined first, the other party comes to visit. How about that? So if Mannheim goes first, I come visit. If we go first, you come visit. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mayor Yüksel. I'm also thankful that you of course proud of your successes, and very rightfully so, but that you also share your challenges that you see, and where where you need support, and where this exchange and the contacts with fellow mayors in Turkey, but also of course beyond, can be helpful. Now I would like to go back to the global level, basically, and also take up the mentioning, of course, the true multi-level governance, as Mayor Kurz has put it, and invite our next speaker, which is Mr. Gerd Rogemann. He's the UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub Manager. And I would like to ask you, we are facing a large number of challenges. We have the pandemic. Now we are facing war and armed conflicts. Of course, the pressures from climate ecosystem crisis are increasingly felt, and of course there are definitely, most likely, delays or even failures in regard to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. while at the same time, of course, the UN Secretary General is inviting local governments to elevate their efforts into an emergency mode and is also trying to develop innovative models of inclusive multilateralism by introducing a new global advisory board of local and regional governments. I mean, how do you see and how can, from your perspective, local governments contribute in global efforts for an additional and innovative multi-stakeholder and multi-level mechanism to, better face such challenges?
Okay. No, thank you, Chair, and let me start perhaps with a word of thanks to the municipality of Kadikoy, to my panelists, and to the organizers at large. I indeed come from a slightly different angle, if you wish. I don't have the level of expertise that my colleagues have just displayed. So I would perhaps start with one of the quotes that Mayor Kurz mentioned in the beginning about Malmö. If the mayor of Malmö says that what happens in Malmö affects the world and the other way around, what happens in the world affects Malmö, that's perhaps the perspective I would take to start with. And I, obviously, as UNDP, as the United Nations Development Program, we fully join the Secretary General in its call for intense efforts to achieve the SDGs, to put everything in, to double down, if you wish, on the SDGs as much as we can in the odds of crisis that we are collectively facing at the moment. The Secretary General's quadriennial report just recently noted that very few countries actually have the policies, the capacities, and the financing to support sustainable urbanization in their countries. And that was a statement that you could almost look at independently of what happened through COVID and what is now happening through what I would call the ripple effects of the war in Ukraine. And these are really to be taken very seriously. Those are layers of shocks on our communities at every level, which I don't think have seen the end of as yet. And when I speak about layers of shocks, I'm referring to the climate crisis, the climate emergency, of course, as the looming shock in the background, a shock to come. We start feeling it, but not in its full intensity as yet. COVID, we have just lived through it. We're still in it, if you wish, and we have seen what that means for our lives, for our lives on a daily basis. What that means for the socio-economic fabric and the social fabric of countries and cities and communities. And now the ripple effects of the war in Ukraine are starting to be felt very, very drastically. As of early this week, the number of refugees out of Ukraine has exceeded 3 million. There are more than 2 million internally displaced in Ukraine. Of the 3 million that have left the country, 1.5 million are children. A country like Moldova is already almost permanently now hosting 100,000 refugees. Many of them, many refugees are just going through Moldova, but 100,000 are basically deciding to stay. Many more are moving to the eastern part of the European Union and from there forward. That's one dimension. But just to name a few other parts, we see in the region that I'm working on with my colleagues here out of Istanbul, which is Eastern Europe and Central Asia, we see a statistic of more than 10 million labor migrants who used to work in the Russian Federation, or who are working in the Russian Federation, and whose remittances are not coming back home anymore, who are losing their jobs, who are returning to their home countries, and who are, of course, in dire straits at a family level, at a community level, and at a national level. Here too, one can picture or envision what that means in terms of human mobility going forward. But it goes further, and this is not to kind of put a scary picture on display on a Friday snowy evening in Istanbul, in beautiful Istanbul. when you look to Africa, you see 45 countries in Africa depending to at least 1/3 of their wheat imports on Ukraine and Russia. 18 of the least developed countries have more than 50% of their wheat exports, imports coming from Ukraine and from the Russian Federation. It goes on and on. I don't want to lose too much time in this regard, but what we do face here in Istanbul and anywhere in the world right now is rising prices, rising inflation, and it's very hard for citizens to make ends meet on almost every level. So when my colleague spoke about the financing structure and the stress financing for global agendas, for local agendas,
düşünüyorum, umut ediyorum.
I hope that you hear me now. I don't know where I stopped. I will start from the beginning. So because I don't remember where I stopped. And about local governments, the European Union. And so, what kind of a recommendation do you have? What kind of supports can we have? So that was a question, and I want to answer this question from the beginning. I'm sorry that I'm not there because I have a family issue. You announced me, and I see my seat there as well, and I really wanted to be there with you physically, and I apologize for that, but it's a family issue. And so I want to say something. So in the basics, the European Union, if we need to talk about on the basis of Turkey, and in European Union they have a different wavelength. So they have this climate law, they have this Green Compact, they have this Green Deal, and they have prepared some regulations, and they have the finance, and together with all those aspects, a big transformation have started. This Green Deal is a expansion strategy, but also it is like a new industrial revolution. This is how it is defined in the documentations of the European Union. It's a transformation project, economy, industrially, socially. So it is a transformation to a new era. The net zero for 2050, and all the fuels are changing, and of course the climate law is the biggest supporter. So there are three categories, so there are three actors. One is the society itself, the change of the society, so it needs to be transformed, and the circular economy, and the industries, the private sector within that circular economy, they need to get their position. And the third one are the local governments, and especially the precautions that the local governments will take, because the city is actually creating the 7% of the carbon emissions, because this is the economic activity, this is the social activity, all the things are going on there. And these cities' precautions, the actions of the cities will be very important in the future years. This is very clear. And if we talk about specifically for Turkey, the European Union have a very deep culture about working with cities. As 2013, they have been working on different projects about the climate and change in Turkey. They have a grant of 1.5 billion. So this is a serious figure. And we are talking about 1 billion euro, and this is for the infrastructure of the railroads. And we're talking about the future now, so the best recommendation that I give for the future is, if we let aside the theory of that concept, because we know the theory already, so we have limited time, so let's be concrete about this. So we're talking about Kadikoy Municipality, we are talking about a new climate plan. And this is very important. I think all the municipalities in Turkey, they should do that. They need to have a climate plan, so they need to do it in the short run. And especially while they're doing so, the credibility, and if they're using the current methods, if they are using contemporary science, and they need to follow the contemporary science, and so they have to follow supervision methodologies, evaluation methodologies, and the emissions, the resources of the emissions should be identified, and they need to be observed, and the visibility should be in the forefront, and the measurability should be in the forefront. This kind of an infrastructure is very important. And also before the action plan, I want to say something, they need to have a vision, because when I'm watching those presentations, without a vision, this is not possible. If you don't have a vision, you don't go there. And so the mayors are very crucial in that role, because we're talking about 2030 and 2050 targets, and we put our signature under Paris Agreement, so we enacted this law. And the responsibility of the city is there are certain visions that we need to follow. The mayor should say that in 2030 I'm here, in 2050 I'll be here, and most of the sectors should be in compliance with that. So it can be about the emissions, it can be about the life quality, the air quality, or it can be about the casualties in the traffic. So we are talking about an emission zero definition, because if you don't have that kind of a vision, then it is not possible to have an action plan. And the previous speaker also said something very important. We are talking about green project pools, and the finance is in the center of all the speeches of our mayors. Kartal municipality also talk about the same thing. Yes, so they have short times, but when you look at the projects, they have very long time payment reimbursements, and so the finance mechanism in Turkey is not allowing that situation. The municipalities are not have this opportunity. The Turkey risk right now for the CBS, it is 7.5 over euro. It is 7.5 the risk of the country. And so as a municipality, when you want to have a finance for the project, when you want to have the investment finance for 15 years, so on top of that country risk, you will have even more risk, and you will have even more risk because of the borrowing, and they're very serious figures, and they're also killing the feasibility. And so if we're talking about the climate change, so we have to think about the finance. And if we want to get benefit from the climate finance, then they have to make an investment for the green project goals. It can be about the energy efficiency, renewable energy, and it can be about the water print, about sustainability, about city mobility. We have sustainability urban planning, for instance. So this is one of the criteria in Paris Agreement. And in 2030, all the municipalities are obliged to realize this plan. And in Turkey, we have 10 municipalities. We're working with them. Istanbul, Izmir, Ankara. We have 3 metropolitan municipalities. And we want to continue with the European financement, if not with the international finance. And so for 20, 30 years of planning, so we are setting this kind of an horizon, and we have to reduce them, and we need to turn them into concrete actions. And so again, in the European Union, we have 100 climate neutral initiatives, and 20 cities apply to that. And this is a very important. 20 municipalities applied to that. Very important because what kind of a support we can provide, and we're still looking for that as the European Union. Also in Brussels, we are just examining the situation. And also digitalization. I want to emphasize the digitalization because about the digitalization also, these municipalities. So in this era, they need to start an investment. They need to have an action plan for the digitalization. In addition to the climate plan, so they need to have a plan for the digitalization, because if you cannot measure something, you cannot manage it. So there is a big gap, and there is a lot. We are lagging behind, and also there's a fragmented structure. This is what we see, and in the long run. And it's important that we need to have the observation and the measurement, and it's going to be even more difficult if we cannot take any precautions. And I want to make it. And the other one is the innovative finance. I think it is one of the most important. This is green bonds, and the green bonds are very important. The European Union is very assertive, and there are new financial instruments, and they want to have new structural, they want to have new guarantee mechanisms, and they want to do the de-risking. So they're going to be purchasing the risk. They are doing financial facilitation. And so they want to do financial facilitation inside the countries. And it shows that for big municipalities, and also in the other municipalities, these understanding of finance should be strengthened, and we need a capacity. And so the projects, yes, the projects, there are some project pools, and they should be formulated. And the grant finance, we should be knocking the door of the green finance, but also we need to mutually have this social interaction, and we need to have this corporate capacity, and we really have a big gap about this, not in Turkey, but we know it from Turkey, but maybe this is the same case with the other parts of the world, but it is one of the most important investment areas. And also in relation with the previous panel, the circular economy panel. I think the communication with the public is very important, and the European Union have serious projects. As I told you before, we have the Sustainable Mobility Plan, and with the unions of municipality, we have another project in order to provide capacity and in order to strengthen relations with the public. And these kind of communication is a very critical thing because the citizens, and so they need to be convinced about the climate transformation. I want to give you a very simple example. And the most critical issue is because of the climate is from our perspective in the following years, the common area, the public areas should be democratized, so sharing. And in especially mobility I'm talking about. In Turkey, for instance, if 250 people has a car with 1,000 people, this can increase to 500, 1,000. So the examples of Europe and US is just an example in front of us. But the infrastructure is not enough because Kadikoy mayor said that we couldn't find 1,000 square meter area. So what are we going to do with that? So there are certain behaviors and there are certain mentalities, and this should be changed. And because of that, again, we need to communicate with the citizens. We have to educate our citizens, and also we need to have a good alternative for public transportation. And so we see that there is an disproportionate place for the cars, and so this place can be used and be utilized by the people. So maybe there can be some streets without cars. So these kind of communication studies will be very important in the future days. And with the convincing of the people, we can have this. And so I think the European Union do have serious support. I just want to say all those things. If we have the opportunity, we will speak about this. And I really want to say that Murphy Law. So I watched it for 3.5 hours. There was no problem. I started to speak and I was disconnected. It's just Murphy Law. And so I just spoke in front of the computer by myself. I didn't recognize that I was frozen. I'm sorry for this technical problem. I am watching it with great interest. Thank you.
We are really looking forward also, of course, to further cooperation and with the European Union and the European Commission in order to of course, advance further the situation and the support for the cities in Turkey. Thank you very much for your contribution. I just would also like to mention that Mayor Kurz had to excuse himself. Has another appointment, and since we are running late, he had unfortunately to leave, but he also sends his regards to everybody, and of course particularly our host, the mayor of Kadikoy. We have now two more speakers online. They're also waiting for us, so I would call upon our next speaker, which is Ms. Verena Schwarte from the Department of International Affairs and Global Sustainability of the city of Bonn in Germany. And Bonn is also, like Mannheim, working very deeply on the Sustainable Development Goals, and was also one of the first cities to do the voluntary reporting to basically also shape local sustainability policy. And I'm happy to have Ms. Schwarte. And so how did the city basically benefit from going through the VLR process for improving their local sustainability processes?
Yeah, Wolfgang Teubner, for introducing me. I hope the sound is well. Yeah, and thank you to ICLEI and to the city of Kadikoy for inviting Bonn to this summit. Regards also from our mayor, Katja Dörner, who due to other obligations unfortunately cannot make it and be here. She's together with Mayor Soya from Izmir, who I saw previously in the conference also with his contributions. She's heading the climate action and low emission portfolio in the Global Executive Committee of ICLEI. And I have to say this really corresponds very much to her personal ambition to reach climate neutrality for Bonn and to improve also the situation for cities worldwide to be able to reach climate objectives. And it's very interesting. I looked into your conference earlier today to see what is happening in Turkey and to learn more about the situation of the other cities, especially in Turkey. Coming to your question, how did the city of Bonn benefit from SDG localization? What happened in this whole process? And I think a lot of this was mentioned already. I mean, Gerd Trogemann mentioned this look at the whole portfolio, and I think this is a very strong issue in the whole process. Bonn has a very long-standing tradition in its ambition for achieving sustainability on the local level and also to be active in climate action since the Rio Convention and local agenda activities in the 90s. And we had a central office that coordinates all the climate issues that works across all the departments since 2012. And we have a master plan on climate mitigation and adaptation that dates from the same time. There's also a local agenda office stemming from that was established in the 2010 years, where there's staff working on sustainability reporting, education for sustainable development, fair trade, fair procurement, promotion of organic agriculture and food and catering. And many more other projects and concepts and decisions which promoted sustainability within the city for decades. But the question is, what changed with the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs for the city? And Bonn started quite early, right after the adoption of the Agenda 2030 by the United Nations. And in early 2016, the Bonn City Council adopted a resolution to localize the Agenda 2030, which was a very important step for us because that basically gave the mandate for all further activities to implement the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs in a holistic way. At the same time, the management board of the city also took a decision to develop the city's first sustainability strategy. And this strategy is really at the core of the localization efforts of bringing the 2030 agenda to Bonn and to life in Bonn. And in this process, all this, many topics were brought together and basically looked at it all through one common lens. We had this issue a few times before. Mayor Kurz also mentioned it, to have this holistic, comprehensive approach. And I think that is one of the main achievements of the Agenda 2030 if we look at its implementation at the local level. What we did in Bonn is that we did an overall baseline across all municipal fields of action, and from that, based on this baseline, we selected 6 fields as priority for sustainable development of Bonn for the period up to 2030. And Dr. Kara talked quite intensively about mobility, and also in Bonn, mobility is one of these topics. I think in all cities we experience the space. That space is a limited asset or a limited resource, and that with increasing populations in cities, that is a very complex issue. What we see, where the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs helped us, is that it's helped us see that there are many municipal activities that are beneficial for a number of the SDGs. So to identify the synergies, but at the same time also to identify the conflicting issues. For instance, how can I create more affordable housing while at the same time preserving climate corridors with green spaces and fresh air corridors for the city? Like Bonn, for instance, is in a valley, in a sort of, we call it cooking pot, so to say. So if in hot summers you experience that very strongly, so like putting buildings everywhere is maybe not the best solution for all things. This process to develop the sustainability strategy included a process where all departments across the whole municipal administration were involved, but also it went hand in hand with a participatory process with the municipal administration, but also with civil society, academia, businesses, and political representatives. And what we saw when this strategy was adopted in February 2019 is that it really gave a lot of impulses for the further development of the city. This vision that was that is laid down in the strategy and is inspired through breaking down the SDGs to the local level gives a long-term framework and also a binding objective up to 2030. So, for instance, we can see that many political decisions taken after the adoption of the strategy in 2019 refer to this strategy. The strategy is often used as a reference framework and helps to give sustainability efforts a stronger mandate. So it anchors our efforts for sustainability on a common ground. And what we also see is that citizens quite often refer to it and use it in a way. Thus the sustainability strategy in a way creates a stronger liability between the city and its citizens, because the strategy spells out a common vision for 2030. Maybe I just cite the most prominent example for this. In 2019, the Bonn City Council took the decision to become climate neutral by 2035, and one of the most prominent examples for a citizen petition in this regard was the process Bonn for Future, where initiative of nearly 60 local organizations in Bonn started a petition to the city council that to get the people on board and to also involve more, to have a more participatory process. So with this process that has started this year, and that is a lengthy process of 2 years as far as we see it right now, the city works together with a huge number of civil society organizations to really roll out the engagement to become climate neutral throughout the complete city. But there's also a part to work with the municipal enterprises and to work with this, what we would call the city corporates, to have this a general rollout. And with the establishment of this sustainability strategy, there are also other processes that have support the overall harmonized rollout of sustainability engagement. Let me just give you a few examples. I think Mayor Kurz also mentioned the voluntary local review of Mannheim, and Bonn published also a voluntary local review in 2020, but there was a story before it. Actually, we had a sustainability reporting since 2005, and it consisted of roughly 60 indicators, and every 3 years we did a report. But only with the voluntary local review, it was for the first time connected to the city's priorities and the politically set objectives, and brought this together and brought this monitoring directly together with central fields of action that the city decided for. And we are currently also working on a second VLR. We're using a newly created format by the German Council for Sustainable Development, and that includes also more qualitative measures in the reporting, and also increases the links between the sustainability reporting and the strategy, so the politically set objectives. Another example where the sustainability strategy, how the sustainability strategy and the localization of the SDGs impacted the city is the municipal budgeting. We talked a lot about money today already, and I think that's something that all cities are looking into. And I think money is a scarce resource for all the cities. What we started is an impact-oriented budget planning that connects the budget plan with sustainability indicators, and also there we have a strong link between the sustainability objectives, the sustainability indicators, and then the budget plan. So that's how you can really see, is the money that we use spent efficiently, what do we achieve with it. We have started this for the double budget plan 21-22, so there is a part of the budget plan that has been transformed in this way already, and we're now planning to do an overall rollout for the complete budget. A third example maybe, which is quite interesting, which just recently came to light, so to say, is a guideline or a questionnaire for sustainable building, because that's one of the core sectors also if you look at municipal activities where sustainability is crucial. And based on the criteria in the sustainability strategy, a questionnaire was developed already that comes to place, or that comes into operation at a very early stage in urban land use planning, so that you can identify the gaps and critical issues in urban planning at a very early stage and make it transparent in a way. Let me end the examples here, but this I think can illustrate quite well how the SDG localization process has advanced a more holistic and interconnected and impact-oriented perspective in Bonn, and trying to advance sustainability as a whole and looking at it in a broad picture and minimizing the negative side effects by looking at the engagement of the municipality in a more holistic way. Thank you from my side.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Schwarte, for this really comprehensive overview, and also how you basically successfully included and use that to impact from planning to connect strategy to reporting to indicators, and also of course to look into the budgeting even for the municipality. Since we are running late, I would just immediately connect to our next speaker, who is already also waiting online for quite a while, and we are now crossing the Atlantic and go to the USA to invite our next speaker, which is Chris Castro, the Director of the Office of Sustainability and Resilience of the City of Orlando in Florida, USA, if I'm not mistaken. And here I think we face a special situation, because I mean everybody who follows politics has seen that I would say the line of US politics regarding the climate and sustainability agenda was not totally straight since 1992. They were on and off agreements and support. There were quite dramatic changes, but what we could see is of course that cities, and a large number of cities, they were basically holding course in that respect. And so for us, of course, it's interesting to sort of learn also what for the city of Orlando were the main drivers and achievements to also prepare the voluntary local review, and also of course how did you potentially receive support and were cooperating with our colleagues from ICLEI in the United States in that. So welcome, Chris, and the floor is yours.
Well, good morning and good afternoon and good evening. Thank you, Chair, and to the leadership of Kadikoy and to ICLEI for this invitation to attend this wonderful international summit on sustainable cities. It is an honor to be here virtually alongside this incredible group of local government leaders, and have been really inspired by the remarks shared thus far. Again, my name is Chris Castro, and I come to you on behalf of Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer, who was also unable to attend our session this morning, but expressed extreme gratitude for the opportunity to share our story. It's not every day Orlando is part of these conversations, but I believe that you're going to hear more and more about us as the years go on. Over the last 8 years, I've served here as our senior advisor to our mayor and the director of the Office of Sustainability and Resilience in the city of Orlando here in the United States, working on advancing a comprehensive set of different policies, local laws, community programs, and partnerships that ultimately are working to advance the global goals. I'm sure many of you have heard of Orlando because of the wonderful theme parks, world-class theme parks and entertainment that we have here, but most don't realize the leadership that we've played, especially recently in advancing sustainable cities. Orlando is one of the fastest growing cities in America, with over 1,000 people every week moving to our metropolitan area and annual visitation of over 75 million people per year. The stat is that we basically have the population of our city visiting every single day as well and playing. So you can imagine that sustaining this form of an economy, given the global crises that we're in, presents some challenges, but also unprecedented opportunities for us to grow in a more responsible way. So in 2007, our mayor, Buddy Dyer, launched GreenWorks Orlando, and this as a citywide initiative to transform us into one of the most environmentally friendly, socially equitable and inclusive, and economically vibrant cities in the United States, at the forefront of innovation, resilience, and sustainability. And today, by many third-party reports and reviews, Orlando consistently has risen as a leading vanguard city in the work of advancing cleaner, healthier, and more prosperous communities. Our work around the VLR and integration with the SDGs actually started in 2018 when the city published a co-created plan called the GreenWorks Sustainability Action Plan. And for the first time took the steps of alignment with the 2030 agenda, including passing a city resolution and recognizing the importance of these global goals and the city's formal endorsement and ambitions to do everything in our abilities to achieve them. The following year, in 2019, the city of Orlando was invited to attend the United Nations SDG Summit in New York City. And we were fortunate and honored to participate with ICLEI in various workshops and side events. And it was there when we determined the importance of local governments in the United States to step up in the void of federal inaction around the SDGs and begin the process of localizing this work in our cities. To your point, Chair, there's been a winding road as it relates to our actions towards climate and sustainability at the federal level. But I'll tell you that local governments have continued the momentum and have actually doubled down in light of this void. And as a result, Mayor Dyer and mayors across the entire country signed a VLR declaration that was issued by the City of New York to begin our journey towards that first VLR. Now, I often get asked why Orlando is utilizing this global framework and the SDGs and why we care about advancing this work. And I think Verena I thought had some wonderful reasons why they're using them in Bonn. For us in Orlando, being a global city, the SDGs offer an important tool to mobilize collective action across our communities and address challenges of the 21st century. Too often our community partners have different sustainability goals and plans and priorities, and the idea is that the SDGs provide an opportunity for us to align and to unify. More often than not, many of our local sustainability priorities are actually realizing the SDGs in the world. We're just not acknowledging them. And so the SDGs help provide us with a unifying theme around governance and the framework for cross-sectoral collaboration across our communities, with time-bound, with outcome-based, and with community-wide focus. They also help us with a common language around metrics and a shared agenda to address these issues around inequality, poverty, economic inclusion, housing affordability, safety and security, and of course, environmental protection and the protection of the climate emergency that we're in. Ultimately, we see the SDGs as a Rosetta Stone for a better world that all of us can utilize. So Orlando has had the pleasure of participating also in the SDG Cities Leadership Network, hosted by the Brookings Institution and their Center for Sustainable Development. And it's been fascinating that throughout the last 2 years, global cities such as Durban, Malmo, Mannheim, Bogota, LA, New York City, Mexico City, Buenos Aires, Orlando, and others have been convening to work through the complexities of localizing the SDGs and engaging in peer consulting and learning from each other about the best practices, about policies, data, governance, finance, and much more. And as we were looking to publish this VLR and gaining all of this insight from cities much further ahead, we realized the importance of partnering with an NGO that was positioned to provide the much needed technical assistance and guidance in this process. And ICLEI, being the premier city network working around the world to advance SDGs and sustainability, was a natural fit. ICLEI, specifically our good friend Cale Roberts from ICLEI USA, was instrumental in assisting our city with a wide range of support, including the SDG mapping of the global framework of the 236 indicators with our local priorities, goals, and indicators, city interviews with department directors and managers to ensure that he was taking input in this process of the VLR. Also, community stakeholder interviews with local partners to glean success stories that were incorporated into the plan, and ultimately co-authoring the content that was finalized and published. With ICLEI's guidance, our first VLR intended to really be a snapshot of the efforts underway in Orlando. The VLR covers 9 of 17 global goals and uses storytelling and case studies to articulate how Orlando is making progress, including partnerships with our utility company, our transit agency, our public transit agency, our community-based foundations, university systems, public schools, and more. As an example, regarding SDG 7 around affordable clean energy, the Orlando VLR discusses our ambitious goals to transition to 100% clean energy for city operations by 2030 and citywide before 2050. In this chapter, we discuss the city's current strategies around investing in renewable for city operations, such as rooftop, parking canopies, and ground-mounted solar farms that are now powering 15% of the city's energy needs today. We also discussed innovative financing techniques for low-income residents to invest in clean energy, as well as utility partnerships, examples, and unique applications around clean energy, including floating solar, which Orlando has become a national test site for photovoltaics and the advancement of floating solar energy, and bringing attention to these types of innovations. Lastly, the utility company's strategic plan is also recognized in our VLR because of their ambitious plans to accelerate the closure of the last 2 coal-fired power plants that are powering Orlando before the year 2027. These would be about 20 years before their actual sunset dates, and it's a commitment towards the science-based climate targets between now and 2050. In addition to the SDG 7, we also touched on zero hunger, good health and well-being, clean water, reduced inequalities, climate action, life on land, and partnerships for the goals. And we have an opportunity, I believe, cities, we have an opportunity to recover from these crises in a green and equitable way by utilizing the SDGs as that tool. So in closing, I hope these remarks have provided some inspiration, and we encourage you to see the Orlando VLR as a template for your city to utilize and begin elevating the importance of this work. Thank you again, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I could see for you it's early in the day, and thank you for inducing some freshness into us also, since we are at the end of the week and the end of a long day. So very much appreciated, and also I think we face snow outside here, so also your background, I think, gave us a ray of hope for spring. Spring will come soon to us as well. Thank you very much for that. So without further ado, commemorating that it's a long day, I would like to continue with our next and final speaker, but not least important, Julia Bartmann, who is the Deputy Head of Office for the Heinrich Böll Foundation in the Turkey Representation Office. And so I think we're looking a bit more in, also this year we have 50 years of the Stockholm Conference. We have also, basically 50 years of UNEP in that sense. basically often seen as the start of it all, but we potentially are also looking of a lot back on a lot of lost time, I would say lost years for the case of sustainability. And also, I think we heard that also, of course, that cities cannot do it alone. I mean, we need stakeholders, but also, there's a lot of community groups, grassroots organization activists that are also pushing, of course, the cities which are needed. Sometimes, of course, they are not always, that welcome, but I think they're quite instrumental both for moving the agenda, but also, of course, for implementation. And so, I mean, how, is the view of the foundation? We know that of course, you're also working with these groups. So, how do you see the role of grassroots activists? How can you support them? But also, how can you support basically the local governments to, practically work with them for the benefit of all? Please.
Thank you very much. Also, I want to thank you for the invitation of Kadikoy Municipality to be here today, and for the organization of this very inspiring conference. To put it maybe in the context of the session we have here about localization of European and global deals, I have to say that it's very important, and also already Peter Kurz and also Verena Schwarte addressed it, that it's very important, I think, to get this really holistic view of sustainability, because especially with the European Green Deal, what I observe, it's a bit I think the difficulties here in Turkey, like Turkey will be immensely affected by the new realities of the Green Deal, but also the European Union will be greatly affected. I have the feeling that the discussion often goes to the trade relations, the economic, etc., and the industries, but kind of loses the focus on the social component. And I think this social component is very important, because that's what drives the socio-ecological transformation. So, and even like sometimes I have also the feeling the discussion about the EGD goes so much into the economical areas that it even loses sight of the main goal to tackle the climate crisis. So I think there it's very important to kind of raise awareness, and because it's important to address also those who are affected by the structural change the EGD will bring. And all these, we have heard it, I really liked also what Peter Kurz said about the interdependencies we have, like all this social, political and economic developments are so interwoven that they cannot be discussed separately. And so I would always refer that we tackle the European, like we see the European Green Deal as a social pact, and not only something that is focusing on how we produce things, etc. And in many places around the European Union, but also in the neighboring countries, the local authorities and initiatives, they are now like the light of hope in many regards. What's seen in socio-ecological transformation, because it's of course important to localize the European Green Deal. It cannot be only discussed on the multilateral level, and we have heard it many times today. So I will not go deeper into that, but initiatives at the local level, for example, they are making a difference in so many areas. Is it zero waste? Is it energy cooperation? All these different parts, they unleash an enormous transformative power. And I think this power, this is something where local governments and these initiatives should team up. And there's another very, very important point where I think civil society comes in. It's like not only that they create a socio-ecological kind of value, they also create a democratic political one. With their engagement, they are contributing to the positive change and progressive change of society. So they kind of also fill a democratic life. And I think this is a part where has to be emphasized, and what also makes it another point why it's very important, like that local governments and the civil society team up to also complete this democratic Yeah, so together I think local governments and these initiatives with the different powers they have, might it be the initiatives with their experience, expertise, especially like from the ecological movement, they have been working on climate issues for years with this expertise, but also like with their progressive, innovative ideas, be it like in the startup scene. A lot of young professionals are developing creative, inspiring products that are in zero waste context, etc., what I already mentioned. So this knowledge, and then together with the structure and the political power the local governments have, like to influence the public's infrastructure, they can really like tip off the socio-ecological transformation. But as coming back to the problem that the European Green Deal is often more discussed with the economics and industries, I also see that with all these discussions how the change should now happen, it's often that civil society is somehow as actor a bit left outside. And here I think it's very important to include and integrate grassroots movements and initiatives, and that's where local governments, they have the possibility to be this door opener. When with the cooperation with the local initiatives, they can take the civil society in, and I think they can really do a difference to raise the awareness that civil society is also a central actor and does not get left behind all these industry organizations, etc. And yeah, I think it's like this teaming up, it's just a win-win for everyone. So I don't see any any negative impacts. Of course, sometimes I think the work is very different. Grassroots movements, they're very have a different kind of work ethic. Maybe also like public structures. I think sometimes there can be some conflict in the way they work, but I think from the goal is the same. So I think it's very yeah. There's I think no other good way just to team up. And and also I think in Istanbul there are some parts where this cooperation is working. So for example, the IBB here in Istanbul, as far as I know, is closely working with civil society regarding the mucilage problem that arose last year. So there already are, and I think these are very positive examples. And also, like I just moved to Turkey. Like I started my position here in 1st of March. So I was in Berlin before, at the East Side Gallery in Berlin on the last pieces of the wall. There's like this one quote that I really like because I think it describes also like the situation of local initiatives and local governments so good. It's many small people who in many small places do many small things that can alter the face of the world. And I think this summed it up quite nicely. And as you just said, we have like the 50th anniversary of the Stockholm conferences. Unfortunately, time is running. I think we cannot wait another 50 years for the next jubilee to arrive. So I think it's also very important, and that's what this conference is doing, like to build a network, so that all these local governments and local initiatives in the European Union and the neighborhood, but also internationally, team up and exchange their best practices and their ideas. And also we had it on this panel that we checked what's the best practice in Mannheim, or is it in Casa first, then we could include it. And so I think we need, the climate crisis is so urgent, we need the swarm intelligence. And I think this is also why we need to take the civil society in. And yeah, so formats like this, I think, are the first important step. Maybe next time with some more civil society actors, and then we're heading in the right direction. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, and I think this also brings us back to the start a bit. You know, this circular culture and the four pillars, because the harmony with each other, and I think this definitely includes the civil society and the cooperation with all that we need also in order to, of course, achieve our ambitious goal. I would have very much liked, I mean, it's always at the end of such a conference that, of course, sometimes you have also not only a lot of answers and a lot of inspiration, but you have also a lot of questions that you would like to ask to people. but of course in respect of the time that we are already more than half an hour over, that, you know, people are having to leave. It's also, of course, you know, not only the end of the day, as I said, the end of a week, working week for all of you, and you know, and we are not all as fresh as Chris has been in the morning. So I would like to thank the panelists for your very, very valuable contributions, also to make reference to each other and you know, to really still enrich the discussion. I would also thank the audience for staying with us and staying awake and listening. Again, a very big thank you to the interpreters who, you know, to the very last minute did a great job, and we really challenged them throughout the day. So a big hand for the interpreters again. So, and I would give up my place and open the stage for the closing.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Sorusu
Thank you very much. I'm just looking whether anybody has a questions. There are no questions. So thank you very much, Mr. Peter Kurz und Herr Wolfgang Turner für die Moderation, for the moderation of this session. And please remain on the stage for a family picture as well. A little token of appreciation from the Women's Cooperative of the Kadikoy Municipality. Please remain on stage for a family picture.
tekrar konuklarımıza teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much to our guests once again. It was a very inspiring, fruitful summit. This is the feedback that we received from both our audience and also from the listeners in front of their screens. I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of the participating and organizing mayors of greater municipalities and districts. I'd also like to invite all the employees of the district municipality of Kadikoy to have a family picture taken as well.
Kadikoy Belediyesi çalışanlarını sahneye...
May I now invite all the employees of the district municipality of Kadikoy onto the stage, please. Yunus Bey, you have to be in the picture.
Ne demek? Görevli arkadaşlarım, alabilir miyim sizi sahneye lütfen? Sosyal medya, halkla ilişkiler, strateji müdürlüğü, dış ilişkiler, lütfen buyurun. Organizasyon büro, özel kalem müdürlüğümüz, bilgi işlem müdürlüğü, lütfen buyurun. Serkan Bey. Serkan Bey geldi mi? Serkan Bey, bu karesiz olmaz. Ceyda Hanım siz de alalım lütfen. Sevnur Hanım, Özel Kalem Müdürlüğü çalışanları, Özel Kalem Müdürümüz Sevnur Hanım lütfen buyurun. Evet, bütün ekip kendimizi alkışlıyoruz. Elinize emeğinize sağlık. Müthiş bir gündü. Ciddi bir operasyon yürütüldü. Yunus Bey için ayrıca bir alkış rica ediyorum ekipten. Ve tabii ki bugünün aslında en büyük yükünü simultane tercüme yapan arkadaşlarımız ve tabii ki teknik ekip üstlendi. Onlar için ayrıca bir alkış rica ediyoruz. Bu arada söylemeden geçemeyeceğiz. Aynı dilde bile çeviri yapmak bu denli zorken farklı bir dilde çeviri yapabilmenin nedenli kıymetli olduğunu bugün bir kez daha yaşayarak gördük. Tercümanlarımız için ayrı bir alkış rica ediyorum.